Chapter 18, Part 2 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 18, Part 2. The festival proper was over an hour ago. Mrs. Diamond calculated that Mrs. Duveen would start immediately on its termination, which ought to bring her down to the house, by carriage of course, somewhere about 7. It was already past. Mrs. Diamond began to grow fidgety. Desperately, her hearing reached out for the sound of carriage wheels, till the constant strain brought on an hallucination that threatened to defeat its own ends. Everything seemed to merge into the rumble of carriage wheels, the buzz of conversation, the clink of glasses, Mrs. Tannenbaum's screech laugh. The whole world seemed to find articulation in carriage wheels. The reserved space near the top of the table alone kept a considerate, intelligent silence. It was impossible for Mrs. Diamond to get to the windows without causing a widespread disarrangement, so she was deprived even of the luxury of a reconnoitring peep. And though she flattered herself she was keeping her preoccupation carefully under cover, she once distinctly caught Mrs. Prager and Mrs. Tannenbaum whispering together and glancing at her in a manner which could only lend itself to one interpretation. It was this which induced her to abandon her project of stealing down to the street door, and to dispatch Mrs. Saffron instead as scout. 5 minutes later, Mrs. Saffron thrust her head through the door and beckoned violently. Mrs. Diamond flew towards her. "They're coming," panted Mrs. Saffron in a whisper. "In the carriage?" panted back Mrs. Diamond. "No, walking. Here they are coming up the staircase, all the 5 of them." Mrs. Diamond felt that a great hole had been torn in her triumph, but she recovered herself quickly. The next best thing to having the Deveens with their carriage was to have the Deveens without it. "Oh, you are late, Mrs. Deveen," she said, loud enough for everyone to hear. She would have given a week's salary could she have said "Rose dear" instead of "Mrs. Deveen," but she made up for it by rapturously kissing Dulcie and Effie. Effie, however, somewhat spoilt the effect by unceremoniously drawing her handkerchief across her mouth. The entrance of the Deveen party created enough commotion to satisfy even Mrs. Diamond. Only a chosen few were vouchsafed an introduction to "my dear friend Mrs. Deveen," and Mrs. Tannenbaum debated whether there was reasonable room for offence at Mrs. Prager's name being mentioned before her own. Mrs. Deveen did not feel at all comfortable under the very pronounced scrutiny that assailed her from every side, and acknowledged her new acquaintances with a perfunctory politeness, which was at once characterized as stuck-upishness. Uncle Bram's bluff, rollicking manner made a much more favourable impression. Mrs. Diamond's eyes travelled about anxiously to collect facial evidence of opinion. Mrs. Tannenbaum sent her a wink, which was meant to convey to Mrs. Diamond congratulations on her taste in the selection of her friends. "Not much for that lot," said Mrs. Tannenbaum simultaneously to Mrs. Prager. "Just look at her dress. I wouldn't be seen cleaning my doorstep in it." "And not a shilling's worth of jewellery anywhere," commented Mrs. Prager in turn. "They come down by bus, Julie," was Mrs. Tannenbaum's solemn apostrophe. "I don't believe in that carriage. I've always had my suspicions about it. You know what Becky is." Mrs. Prager nodded her assent, but one could not be discreet enough in a manner so highly treasonable. But Mrs. Diamond would not have been the least bit offended had she overheard them. It would rather have added to her satisfaction, knowing how triumphantly she would have to give the lie to their calumnies later on. for Mrs. Devine had just whispered to her certain information which redeemed the great disappointment of the evening utterly. She at once went off to give Mrs. Saffron the necessary instructions. Phil was pleasurably surprised at finding himself in the company of Lou and his mother. At Mrs. Devine's special request, room was made next to her for Mrs. Lipcott. The two women had met occasionally, for Mrs. Devine had made a point of calling on Phil's mother whenever time allowed it, during her errands of charity to the East End. On none of these occasions, however, had she met Lou, and therefore she did not recognise him now till Phil came up with him. "You've been treating us very badly," she said smilingly. This was as far as she got, for here Mrs. Dymond returned and monopolised her. "It's very hot, but it's awfully jolly." "Don't you think so?" said Effie to Dulcie, who had preferred keeping outside the enclosure. "I've never seen such a lot of queer people together in my life. I'll laugh outright if that woman keeps on wobbling her feather crest." "Don't make fun of them," reproved Dulcie. "Why not? They won't mind, because they won't know." "It isn't right, though. We're all Jews and Jewesses here, you and I and every one of us." "Well, that's exactly why I'm inclined to see the joke of it. If there are any Christians, do you know what I would do?" "Well, what?" "I should put on my solemnest face and make them believe that no respectable woman ought to go to a party without feathers in her hair." "And keep on wobbling them," added Dulcie. "Just so," laughed Effie. "Still, on second consideration, some of us look quite nice. See that neat, quiet-faced woman next to Auntie?" "I think that must be Phil's mother," said Dulcie. "I can't be sure, because I haven't seen her since the time we fetched Phil away, and I suspect she didn't look her ordinary self that day." "I dare say she didn't," agreed Effie. "By the way, who is that Phil is talking to?" "His brother," came Dulcie's rather abrupt reply. Then she turned suddenly, afraid lest Effie should ask how she knew. "Oh, that's Lou, is it? I like him," was Effie's prompt criticism. "Do you?" asked Dulcie indifferently. "And I beg his pardon," continued Effie. Dulcie looked astonished. "What for?" she asked. "You couldn't possibly have offended him." "Yes, I did, without his knowing. Don't you remember I said he would look like a cobbler's boy?" "Don't you think he does?" "Dulcie, haven't you got eyes? No cobbler's boy could disguise himself so well to look like a gentleman. If Phil doesn't bring him over soon, I'll go up and introduce myself. Look, Dulcie, here they come." But Dulcie did not look. Her eyes sought a different direction. She hardly knew why, or if she did, she would not admit it to herself. It had been a great surprise to her that she was able to recognise the boy who shouted, after so many years, almost at first glance. She had done so, not from the likeness to Phil, which could be faintly traced, but because of the honest look in his eyes, which had from the very first given her the strong desire to make friends with him. She would have known him by it, had the interval been 3 times as long. No, he certainly did not look as if he had stayed away so obstinately for fear of disgracing Phil. His appearance suggested nothing obviously discreditable. So he had kept aloof out of sheer indifference. Dulcie remembered having prayed that it should rather be this latter than any other reason, and now she knew her prayer had been fulfilled. Well, it made her glance the other way as she saw him approach. And the next moment she heard him saying to her, "You don't remember me, do you?" "Oh, yes, I do," said Dulcie readily. She would not pay him the compliment of troubling to fence with her answer. "It's a long time since we met," continued Lou lamely. "Is it?" "So long that it almost seems as if we hadn't met at all." "Really, I hadn't thought about it," said Dulcie. But she had the grace to blush at her untruth. "I never fancied that you had." The words no doubt were meant to sound neutral, but Dulcie's quick ear detected a ring of provocation, and Lou's mien bore out her suspicion of it. It made her feel strangely pleased and conciliatory. "But I might have thought about it if I had had an idea we were going to meet again," she said frankly. Lou's face cleared. "You see, accidents will happen," he jested. "And it seems you were quite satisfied to leave it to accident," Dulcie was about to say, when she was cut short by Phil, who came up and introduced Effie. Lou looked at her with much interest. Effie was well known to him from Phil's numerous references to her doings and misdoings, and as he scanned her laughing eyes and mischievous mouth, he wondered he had not heard more of the misdoings. His scrutiny, too, gave him an opportunity of judging whether laughing eyes and mischievous mouths were superior to eyes earnest and sober, with perhaps a dash of sadness in them, and lips that puckered a little primly. And he had no difficulty in deciding that the superiority lay with the latter. Meanwhile, as might be expected, the mischievous mouth was having most of the say, speeding quip and sally, and contributing much to the enjoyment of the hour. Lou greatly surprised and delighted Phil by the ease wherewith he stood that severest test of a man's self-possession, the showing himself at home in the company of strange women of whatever growth. It gave him some idea how hard Lou must have butted against the world to have his corners knocked off so completely. The fear that it might be otherwise had given Phil many a moment of apprehension. He had often anticipated the time when he and Lou would meet on the same platform of life, and he writhed at the thought that he would put his elder brother to the blush by his superiority of form. That danger was happily done with. As to the petty social politenesses, Phil had himself played tutor to Lou, and Lou had acquired them with an aptitude only natural in a man whose brains had enabled him at 19 to furnish a house on his own earnings. "May I get you anything, sir?" said a voice at Phil's ear, startling him out of his reflections. "What? Is that you, Joe?" "Yes, sir," said Yellow Joe. "I'm here on the odd job, helping to wait, sir." "Don't you know who I am?" "I know who you used to be, sir," replied Yellow Joe. "Then what on earth, man, are you sirring me for?" "Tip us your hand, old pard," said Phil, purposely breaking into the language of old times. Yellow Joe did so eagerly. "I didn't know but what you'd be putting on Guyver to a poor bloke like me," he said wistfully. "What? After we played buttons together, Joe?" exclaimed Phil, almost indignant. "Say Yellow Joe, and then I'll know you ain't kidding." Smiling, Phil complied. "I'm awfully sorry your father's paralysed arm isn't getting better." "How'd you know?" asked Yellow Joe, astonished. "Lou told me. Do you think I've never inquired after you?" "Wish she had told me." "Why?" "I'd have been glad to know you hadn't forgotten me. I thought of you many a time, wondered what was becoming of you." He paused and, as it were, took stock of Phil. "No, Phil, I ain't jealous of you. You deserved your luck. You was always a good sort." "Married yet? Engaged?" asked Phil, to give the talk a lighter turn. Yellow Joe looked scornful. "Catch me wasting my time on that sort of tommy rot. Tell you, got my hands full to keep the show going at home, with 8 of 'em, one smaller than the other and father incurable. But if you think I'm snivelling, you're jolly well mistaken, because I ain't." "I didn't think you were. I wouldn't insult you like that," said Phil soberly. "If I did what you were doing, I'd simply reek of conceit." "Keep up your penmanship and figures, Joe," quietly interjected Lou, who had overheard the tail end of the conversation. "I'm keeping 'em up," said Yellow Joe quite fiercely, and then, calming down, he turned appealingly to Phil. "He's driving me crazy with it. Every time he meets me it's, 'Joe, keep up your penmanship and figures.' And when I asked him what for, he says, 'I'll tell you next time.' Lou, when's next time?" "Not this time," laughed Lou. Just then Yellow Joe caught the hostess's watchful look and dived away without another word. Phil gazed after him thoughtfully. His talk with Yellow Joe had enabled him to realize a vague, impalpable sense of satisfaction, which had tantalized him by its elusiveness. He had now fully grasped it, its essence, its origin. For the first time tonight, for many years, he was rubbing shoulders with the associations of his youth. He had lived in a world so alien to them that he might well felt afraid that the reapproachment would partake more of the nature of a collision. But it had gone off without a shock, without a single vibration of repugnance. Of course, he loved his people, but perhaps he only loved them as an abstract elemental thing of which he formed a materialized particle, so that his love was sheer egoism. Here, however, he was dealing with them not as a cold, far-off generality, but as warm, palpitating atoms of life, thrusting themselves bodily upon his physical and mental ken, and he knew it needed no undue strain on his part to bring himself to make apology for their foibles, to extenuate their weaknesses, to shed tears of joy at their most commonplace virtues. And, moreover, he remembered that he was putting his affections to their most crucial test. The people around him tonight were, mostly, if not all, the representatives of a very smug parochial prosperity. They were not the lowly and destitute whose faces were in themselves letters of credit, traced in lines of care on the fund of fraternal sympathy. Oh, these lowly and destitute ones! His compassion for them swelled into a very paroxysm. If only he were already a man! If only he had already at least one foot in the stirrup of his career, how he would come among them, stepping as it were out of the darkness, which they thought could beget nothing but more misery, on his lips a loud-voiced evangel, in his right hand the flag of salvation. This was his dream, one of his dreams. He did not know, or it would have gladdened him unspeakably, that his brother Lou had forestalled him in the conception of it years and years ago. "Look at Dinah Lipcott's second," said Mrs. Prager, nudging Mrs. Tannenbaum. "I'm sure he's got something the matter with him. See his mouth twitch just then." "I don't care what's the matter with him. I know what's the matter with me," replied Mrs. Tannenbaum wrathfully. "Did you ever see such arrangements? 9:30, and not a smell of supper. I'll faint in a minute. Strikes me, after all the fuss, it'll only be sandwiches," said Mrs. Prager gloomily. Then what did she want to bother me with lending her my knives and forks? Snapped Mrs. Tannenbaum. To kid us into fancying something, I suppose. Still, the breakfast room's locked, went on Mrs. Tannenbaum. I tried the handle before coming in here. Mrs. Tannenbaum's optimism was brilliantly vindicated, for just then Mrs. Dymond, acting on a signal from Mrs. Saffron, which she in turn passed on to Mr. Dymond, arose and shrilled through the babel, "Ladies, please take your gentlemen into supper." This inversion of the formula must not be taken as internal evidence that Mrs. Dymond was a champion of woman's rights. In reality it was due to nothing save her rather flurried condition. But possibly her confusion was construed into an anxiety as to the seating capacity of the breakfast room, which was known to be limited. This alone could account for the fact that the transit thither could hardly be said to accord with the dignity of the occasion. In real truth it was a scramble, almost a scuffle. Mrs. Tannenbaum got her bead trimmings entangled on somebody's waistcoat buttons, and elbowed herself and Mr. Tannenbaum into place, deluging everybody near with showers of jet. The lady of the feathers could never find out exactly what had become of them. True, she fancied that she saw a bit of them floating in her left neighbour's soup, but even that did not conclusively prove to her that they had become absorbed into the bill of fare. The Devines, unlike Mrs. Lipcott and Lou, who were more prepared for it, at first watched the rush with the consternation due to a panic, and afterwards, when they divined the true nature of it, with an amusement which they tried in vain to conceal from Mrs. Dymond's agonized eye. Owing chiefly to Lou's forethought, they had kept out of the stampede, and now Mrs. Dymond, having reduced the chaos beyond to a semblance of order, came back and, with apologetic references to "those sort of people, you understand what I mean," entreated them to take seats, strictly reserved, mind you, at the supper table. Mrs. Devine and the rest of them struggled hard to resist, but under Mrs. Dymond's indomitable importunateness, reinforced by the thought of the coming speech, a mule might have succumbed without putting the prestige of its species under a cloud.
Despite the bad beginning, the banquet itself was pronounced a success, with Mrs. Tannenbaum heading the chorus of praise.
No one took exception at having periodically to wait for somebody else's knife, and the scarcity of crockery was hailed by several married couples as a lucky opportunity for demonstrating to the world the good understanding between them by eating from off the same plate. Mr. and Mrs. Dymond did not eat from the same plate, nor from separate plates. Neither of them ate at all. Mr. Dymond felt the speech sticking in his throat, from which he augured uneasily that it was not located where it ought to be, in his head. Mrs. Dymond was busy rehearsing to herself so as to be ready to prompt her husband should emergency arise. It was apparently a spontaneously happy idea, into which, however, he had been carefully drilled by Mrs. Dymond, that made Mr. Prager approach Uncle Bram, Mr. Alexander, as he ought to be more fittingly styled under the circumstances, to propose the toast of the host and hostess. Uncle Bram cheerfully complied, and in a few well-chosen words expressed the pleasure it gave him and his sister to be present on the enjoyable occasion. As an honorary officer of the Synagogue Union, he congratulated Mr. Dymond on the public spirit he had shown in accepting an office which, although at some little expense, served to perpetuate the traditions of their race, and in conclusion he wished Mr. and Mrs. Diamond, as well as all the other members of their congregation, every success in this world and the next. The applause that followed his remarks subsided to an expectant hush, but broke out again with renewed vigour as Mr. Diamond staggered to his feet. Mrs. Tannenbaum afterwards declared that she positively saw his beads of perspiration dripping on the tablecloth. But Mrs. Prager maintained they had lost themselves somewhere in the region of his collar. Just before beginning, Mr. Diamond was seen to give a jerk, but only those in the immediate neighbourhood could conjecture that the true cause of it was a whispered, "Now then, Diamond," from his wife. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Mr. Diamond, "it affords me and Mrs. Diamond very great pleasure to see you assembled around this hospitable table. We are always pleased to do what we can for our friends in our humble way. That is, we hope that none of you have anything to complain of in the way you have been treated here this evening. We don't like to boast, but I dare say you have already observed for yourselves that we are doing the thing in first-rate style, as, thank God, we can well afford to. Specially, we want to thank our very dear friends, Mrs. Duveen and Mr. Alexander, for honouring us with their presence, which I feel sure is the thing they would not do for everybody. Now, for what concerns myself, I have always tried my best to be a credit to the community, and thank God for all his mercies. I may say without blushing that my name stands better in the loan offices than many a man with 3 times my income, and which you can guess that I've had my fair share of helping a friend or two out in a tight hole. And talking of being kind-hearted and helpful reminds me of somebody else who's just made up of that sort of thing, and that's my wife, God bless her. That's all she thinks about from morning till night, including meals. I'd just like to know if there's another woman with an hour's walk from here that subscribes out of her own housekeeping money to 3 bread and meat and coal societies, besides being president of the Inlaying Charity of the Women of Bialystok and a member of the committee of the Free Dispensary, not to mention her making door-to-door collections any time she hears of a specially distressful case. The speech went on to insist at some length on the disinterestedness and honesty of purpose which actuated Mrs. Diamond in her charity work, the details of which her retiring disposition and distaste for praise made her keep a strict secret, even from Lady Simonson, whom, in a manner of speaking, she might also call her bosom friend after Mrs. Devine. The remaining sentences discoursed of Mrs. Diamond in a strain which, even though pitched in a much lower key, would have made her appear to the uninitiated listener certainly as one of the most remarkable women of her times. To avoid misunderstanding, let it be clearly stated that this was the speech which Mr. Diamond ought to have delivered, but did not. No sooner had he got beyond the introductory "Ladies and gentlemen," when he became aware that his life depended on his remembering a single connected sentence of the carefully composed, carefully rehearsed address. He would die a most sudden death. He felt like a man who is walking the plank and has just come to the end of it. And meantime Becky was inspiring him to eloquence by encouragingly treading on his corns. Mr. Diamond, however, saved the situation by a presence of mind which approached the miraculous. In a moment his hand was tugging frantically at collar and necktie, the whites of his eyes turned up, and presently, after a preliminary oscillation or two, he collapsed heavily into his chair. Water! Water!" shrieked Mrs. Dymond, thoroughly taken in by the ruse, and, for once in a way, genuinely alarmed about her husband. Mr. Dymond took good care not to come round too hurriedly, and while Mrs. Dymond was chafing his temples with eau de cologne from Mrs. Duveen's scent bottle, he listened complacently to the sympathetic remarks evoked by his indisposition, which everybody ascribed to an emotion at once natural and becoming. It was only when Uncle Bram urged that a doctor should be sent for that Mr. Dymond pretended to revive. As for a speech, who would expect such a thing from a man obviously returning from the verge of his grave? Mrs. Dymond, too, was not displeased. True, the speech was a pity, but Mrs. Duveen's attentions had been most flattering, and inquiries, whether personal or by letter, after Mr. Dymond's health, could no doubt be turned into a peg for closer relations. On their return to the drawing-room, Mrs. Duveen, with Dulcie on her arm, chanced for an instant against Lou. "You know Phil is leaving for Cambridge the day after tomorrow," Mrs. Duveen said to him, "and it's only right we should give him a send-off. Quite private, I mean. Will you come up tomorrow night? I asked your mother, and she said she would leave it to you." Lou did not reply immediately. Involuntarily his glance fell on Dulcie's face. Her eyes were already resting on his, silently but unmistakably seconding the invitation. "Thank you, Mrs. Duveen. I shall be very glad to come," he said. But somebody else seemed to be replying instead of him. Uncle Bram was looking solicitously at his watch. "I hope he'll find his way here," he said to Mrs. Duveen. Mrs. Dymond overheard the remark, and at once hurried off to renew her instructions to Mrs. Saffron. At the same time she started a series of vigorous ahems, as though to try to get rid of any possible obstruction in her larynx. The substantial supper had done its work, and everybody was in excellent humour. Messrs. Prager and Tannenbaum cast coveting glances at the card table, which stood ignominiously thrust away into a corner, but out of deference to the distinguished guests they gloved their itching fingers with patience. "I don't suppose they'll stay much longer," they consoled each other. But it was close on midnight before Mrs. Dymond, who had kept up incessant watch, saw Mrs. Saffron poke her head through the door and nod 3 times significantly. Mrs. Dymond gave another and final ahem that might have passed as an attention on any parade ground, ere she came out with, "Mrs. Duveen, your carriage is waiting for you downstairs." The effect was electric. In the rush to the windows, 6 chairs were overturned, and Mrs. Tannenbaum nearly pushed out one of the panes with her nose in her eagerness to get a better view. Yes, there it was, right enough. The carriage and pair with the liveried coachman on the box seat. The commotion did more than the lateness of the hour in making the Duveen party whittle its farewells down to the narrowest margin of politeness. Mrs. Dymond's eyes, as she stood waiting at the door to pilot them down, nearly set the room on fire with their blaze of triumph. "Tomorrow night, then," said Mrs. Duveen, pressing Lou's hand, and again Dulcie looked corroboration. "You will come again soon, won't you?" Mrs. Dymond was heard to shriek from the street. "And remember me kindly to your cousin Lady Simonson." The carriage rolled off, and Mrs. Dymond remained watching it to the bend of the street. As she made her way up the staircase, the steps of which had become metamorphosed into india rubber, the rapid beat of her heart was the thump of the hammer nailing together the bridge which would eventually span the gulf between her and the aristocracy of England. Mrs. Tannenbaum and Mrs. Prager, meantime, while awaiting her return upstairs, were relieving an impotent jealousy by an exchange of comments heavily saturated with a flavour of sour grapes. "Yes, he's very nice, is Lou," summed up Effie, blowing out the nightlight. "But he doesn't talk. I couldn't get a word out of him." "Couldn't you?" yawned Dulcie, nestling more cosily into her pillow. No doubt it was wrong, awfully wrong, but for all that she was very glad that Effie had not been able to get a word out of Lou. She herself had got several, quite a dozen or more. End of Chapter 18, Part 2. Chapter 19 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 19. The next day distinguished itself for Lou by a certain dragginess that was peculiarly its own. Everything had an element of length. The way up to the stock room was twice as long as usual. The change took longer in counting out. People spoke with irritating slowness. He asked old Christopher if he noticed it as well. "Can't say I do," replied Christopher from the birthday armchair where he had now taken to spending most of his time. "But when you've been out late on the spree, it's no wonder things feel a bit leaden next morning." "I dessay you're right," said Lou. As a matter of fact, he had neither exerted himself very violently to extract enjoyment from the diamond festivity, nor had he left late, scarcely 2 minutes after the Duvines. But he accepted Christopher's explanation, thinking it as good as any he cared to formulate for himself. "Suppose you let me help you a bit. Perhaps things'll go quicker then," suggested Christopher. "I'll do nothing of the sort," was Lou's severe reply. "You work as hard as you can at taking it easy." "You never will let me put a hand to anything now," grumbled old Christopher, but only very softly. "You've got to consider yourself invalided. You know yourself invalids aren't permitted at the front, so hurry up and get strong again." "I'm hurrying as fast as I can, Lou boy, but just as I've made an inch of headway that cough of mine gives a tug and pulls me back again." "That's exactly why you should keep quiet and pretend it's having all its own way, and one fine day, thinking it's finished you up altogether, it'll march itself off, and then you and I will have the laugh of it, see?" Christopher nodded feebly. He did everything feebly now. He was not even strong enough to notice the child's language in which Lou had thought it fit to converse with him for the last week or two. It had given Lou a tremendous shock, the first time Christopher had answered some simple question of his by a look of blank incomprehension. A feeling of unutterable sadness had stolen over him at the knowledge that the firm of Donaldson and Lipcott now counted one sleeping partner, the nature and degree of whose sleeping, Lou recoiled from the thought, might at any moment turn out to be something else than what the business idiom implied. At first, too, Lou had felt a little frightened at the prospect of sole responsibility devolving on him, at having to be the umpire of his own initiative, unqualified by reference to Christopher's sage advice. But Christopher's days of wisdom were irrevocably over. But then Lou took heart again as he remembered that with each step forward the business had made, so in proportion had his capacities for coping with it increased. And the danger he apprehended was rather that they would grow out of proportion and chafe against the narrowness of their scope. The chief discomfort of it was the physical strain to which he was put. What, however, made him struggle on alone was the consideration that Christopher would look on the suggestion of keeping a shop boy or clerk not as a necessity for the prosperity of the concern, but as an additional sign of his own uselessness. And Lou was determined to work his arms and legs out of joint sooner than give that kindly, old, pain-riven heart a final pang. And that being so, he once more fell to wondering why, with two men's work on his hands, the day should count twice the ordinary number of minutes to the hour. He heaved a deep sigh of relief when he saw the clock pointing to 7. Quietly he put up the shutters without giving Christopher any reason for closing an hour earlier. For one thing, it was unnecessary, for Christopher now never took it into his head to ask what the time was. It was quite obvious that he had done with such a thing as time and its difficult and artificial subdivisions. When Lou came home, he found his mother already in her state dress, the one she had worn last evening at the Diamonds. "Won't we be late? It's such a long way, you know," she said anxiously. "We shall be early enough," replied Lou, a little pettishly perhaps. But despite his assurance he made such a hurried supper that the greater part of it remained behind on his plate. He went up to his own room at leisurely pace, but once he had shut the door he broke into a frantic haste which resulted in half the desired speed. Of course the frisky collar stud had to have its little game of hide and seek, and when it was finally captured, Lou thought unkind things of the laundry people for starching the buttonholes into such obstinacy. And then when he came down he found to his surprise that instead of an hour as he imagined, the whole proceedings had not taken him 20 minutes. "Lou, I feel a trifle nervous. Do you?" laughed Mrs. Lipcott, just as they got out into the open. "Nonsense, mother," replied Lou. Then he stopped abruptly. "I must run in again for a minute. I've forgotten something. My handkerchief." He left his mother waiting outside and hurried back to his room. In the first place he exchanged the handkerchief he had put in his pocket before for another one, by which he compromised with his conscience for having put his mother off with a pretext. Then he unlocked the little drawer in which he kept his bank book and extracted from it an envelope. This last contained, as he assured himself by a cursory inspection, a scrap of manuscript, the writing of which showed the faintness of age. It was indeed the first communication he had ever received by post. What prompted him to take it with him now, when he was going to see the writer of it, was to himself a mystery. "I wonder which turning it is," said Lou as they came out of the station. "The third on the right," answered Mrs. Lipcott, very pat. "Is it? How do you know?" "I think I remember Phil saying so," replied his mother, though with a curious embarrassment which did not escape Lou. "You're right about the turning. Now, how about finding the number?" said Lou. His difficulty was due to the fact that the houses stood far back, fringed in front by a long stretch of garden. "It's the 5th house on the other side," said Mrs. Lipcott. Did Phil tell you?" "No, yes," vacillated Mrs. Lipcott. "You've been here before, mother," said Lou, turning on her quickly. "Yes, Lou," admitted Mrs. Lipcott, recovering herself. "I've been here before 4 times, I believe, but I never went inside." "Well, then, what made you come here at all?" "Lou, can't you understand?" Lou thought a moment or two, and then nodded assent silently. "I couldn't help it," said Mrs. Lipcott deprecatingly. "Sometimes the thought of him grew too strong for me, and then I came up here after it was dark and stood outside just to feel him near me, even if—" "Where's the need of explaining, mother?" interrupted Lou. "I told you I understood." "Thank you, Lou," said Mrs. Lipcott. They found Mrs. Devine, Dulcie and Phil seated on the window terrace, the evening was very fine, waiting for them. A vote between the sitting room and a little more of the terrace was easily carried in favour of the latter. "If you're not too tired we might take a stroll through the grounds, Lou," said Phil presently. "Dulcie, you will come too, eh?" Dulcie's ready acceptance of the suggestion hardly left Lou the choice of a refusal, even if he had felt inclined to refuse, which he did not. He could not quite make it out. The phenomenon disconcerted him somewhat. The moment Dulcie had touched his hand in welcome, the impatience which had haunted him all day had lifted as though by magic. Perhaps now he was going to find out what it all meant. Without a word Mrs. Devine watched the trio down the gate walk. Then she moved her chair close to Mrs. Lipcott's. "I am very glad we have an opportunity for 5 minutes' quiet talk," she said, sinking her voice rather unnecessarily, because the others were far out of earshot. "I'd hardly hoped we should get it so easily, and I was already casting about for a stratagem." "What, is it anything so very special you have to say?" smiled Mrs. Lipcott. "Yes, very special," said Mrs. Devine, evidently much in earnest. "It's nothing less than to ask your forgiveness." "My forgiveness?" "I did you a great wrong in taking your son away from you. Still, that is so long ago that I may fairly claim that time has made good my trespass. The wrong I want you to forgive I committed only a few days back." "Why, surely, you really don't mean... I don't understand you," faltered Mrs. Lipcott helplessly. "You will soon," said Mrs. Devine, her hand closing very tightly over that of her listener. "Mrs. Lipcott, the truth is that a few days ago I robbed you of your son a second time. No, listen. The night Phil returned from Cambridge, he told me he had made up his mind to go back to you. He said, not in so many words, that he had eaten the bread of charity long enough, that his relationship to me was undermining his sense of manliness. It may have been that, but no doubt it was a good deal more. It was blood calling to blood. The old ties were asserting themselves again. He wanted his mother, his real mother, not the imitation one I have been to him. No, please let me talk. What did I do? I was false to the spirit of true womanhood and combated his natural honourable feelings by every wile and guile I could think of, and I succeeded in chaining him down again. For the time being I felt myself justified in using any measures, no matter to whom I might be dealing hurt and heartache. I was jealous, insensately jealous. But, thank God, I have come back to my right mind. I want to get even with my conscience. I want to get even with you, my dear friend." "I did not know he was coming back. I never expected it," murmured Mrs. Lipcott, half to herself. "That only makes my offence greater," said Mrs. Devine eagerly. "I was taking an unfair advantage. If you had known that his intention was such, you would have done your best to strengthen it, and made it hold out against all the trickery I mustered up. And now I want you to show me your forgiveness by taking him back. I dare not tell him of the conclusion I have come to. It would puzzle him or make him think I was playing fast and loose with him, and he will hate me. You can easily set right my blunder. Just say to him, 'Phil, come,' and he will come." Mrs. Lipcott felt the slight figure next to her quiver from head to foot. "But you want to keep him yourself," she said. "No, I don't want to keep him," cried Mrs. Devine. "I want to be able to look you and everybody else in the face." Mrs. Lipcott was silent. Gradually, as though by the growing force of contact, she felt a shiver tingle down her back. But no, it was not that. She had ample cause of her own for trembling. She had been set face to face with an unexpected temptation, and she did not know how she would come through it. It was a terrible thing to have her heart's desire placed within easy reach of her, and to feel that before she might snatch at it, she must hustle her conscience to one side. To have Phil back again? Her head whirled. To have him back for good and all, and to be done with the agony of empty longing which had hounded her forth on the cold winter nights, haply to get a glimpse of him and assure herself that she really did have a son, Phil, whom she had handed over of her own free will to another woman. And here was this other woman pretending that she was eager to restore him, and pretending very badly, for with every syllable of hers she cried out in protest against being taken at her word. The question that put itself to Mrs. Lipcott was, which of the two was more fit for making sacrifice? Which of the two was more cunning in the art of resignation? And undoubtedly the answer to that question was herself. "Well then, in God's name—" "No, Mrs. Devine," she said tremulously. "You blame yourself too much. You were right in doing your best to keep him with you. You have earned him. Don't try to justify me in spite of myself, Mrs. Lipcott. The only favour you can do me is to accept my apology, and to tell Phil that we have talked the matter over, and we have come to see that—" "But we have not talked the matter over," said Mrs. Lipcott. "Well then, I must go through my confession again," replied Mrs. Devine, a little wearily. "No, what I mean is that you have put your side of the case. I have said nothing yet." "But there is no need for it, my dear. What is the use of putting your side? I admit everything beforehand." "In that case, Mrs. Devine, Phil stays with you." "Stays with me? Well then, in heaven's name, what are you going to say?" Mrs. Lipcott set her teeth firmly before replying. Somehow it steadied her voice. "Only that I too have a conscience, and that my conscience tells me that your claims to him are quite as great as mine, and that's why it is better things should keep as they are. After all, it was surely nothing but a boy's fancy." "Do you really think it was nothing else?" asked Mrs. Devine wistfully. "I'm certain of it," said Mrs. Lipcott, with a silent thanksgiving that she was convinced of the contrary. "Even if it was," mused Mrs. Devine, "I can't understand a mother being so strong." "All Jewish mothers are strong," said Mrs. Lipcott. "You too. although you may not know it yourself. I think we all learned the lesson from Hannah. You know whom I mean, the one who saw all her 7 sons mangled to death, one after another, and helped them to die painlessly by smiling on them all the time. I've read her story over and over again, but thank God, mine is a very different one to hers. In the sadness of it only, in the heroism you rank equal, said Mrs. Devine very softly. Whether Mrs. Lipcott did not quite catch the remark, or whether she desired to clinch the matter so as to cut off all retreat for herself, at any rate her voice was quite matter-of-fact as she said, "So that is settled?" "No, not quite settled," replied Mrs. Devine chokingly. "Something else remains to be done." She took Mrs. Lipcott's hands in her own and pressed them convulsively as she peered hard through the gloom into the dim outlines of the face before her. Then, with a gasp that was more of a sob, she whispered, "Dinah." Mrs. Lipcott understood at once. "Rose," she whispered back. With that the two were in each other's arms, sealing their compact of sisterhood in the time-honoured fashion which women have. From along the gate walk had come at intervals the sound of merry laughter. Dulcie's fresh and silvery, Phil's full and sonorous, both punctuated occasionally by a kind of good-humoured grunt which could only belong to Lou. They were indulging in reminiscences of last night, and Mrs. Nyman would no doubt have been considerably chagrined had she known that the humorous side was uppermost. "Pity Effie isn't down with us," said Phil tentatively. "Won't you go and call her, Dulcie?" "If I do, I'll have to do it through a keyhole because the door's locked. You know she won't be interrupted when she's practising." "Well then, let's go into the garden," suggested Phil as an alternative. "But it's so dark there, we won't be able to see anything," objected Dulcie. "More fun than that, having to feel our way," laughed Phil. "And suppose I bang my head against the arbour," said Dulcie merrily. "So much the worse for the arbour," teased Phil. A "wretch" and a slap from Dulcie were the punishment of the offender. "This way," said Phil, "and let's keep close together. I do hope we won't get mixed up in this Egypt." "I'm going to hold tight to you, Phil," said Dulcie. "We're mixed up already," said Lou. "You've got hold of my arm instead of Phil's." "Oh," said Dulcie, letting go hastily. "Don't you think mine will do instead, though?" asked Lou in a tone he hoped sounded facetious. Dulcie was about to be agitated by qualms of propriety, but she quickly repented. "Why, Phil's brother." "But you must promise not to lose me," she said. Lou, however, forgot to promise, because he was much too busy enjoying the contact of her arm. He was also in a forgetful mood tonight. The darkness, or whatever else it was, seemed to have washed from his mind all the things of which he as a rule was most painfully conscious. His anxiety about Christopher, the worries of the business, the fatigue of the day's toiling. But chiefly he had forgotten himself. The Lou he used to know, whose soul was nothing but an impatient straining toward the goal his resolution had set up for him immovably, was hardly recognizable in this other Lou, who ambled airily, irresponsibly, through a mystic fairyland, not knowing where the path led to, not caring whether it led to anywhere. But he more than suspected who the guide was that led him such devious ways. Indeed, it was the only certainty he possessed at present. To him, Phil's jesting admonition about not getting mixed up was a warning to be taken seriously. So he knew he would untangle himself sooner or later. But Oh, how he wished it might be later. Inch by inch almost they crept forward along one of the side walks, keeping close to the wall. "Oh, Phil!" cried Dulcie suddenly. "I think I've trodden something dead, a mimosa, I believe." "Have you? Never mind, we shan't prosecute you for murder," said Phil dryly. Dulcie expressed her indignation at his callousness by addressing Lou. "If you had sniggered just then, I wouldn't have let you hold my arm another second." Lou said nothing, but felt very glad of having just then communed with himself so earnestly as not to have overheard Phil's attempt at wit. A yard or two further on there was another exclamation from Dulcie. "What's the matter now?" asked Phil unsympathetically. "I've got my hair caught in a creeper. Oh, wait a bit. There, I'm loose again." "That's right. Pretend to be Absalom," chuckled Phil. "I believe he was left hanging to his tree for killing mimosas. What do you say, Lou?" "I'm going back," said Dulcie, ruffled as to her temper as well as her hair. "No, you won't," said Phil sternly. "We're going to make the round of this garden if we all hang for it." After a little demur, which was obviously artificial, Dulcie consented to proceed. "I say, Lou, we'd have given something for this place in the old days, eh?" "What sort for playing Red Indians?" asked Phil. "Yes, it seems grand for prowling," replied Lou. "Oh, yes, a fine lot of prowling you'll have done here," said Dulcie scornfully. "If old Rackham, that's our gardener, had caught you at it, he'd have scalped you with his pruning knife." Phil had stopped, more by the sound of his movements than by sight, for the night, though calm and clear, was very dark. They perceived he was reconnoitring. "What are you going to do?" asked Dulcie. "Find out where we are. Do you know?" "We've passed the arbour." "Without knocking it over, luckily," interjected Phil. "And ought to be somewhere near the shrubbery." "I happen to think otherwise, Dulcie. I've got a horrible suspicion we've got into the chrysanthemums." "There, what did I say? I told you not to go off the path. Mother'll be awfully angry if we do any damage to them." "I must admit the chrysanthemums are rather a weak spot with her," said Phil soberly. "What's to be done?" asked Lou. "Perhaps if we wait a bit the moon will come out," hazarded Dulcie. "Nonsense," said Phil. "There won't be any moon tonight. You keep here while I trail back cautiously and fetch a lantern." The other two listened to the sound of his retreating footsteps as far as their ears could follow them. "This is a tremendously big garden, you know," said Dulcie at last, "and the dark makes it look twice as big." "Don't you feel frightened?" asked Lou. "What should I be frightened about?" answered Dulcie, astonished. "Oh, nothing, only it's so dark, you see," faltered Lou. "I know what you mean," said Dulcie after a pause. "You mean stopping here with you." "And considering I'm little more than a stranger," added Lou. "Not so much as you think," came from Dulcie, almost involuntarily. "Not so much as I think," echoed Lou. "I'm going to tell you the truth now," said Dulcie resolutely. "It's easier in the dark. If it was always dark, I think people wouldn't tell each other lies. Do you remember I pretended last night I didn't know how long it was since we met last?" "I didn't know you were only pretending," said Lou, his heart in his mouth. "I did. I knew exactly how long it was, and I was very angry that it was so long. Did Phil never give you any messages?" "He gave me several, only I thought he made 'em up himself." "No, they came from me right enough. That shows I thought about you sometimes, doesn't it?" Lou nodded, forgetting that the gesture was an absurdity under the circumstances. "Doesn't it?" insisted Dulcie. Yes. Oh, I'm going to tell you everything, went on Dulcie recklessly. I want to make up for playing the fraud last night. Sometimes, well, more than sometimes, I wondered what was going to become of you. Once or twice I had an idea you might turn out bad. You never can tell with boys, you know. But that was only once or twice. Mostly I felt very hopeful about you. Well, so when I saw you yesterday, I felt at once that you had turned out as I had always pictured to myself you would. That's what I mean by saying you aren't such a stranger to me. While I feel as if I had seen you and talked to you every day all these years. The logic of Dulcie's explanation was perfectly obvious to Lou's understanding, and from his understanding it passed on to his heart, which seemed to be its real destination, judging from the way it made itself at home there. "I'm so glad you hope the best for me," he said humbly, gratefully. "Are you? Why?" "Because your hoping perhaps helped me a little towards it. Yes, I do think sometimes hoping is nearly as good as praying," mused Dulcie. "But I'm not going to leave all the truth-telling to you," went on Lou. "What? Have you been pretending as well?" "In a sort of way. I knew those messages came from you." "And that's why you took no notice of them?" "I refused to come because I wasn't fit to come. I was clumsy and awkward. I don't know how to wear my clothes properly. I spoke badly. I wasn't your equal. And I was terribly afraid you would find it out and get disappointed with me and give me the go-by altogether. I dare say you would have treated me very politely and not have laughed till my back was turned, and perhaps after a while you might have tolerated me. But I don't care for the idea of being tolerated. Oh, yes, I've wanted to come ever so much, but the risk was too great." "You mean to say it wasn't mother you minded, or Uncle Bram? Only me?" "Only you." "What a pity," said Dulcie regretfully. "What is?" "That you didn't explain it all to me long ago. If you had, I could easily have taken care not to get disappointed with you, and have made proper allowances for things. Look what a terrible lot of friendship we have wasted all these years. It's sinful." "Couldn't we make up for it now by being friends all the harder?" suggested Lou. "Will you do your share of it, though?" Lou was silent, casting about for some empathetic rejoinder to assert his willingness. Unconsciously almost, his hand slipped into his pocket, where reposed the scrap of paper she had sent him long ago, and which he had treasured so assiduously. He had half pulled it out, intending to explain to her what part it might play as evidence, when a streak of light flashed toward them, and Phil sang out, "Ship ahoy there!" "Say you will," urged Dulcie, not understanding Lou's silence. "Yes, I will," said Lou quickly, thrusting the envelope back into his pocket. The opportunity had passed. Perhaps there might be another later on in the evening. Even if there was not, he had no cause to grumble. "Now then, you thieves, no larks! Where are you?" sang out Phil's voice again. "Here, where you left us," answered Dulcie. Together with the light streak came a burst of laughter, which showed Phil to be accompanied by Effie. 10 to 1 she's laughing at us. I suppose Phil's been telling her of our plight," said Lou good-humouredly. "We can afford to let her laugh, eh?" said Dulcie, and Lou replied with a heartfelt "Yes." "Cheer up, you wretched castaways! Help is coming," jeered Effie, and presently the relief party was upon them. "Good gracious, don't we all look handsome?" continued Effie, referring to the fact that the lantern, Phil's bicycle lamp, cast a thin trail of light on the ground while leaving their faces in total darkness. "Jingo, saved by an inch," said Phil, examining their relative position to the chrysanthemums. "Now for the retreat. Follow me closely, all of you. Ahem! I feel like Xenophon and his 10,000. "Phil, how can you talk shop under these distressing circumstances?" said Effie. Who, by the way, was this Mr. Xylophon? Phil's account of the famous Anabasis made the return journey seem unnecessarily short, unnecessarily for Lou at least, but he would not give way to the vague dissatisfaction at having soon to share with the world something which, in a few brief moments, he had come to regard as his own. The folly of it was obvious, and besides he noticed that, as soon as they got into the radius of the hall lamp, Dulcie's first glance was at him, and he was strangely comforted. Mrs. Devine and Mrs. Lipcott were just going within. The electroliers inside were sending out a great flood of light through the 3 ground-floor windows. Lou took in with astonishment, a kind of dismay almost, the breadth and bulk of the house, which the enveloping gloom had previously shown up as a shadowy outline. Compared to it, his own dwelling off the Mile End Road was a mere child's toy. The feeling that came over him had in it nothing of envy. His dismay was changing to downright alarm. It made him catch his breath like one who was about to plunge into an unseen danger, and has been cautioned not a heartbeat too soon. The huge house lowered down upon him warningly. It put to flight certain imaginings of his, half-formed and inchoate, and yet leaving a void such as he would only expect from the effacing of his dearest and most familiar thought. And the worst of it was that he could not make up his mind whether his prevailing mood should be that of sadness or of anger. "Late Victorian with a dash of Gothic. I hope you like the style," said Phil at his elbow. Lou gave a start, but recovering himself immediately, forced a laugh. Then, at Phil's suggestion, he followed him up into the hall, and thence into the sitting-room with its broad glare of light. But though the brightness did not reassure Lou, it at any rate helped him to adjust his emotions. He knew now that the proper feeling under the circumstances was not sadness but anger at himself for an improvident fool who was coining counterfeit hopes and thinking therewith to bribe off a sure and immutable disappointment. However, having come to the conclusion that he was a prodigal fool, Lou, from notions of self-respect, refused to add to his folly and prodigality by wasting the pleasure of the moment. For indeed they made a merry company, and Uncle Bram's arrival shortly afterwards did certainly not detract from the animation of the proceedings. "I'm glad to have this chance of improving our acquaintance," said Uncle Bram on shaking hands with Lou. "I've heard such a lot about you." And Mr. Alexander, being despite his bodily bulk a man of prompt action, lost no time in taking stock of Lou. But he was exceedingly astonished at the keen grasp of affairs Lou displayed in his remarks, his knowledge of the questions of the day, his insights into matters commercial and economic. "How did you get to know all these things?" Mr. Alexander could not forbear asking at last. "Oh, I keep my eyes and ears open. I mean, I read the papers and attend a good many lectures," replied Lou, with a pleased smile at the implied compliment. He was all the more glad of the good impression he was producing upon Mr. Alexander, because he knew he was doing so almost in spite of himself. He by no means felt at his best. It cost him more than one great effort to prevent his mind and his eyes from wandering to where Dulcie, Phil and Effie were exercising their joint ingenuity over a new toy puzzle which Uncle Bram had brought with him from the city. Lou could have sold it in a twinkling. In fact, he had himself stocked the toy heavily. But he also knew that his anxiety to be with them did not arise entirely from a desire to show off his superiority in the matter. At last, however, Mr. Alexander thought himself in duty bound to transfer his attention to Mrs. Lipcott, and Lou obtained his release. After that, things went so rapidly that when Lou shot an apprehensive glance at the mantelpiece clock, he had an agreeable thrill of surprise at finding it only 10:30. As to doubting the bona fides of so solid and venerable a concern, Lou felt it would be nothing short of a positive insult, and so he refrained considerately from comparing it to his own timepiece. They need not leave for an hour. But an hour is an hour, even when it seems 10 minutes. And the London railway companies are run in accordance with chronometric and not emotional regulations. Punctually at 11:30, Lou signalled to his mother. "It's no use, Lou, there are no more trains tonight," said Phil, smiling at Mrs. Devine. Lou looked blank. "There's a train at 10:12. I inquired," he said. "So there is, but that went 3/4 of an hour ago. That clock's an hour slow. In fact, I moved it back myself," laughed Phil, delighted at the success of his ruse. "You see," explained Mrs. Devine apologetically, "Phil was so bent on making a long night of it, as he called it, and I had to promise him I wouldn't interfere with his wish." "I too was sworn to silence, or else I should have let my Waterbury speak," joined in Uncle Bram. "What's to be done, Lou?" asked Mrs. Lipcott. "We'll have a cab, mother," said Lou cheerfully. "No, you won't. You'll stay here overnight and see me to the station in the morning. That was the idea of the conspiracy," said Phil. "Mother can stay. I must be at the shop at 9, said Lou firmly. And so the arrangement stood. Mrs. Devine allowed another half-hour's grace, and then, with special reference to the two girls and the support of Mrs. Lipcott, she moved that the female contingent should adjourn to rest. "Call this a late night? A fraud, I call it!" cried Effie indignantly, while Dulcie looked dumb entreaty. But Mrs. Devine's ruling prevailed, as it always did in matters of household routine. Lou nodded in polite compliance to Mrs. Devine, who said something about now she'd broken the ice. He understood her to say that she wished him to come very often, but the actual words he only caught vaguely. That was because there rang in his ears and in his heart the echo of Dulcie's good night, to which she had added half timorously the word Lou. It came to him as a revelation how wonderfully soft and musical his name could be made to sound. "Now that you will have to cab it anyhow, you may as well stay on a bit," said Phil. "Yes, do," urged Uncle Bram, and Lou readily consented. He had an idea that, for the present, he was not fit company for himself. The talk at first was somewhat desultory, drifting lightly here and there, until, half at Uncle Bram's suggestion, Lou brought it to anchor with an account of his career to date. Uncle Bram followed him with unmistakable interest, as did Phil, to whom Lou's doings were always instinct with the zest of romance. No wonder, for to the student to whom books are the world, it is the realities of life that take the shape of fairy tales, and Phil's pride in his adventurous brother waxed boundlessly, although the latter's unusual communicativeness surprised him not a little. Lou could have explained it by a desire to stand well in the eyes of Dulcie's uncle, an explanation which would have sounded perfectly natural, but Lou himself might have felt considerably at a loss had he been asked to trace that desire back to its first beginnings. Uncle Bram seemed to have an inkling that he was being treated exceptionally, as his next words showed. "Thank you, Mr. Lipcott, for having made me your confidant. I feel honoured and delighted. I won't say that my belief in my brothers in faith has ever been materially shaken, but it is just as well that it should occasionally get a spoonful of tonic, and you have been as good as a whole bottle. You see, we oldsters have a long way to look back and only a little way to look forward, no further than to the rising generation. We haven't half as much time as we should like in which to do our duty to the future of our race. And that is why we are so pleased each time we get an assurance that at least our immediate successors will safeguard our traditions. Only the sceptic or the faint-heart will ask for more than that. As long as we are sure of you, we may, in the natural order of things, be sure of those who will, in their turn, take your places. And so link will follow link, until our destiny or God's purpose in us will have been accomplished." Uncle Bram's voice had sunk reverently. His last words might have been the cadence of a prayer. "I understand you, Mr. Alexander," said Lou, regarding him steadily. "You may wonder at the importance I attach to you," continued Mr. Alexander more briskly. "I have good reason for it. I am not often mistaken in my estimates, and I consider you have in you the markings of a worker of the most valuable sort, because you have lived what we others have but observed. We should be to you what the dilettante is to the professional. But don't hurry. Grow ripe at your leisure. You still have your own field to plough. In the meantime, do you know what I should like to do with you? I should like to bind you down by an affidavit, a moral one, of course, that when you hear the call within you or without, you will answer it and not give precedence to other interests. It is perhaps an impertinence of me. I shan't be offended at your saying so. To tell you the truth, Mr. Alexander, I don't want to be bound down to it," answered Lou. Mr. Alexander smiled. "I can guess the sense in which you want me to take that. I'm nothing but an old bungler for wishing to rob you of the credit of the initiative. Forgive and forget my mistake." Shortly afterwards the conference broke up. Uncle Bram retired to the bedroom which was ever at his disposal. Lou and Phil stood at the street door, clasping each other's hand firmly. For a minute neither spoke. "I'm not going to say good-bye, Lou," remarked Phil at last. "It's all right as a sentiment, but as a word it sounds too formidable." Lou nodded. "You mean we aren't really parting from one another?" "No, and never shall," said Phil. "You will be going your way and I mine, and I shall always feel as if I should only have to stretch out my arm in order to tap you on the shoulder." "And you may be sure that I shall stop and turn whatever may be my errand," replied Lou. "I'm glad it's you who are leaving the house and not I," smiled Phil. "What do you mean?" queried Lou, not catching his drift. "Don't you remember? It's the privilege of the one who stops behind to call after the outgoing one, 'The Lord bless you and preserve you,'" replied Phil, repeating the old formula in its Hebrew setting. "You've certainly got an unfair advantage, but I'll be even with you one of these days," smiled Lou. And with that he went. A few yards down the road he was hailed from a passing hansom with the customary "Cab, sir?" Lou answered with a ringing "No, thanks," and hurried on. The idea of riding, when he had so much to walk out of himself! He felt much more inclined to take 2 cabs and run between, which he and his mates used to advise each other in the old days was a healthy way of getting home from anywhere. The sky had preserved the same hue of solid inkiness which had necessitated the halt at the Chrysanthemums. Lou was halting there once more. He was again listening to Dulcie's offer of friendship. Now he could puzzle it out at his convenience. He knew what friendship meant. Christopher had taught him that. But the sober, reasoning attachment that drew him to the old man contained nothing of the responsiveness wherewith he strained towards this girl-woman. That was instinct with an involuntary yearning for affinity, which he could not explain by any rule or rote of argument, which robbed him of all the self-knowledge to which he had so laboriously attained. What was going to be its development? This was what he must make up his mind on, and quickly. He could not say he had nothing to guide him. There was the warning that had been borne in upon him at the sight of the great house, the warning corroborated by his wondering survey of the grand appointed chamber, which had awed him the whole evening with its air of quiet, unconscious magnificence. The couch whereupon he had sat had forced upon him comparison with the hard-ribbed, horse-haired sofa in his own home, the sofa which was intended for the crowning glory of the newly acquired furniture, and which now was the first support that gave way in the fabric of his pride. There had grown up in him a sense of difference, of distance. He felt that in having got rid of his awkwardness in speech and manner, he had done but the least part to set him on a plane with the girl who wanted his friendship. So then there he must stop. It was madness to think further, to feel further. He must husband the energy of heart he was willing to lavish, and add it instead to his muscle, his brain. He must forge ahead till the difference was bridged, until the distance lay behind, until... He had got eastward of the bank. Past him lumbered heavy drays, drawn by patient way-shore horses, while the drivers huddled snoring on their box seats. They were bringing the produce of the fields to be devoured by the dwellers of the town. Ah, what a hungry, ravenous city it was! God help the one that got into its clutches and did not prove too tough a morsel for its maw. Lou almost laughed. It would find him tough enough. It would break its teeth on him. Lou Lipcott was no vegetable marrow. A little way on he passed the East End meat market. Dozens of men were already hard at work loading the carcasses of sheep and bullocks onto the hurdle wagons that were to distribute them to the dealers. Lou could distinguish between the beasts that had been pole-axed and those which had been killed according to the Mosaic rite. The former had about them a look of uncanny starkness, symbolic of the rebellious spirit in which they had submitted to their fate. The latter, Lou felt conscious of the curiousness of his fancy, showed calm and resigned in their death. Lou remembered reading about the furious controversies which, especially on the Continent, raged concerning the merits and demerits of the Mosaic method. It seemed to him that his observation might almost constitute a serious contribution to the question. On and on he strode. Near the great assembly hall, where his brethren were wont to worship in their thousands on the high festivals, he met a group of wedding guests trudging wearily home, the men limp and wan, the women white-shawled, looking like so many ghosts in the gathering dawn. Ghosts. Lou drew himself up, taut, as though in protest against the suggestion. His life contained no spectres. It was all morning. the essence of daylight. It flashed through his soul the radiance of hope. It undulated in his pulses with billows of youth and strength. His heart cried out lustily. The future was his, and the future held everything. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, Part 1 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 20, Part 1. "This is Thursday, ain't it, Lou?" inquired old Christopher towards the evening of the next day but one. "Quite right," replied Lou joyfully, for Christopher's question betokened a more accurate count of time than he had been capable of lately, and hence a return towards a normal condition. But Lou was speedily disillusioned. "How do you think I know?" went on Christopher with a cunning smile. "How do you think I know?" He dived into his pocket and fetched out a stick, some 3 inches in length, notched at intervals. "Now look here, Lou. I know there's 7 days to the week. Every morning I cut a notch into this here stick of wood, and when there's 7 notches, then it's Thursday again. Now you can guess why I want it to be Thursday." Of course Lou could guess. According to an arrangement which was almost a contract, and dated back to the very commencement of their partnership, Lou and Christopher spent their Thursday evenings together. Before the old man's breakdown, this had, as a rule, meant a visit to one of the East End theatres, with Christopher defraying all expenses. But now they took it quietly, chatting away in the workshop parlour till 11 or even later. For Lou tried to delay as long as possible the wistful look Christopher gave him at parting, and which sometimes haunted him throughout the night. It came back to him now. "It's no use, Christopher," he said almost sternly. "You'll have to give in and live at home with us." "No," said Christopher, with the stubbornness of old age. "Not yet, at least. I'd be making a bad bargain over the deal. You see, here I've got you with me the whole day. Suppose I was living at your place. I'd only be with you an hour or 2 of an evening, and perhaps not that, because it'll be poor fun for an able-bodied chap to mope along of a tumble-down old carcass like me. And for another thing," he went on, forestalling Lou's remonstrance, "I've somehow got an idea as once I leave this here shop, I'll never set foot in it again. And this here shop, you must know, is the oldest pal I've got, seeing as it's grown old along of me. And that would finish me off quicker nor everything." Lou did not have the heart to press his point, because the old man evidently meant what he said. "I want to ask you something," began Christopher, as Lou came in after putting up the shutters outside, and proceeded straightway to set the kettle on the hob. "Are you good at telling dreams?" "Can't say I ever went in for the thing," replied Lou. "Do you know why? Because of late I've taken to dreaming of old Sid Mitchell." "Well, you couldn't dream of anybody better while you're at it," remarked Lou busily. "I dare say I couldn't, but—" Christopher shook his head disapprovingly. "He's getting a bit of a nuisance, is Solly Myers. There he comes at nights,
and sits by the side of me bed telling me yarns about the old times when we laid under canvas together, holding on to the tent pegs for fear the wind should whisk it off. Well, and what's the upshot of that? Last night, when he didn't turn up as usual, I goes out to find him all the way to Kingdom Come, and there he stands at the door and says, 'Crikey,' says he, 'you're late. I thought you'd deserted.' 'We?' says I. 'Yes,' says he. 'The whole company's up here, captain and all, only he's a general now. Hurry up, we're just going to fall in. There goes the bugle, d'ye hear?' And just then I catches a sound more like drumming than tootling, and same time I feels icy cold all over, and a hand chokes me by the throat, and then I wakes up and finds myself standing in the fender with the fire tongs across my toes." A terrible burst of coughing stopped Christopher's narrative, which had dragged itself thus far with many a break and jerk and gasp. Quickly Lou held up the glass, for which the palsied old hand was blindly fumbling. "If you say another word tonight, I'll go straight home," he threatened when the attack was over. "I'm all right now, Lou," replied Christopher. "It never comes on but once of a night, and the talking don't hurt. I sits here jabbering to myself like a monkey the whole evening, whether or no." Lou did not reply, partly to set Christopher a good example, and partly because that moment the resolution, which had been ripening in his mind all day, attained full growth. He, however, decided on not imparting it to Christopher till the morrow. The old man seemed right. His complaint had had its way, and for the time being, it appeared, was content to rest on its laurels. Christopher appreciated the relief, and lay back in his chair smiling almost happily on Lou. "I'm going to read you the paper," said the latter. "There's trouble again on the Indian frontier." Christopher acquiesced eagerly, and Lou set to work on the penny paper, which he purchased unfailingly every morning on his way to the shop. It made him feel every inch a city man. Steadily he read on, until, casting a casual glance at Christopher, he saw him leaning back with eyes closed. Lou continued, sinking his voice by degree so as not to come to an abrupt stop, which might have startled the old man. But Christopher was not dozing, and divining Lou's intent, sat up quite wide awake. "No, no," he said, half in protest, half in apology. "I was only thinking about something else." "I dare say you've had enough of this," smiled Lou, folding up his paper. "But mind, no speeches." "Well, I don't know exactly how many words it'll take me to say it in, but I'll cut it short to please you, and perhaps I oughtn't to mention it at all." "Why not?" "Because it's something about your people." "Then out with it, by all means," said Lou jauntily. "We invite criticism, you know." "Seems to me," said Christopher slowly, "you're jolly well stocked with most things, you Hebrew folk, but you're very short in one." "And that is?" "Sol Myers's, by your leave." Lou paused in the act of giving his paper a final smooth, and looked intently at Christopher. "Very short indeed," repeated the latter. "My idea would be to keep a few of 'em, say 100,000 or so, stored up ready to send out in a brace of shakes, just wherever one of you are getting jumped on. If that don't stop the jumping on, I don't know what will."
Lou smiled indulgently at Christopher's fancy.
"It's very good of you to trouble about us," he said, "but you don't quite understand the situation."
Christopher looked disappointed.
"So you don't think it would work?" he asked. "Not exactly the way you mean," replied Lou soberly, "but there's a good deal in what you say all the same." "I thought I wasn't drivelling. You know, Lou, I'm feeling clear in the head to-night. Something wonderful." And Christopher burst into a hoarse laugh, the sound of which did not at all accord with his vaulted clear-headedness. It set Lou trembling. "What's the joke now?" he asked, outwardly calm. "Thinking of how the boys thought Sid Mitchell a bit of a wizard. All along of the way he ferreted out the liquor for 'em. That was one of the things he reminded me of the night before last." "Ferreted out the liquor? Where? When?"
Christopher gave a few more gurgles, and he proceeded.
"We'd been tramping it through the snow all day, being quartered at night, me and him and 6 more of us, in a little dram shop. But hanged if we could find dram or drop of anything but empty bottles. And we wanted a drink, you bet. Jingo, how we wanted a drink. And each time one of us went near to ask her, she snarled and clawed at us."
"Who did?"
"Why, didn't I tell you?" said Christopher fretfully. "She'd been left behind all alone by mistake like. Couldn't have been more than 16, and a regular wildcat spitfire. The prettiest thing in petticoats I'd seen since we left Plymouth Harbour. Says Sid Mitchell, 'Boys, give me fighting room.' And bless me, 10 minutes after, the grog was steaming our noses off."
"Did he tell you how he managed it?" queried Lou eagerly.
"That he did. It all came out with the rest of him that night before Inkerman. Seemingly he spotted by the looks of her that she was one of his own lot, and he ups and talks to her in her own lingo, and kids her that we was sent specially to take all the Jews to Palestine, and that he was King Solomon come to life again, and if she'd show him where they'd hidden the stuff, he'd make her his queen as soon as he had a little spare time. No wonder they made him out a wizard."
The broad grin on Christopher's face changed to an agonized look, and he wildly clutched the ledges of his chair. So he remained a full minute, with Lou staring at him helplessly, and then the spasm was over. But Christopher took the hint.
"I think I'll turn in early for once," he said bravely, "and since you're here you might as well give me a hand up."
When Lou came out of the bedroom, he pretended to obey Christopher's strict injunction to go straight home, by descending and slamming the shop door from the inside. Then, taking off his boots, he crept up the staircase and sat on the top step, keeping his sick watch. Quarter after quarter chimed from the neighbouring church clock, until at 1:30 Lou could no longer master the thought of his mother's probable anxiety. The breathing from the other side came heavy, yet measured and regular. Lou deemed he could safely leave his post. After all, in another few hours he could dispose of this terrible responsibility. Inch by inch he stole down and let himself out noiselessly. The next morning he was early at the shop, and not alone. Mrs. Lipcott came with him. As Lou turned the key in the door, his lips framed into a smile at the jest wherewith he intended to greet the invalid. "Christopher,
My mother's downstairs to kidnap you." But it was with no smile that he came bounding down again. "Mother, there's a doctor 10 doors up on the other side," he gasped. "You go, I'll see to him upstairs," said Mrs. Lipcott. But Lou pushed her out without another word. If he went, it might save 10 seconds, but the spectacle upstairs was not fit for a woman. Even the doctor thought so as he locked the bedroom door on himself and Lou. Christopher died hard. It took him the greater part of the forenoon to struggle through the valley of the shadow, until the light from beyond came to meet him and woke his numbed brain into a last flicker of thought. He smiled wanly as he caught sight of Lou standing close to the bed with hard-set face. "In at the death, eh, Lou?" he whispered. "Now then, while there's time, I've got a favour to ask you. I want you to let this here shop die with me. That'll sort of give me a pal on the journey, but what's more, it's your own good I'm thinking of. You'll know what I mean. Thank you, Lou, for... Hello, what's this? Reveille already? Sid boy, hurry up with that there clay pipe. Hurry, hurry!" And by an irony of fate, Christopher Donaldson, who had always taken life leisurely, died with the word of haste on his lips. End of chapter 20, part 1. Chapter 20, part 2 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 20, part 2. Never had the loneliness which had been the old man's portion stood out so glaringly when it came to paying him the last honours on earth. Lou found there was absolutely no one to share with him the morning coach in which he followed the hearse to the suburban Presbyterian cemetery, where Christopher had, some 10 years ago, purchased the grave, on the strength of which he used jestingly to call himself a landed proprietor. Mrs. Lipcott had not offered to take part in the funeral, because it is contrary to the practice of her co-religionists to admit the presence of women at burial ceremonies, and Lou had not insisted on her company, because his solitariness came to him as an unspeakable relief. For once he could afford himself the luxury of giving vent to the promptings of his innermost heart. It made him feel singularly grateful to find that he had not outgrown that greatest privilege of childhood, the privilege of tears. And indeed, as he huddled back into the furthermost corner of the coach, his hands to his face, he wondered if ever again he would imagine himself so vividly that little knickerbockered lad who had followed his father on the same errand. God, how long ago it all seemed! By the time the little cemetery chapel was reached, Lou had drilled himself back into something like his usual demeanour. Reverently he listened to the unfamiliar text of the burial service, the officiating clergyman droning out the sentences with the apathy of stale habit, had no idea of the inspiriting object lesson by which he might have enriched his soul, had he known or cared. There stood the Jew, heartbroken and desolate at the bier of his friend, the Gentile, as though the history of mankind were unsullied by the red hand of race-hatred, by the internecine warfare of creeds, giving earnest by mean and lowly example that the primordial instincts of man would yet assert themselves and tread under heel the artificial distinctions between phylactery and crucifix.
Here it was to be seen how Hebrew and Christian, differing from one another in all the degrees along the scale of human disparity, could become as David and Jonathan, and shame into silence the lying prophets who cried out against the millennial brotherhood of the peoples when the trespass of Cain will be redeemed in God's good time. Such object lessons are happily to be learned every hour of the day, if the world would but dash from its eyes the films of purblindedness, which will not let it see that, just as it has made itself its own purgatory, so it can fashion itself into its own heaven. Thud, 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 went the clods of earth on the coffin lid, reminding Lou of the thump of Christopher's wooden leg. But he shook off the fancy hastily. Not with such outward tokens would he associate the memory of his dear dead friend. Christopher's memory would never require any token of sound or sight. Long before he had died, the old man had become to Lou a symbol, an emblematic presence, permeating his whole future and embodying itself only in worthy thought, in generous deed. And so the truest memorial he could raise to the man who was to him the largest creditor for whom his career would ever find room was in the shape and substance of his own life. And thereby Lou was conscious he had to set himself the highest standard of action to which he could possibly reach. The effect was reciprocal too. So long as he remembered Christopher, he would be sure of himself, and it was without any qualm of self-belief that he thought of the legend which the tombstone was to bear. Christopher Donaldson, unforgettable.
"There he is, put away nice and warm, sir,"
said one of the grave-diggers with an expectant leer. Lou shook himself back into his surroundings, handed the man some silver, and walked slowly away to the railway station close by. He had told the coach not to wait for him. He dreaded the numbing influence of the cushions on his brain, which had not rested in slumber for the last 2 nights. He did not want to sleep. He wanted to be wide awake. He had to be, for he was just about to put his hand on the pivot of his life, and the question at issue was whether or not he was to give it its most decisive twist. Let the shop die with me, you'll know what I mean. The old man had asked it as a favour. Yes, Lou understood what he meant. So, after all, the blurred old eyes had been keen enough to sight the restlessness Lou thought he had so skilfully kept under cover, and the favour the dead man had conditioned for himself, selfishly as it would appear at first blush, was nothing but one last loving forethought for Lou's own welfare. Thus Lou construed it, and rightly from his own point of view. But for Christopher's definite injunction, Lou would have felt compelled, as a mere matter of piety, to keep within the constraint of the shop's premises. And how he would have endured that, even only for another year or two, he trembled to think. And perhaps by the time he had, to his own satisfaction, fulfilled his tribute of obligation, his energies might have become crippled irreparably. What, however, told most with him was that Christopher's death should have made him master of himself just at the moment when his desire to march at his own pace had almost developed into a frenzy. As a steady background to the unwonted sensations of the last few days had stood out his recollection of the big house in St. John's Wood. Occasionally it had even come between himself and his sorrow for Christopher. He had thrust it away angrily, but it would not be denied, and he knew why. The big house represented to him the little girl who lived therein, and who, through his own doing, he admitted, had transformed herself into the criterion of his success. And, measured by that rule, he had fallen lamentably short. He had achieved nothing or little more. Ever since his visit the other night, he had been put totally out of conceit with his present mode of getting on. If he continued thus, heaping sand grain on sand grain, how long would it take him to pile up a house half as big? Years and years. And meantime the little girl would grow up into a woman. She was doing it now. And there were other men about whose fathers had done all the grain heaping for them. And one of them— Lou clenched his fists. Christopher's last words on earth came back to him. Hurry up, hurry, hurry. At last he had found the true keynote of his life. The wheels of the jolting, stampeding train were thundering them into his soul. Hurry up, hurry, hurry. Yes, he would hurry up, but not here. Not here in the weary old land, effete with the travail of bringing forth millions to her exploiters, but away in the distant wonderland, where, from all accounts, Fortune sat on a throne of gold, flinging her richest prizes to those who knew how to wheedle her into a smile. He would not wheedle her, he would stand before her, asking for the hire due to him who worked honestly with his shirt-sleeves rolled up, with no legerdemain, no trickery. Hurry up, hurry, hurry, thundered the train. Hurry up, hurry, hurry, echoed his soul. Lou went straight home. The shop, of course, was closed. It was to know that the senior member of the firm of Donaldson and Lipcott was dead, and that would prepare it for the more momentous changes that it was to undergo. Lovingly, Mrs. Lipcott stroked her son's cheek. The caress seemed to put a noose about his heart that choked it. She misunderstood his silence. "Don't grieve so," she said. "Was he ever happier than he is now? Don't grudge him it." Lou's voice at last forced itself passage. "Mother," he said, looking at her, "you asked me to be strong. I'm going to ask you to be strong yourself." Mrs. Lipcott grew pale, but she smiled nevertheless. "Strong for what, Lou?" "To bear my going away from you." "For long?" How pitifully the words pretended to appear steady. "I don't know, mother. For years, perhaps, but I promise you I shall make them as few as possible." It was Lou who had to resume the conversation. "I'm a brute, mother. I ought not to have sprung it on you so suddenly." "Make your mind easy on that, Lou," replied Mrs. Lipcott. "It's no surprise for me. I was prepared." "Prepared?" echoed Lou, astonished. "Yes, Lou. I was getting too happy, and I felt I had to take some precaution, in case, you know. And your going away was the very idea I hit on for my special bogey. Every night as I went to bed, I thought to myself, tomorrow Lou may be saying goodbye. And that's why it doesn't come the least bit unexpected to me." "You expected it because it was the very thing you wished wouldn't turn out true," said Lou sadly. "But in any case I did wrong. I ought to at least have paid you the compliment of asking you before I made up my mind." "I'm glad you weren't so foolish as to play the hypocrite with me, Lou. What could I have answered? You would only have appeared a good son at the expense of making me out a bad mother. You know nothing would have stopped you." "I'm afraid not. I want to go. I must go.
The whole world seems shouting at me, South Africa. And when do you start? I don't know. I must sell the shop first, and then, the sooner I'm off, the sooner I shall return. Yes, that's true. The sooner he will return, said Mrs. Lipcott half to herself, her hands working nervously, as though to drag the distant day nearer. Speak up, mother, cried Lou vehemently. Say everything you want to say, and make things as hard for me as you can. I don't deserve any better. All right, then, I'll take you at your word, Lou, replied Mrs. Lipcott, smiling mistily. I'll punish you by humbling your pride a little. I'm not a bit sorry you're going, not in the least atom, so there. For God's sake, mother, don't smile like that. You don't know how you're hurting me, said Lou with a gulp. The gulp was contagious. It developed into a sob, and the sob into something more, and then Lou was satisfied, for his mother's tears were the sanction and the blessing without which he could not have dared to go forth on his enterprise. The negotiations for the sale of the shop kept Lou somewhat longer than he had anticipated. Offers came in numerously enough, but he had stood hard on his bargain, not so much as a commercial deal, but because he was eager to make the best provision possible for his mother. After 2 weeks he succeeded in obtaining his figure. The same morning he went out and booked his passage on the steamer, leaving the following Saturday. The sale of the shop, fixtures, stock, and goodwill realized for Lou £250. In addition to this was the 80-odd pounds he had saved up in the bank. Of Christopher's private belongings in the way of furniture, Lou only reserved for himself the armchair and the tools with which the old man had worked. The rest was mere lumber, fitted best for firewood. But Christopher had left behind something more valuable, an investment producing £40 annually. He had made this over to Lou already during his lifetime, about a year ago, when the first of his subsequent attacks had warned him of the beginning of the end. And Lou had taken it, and had spent every penny of the first yearly payment, and something more from his own account, in defraying the expenses of the medical attendance and nourishment with which Christopher would otherwise have grudged himself. The income of the investment Lou, of course, set aside for his mother. It would pay comfortably for the rent of the house. Lou would not hear of Mrs. Lipcott's suggestion to give it up and remove into lodgings. He knew how dear the new menage had become to her heart, and what a wrench it would be to her to resign it. Of the £335 derived from the shop and his savings, he apportioned to her 200, which ought to maintain her easily for the next 2 years. And if by the time she had reached the end of her resources, Lou was unable to... But there was no question of that. It never struck Mrs. Lipcott that Lou was putting her to the risk of a serious speculation. And Lou himself could desire no stronger guarantee for the success of his venture than the calm and utter confidence with which his mother looked forward to its issue. It was not till all his arrangements had been completed in detail that Lou wrote to inform Phil of his intention. "Now mind, Phil," ended up the letter, "I particularly want you to notice this. Don't interrupt yourself and come rushing up to town to see me off and all that sort of thing. It isn't necessary. What we said the night we took leave of each other at Mrs. Duvine's house will hold good, although we may be separated much longer than we then thought. I should have nothing to add to it, and I'm sure you neither. Yours fraternally, Lou." Phil honoured his brother's request, because he suspected the chief motive of it was Lou's tension of feelings
which he was unwilling to increase by the strain of another parting. And indeed, Phil himself felt that another parting would be something of an anticlimax. The words they had addressed to each other that evening were instinct with a significance which it would be sacrilege to cheapen by repetition. So Phil, in his reply, eschewed the emotional side of the question for the practical, and devoted his letter mainly to expressing his approval of Lou's resignation. The one touch of sentiment in it was his assurance that, as far as he was concerned, their mother would not be allowed to forget for an instant that she had 2 sons. Immediately on receipt of Phil's letter, Lou penned a note to Mrs. Duveen asking when he might come over to make his adieu. The reply came the same evening in the shape of Mrs. Duveen and Dulcie. Mrs. Lipcott was a little mystified by the apprehension to be read in Mrs. Duveen's face. Lou saw nothing of it, but to him the questioning dismay in Dulcie's eyes was unmistakable. Was it, his heart leapt at the thought, for the reason he desired? In answer to Mrs. Duveen's questions, Lou gave an account of the events which induced him to go abroad. Of course, only the events which he could divulge without allowing an insight into the inner machinery of his motives. Mrs. Duveen listened with a despondency which even Lou could not help noticing. It surprised and touched him. "And you have quite made up your mind?" she asked finally. "Quite. Mother and I are fully agreed," replied Lou. Mrs. Duveen turned resolutely to Mrs. Lipcott. "Won't you show me of your house, Dinah?" she asked. "There's absolutely nothing in it for you to see," replied Mrs. Lipcott, a little disconcerted. "Everything that is yours interests me," said Mrs. Duveen. "Come." Then Mrs. Lipcott's woman's wit asserted itself. She took Mrs. Duveen to her bedroom. "What do you want to tell me, Rose?" she asked. "I thought you would catch my meaning," said Mrs. Duveen feverishly. "I want to tell you that we made no allowance for this." "For what?" "For Lou's leaving you." "But I don't see—" "Yes, you do, only you are too large-hearted to say so. You know that Lou's going away must make a difference in the arrangement we have come to concerning Phil." "But you are mistaken, Rose." "No, Dinah, I am not. You are going to be very lonely, and you surely don't think I shall be so wicked as to keep from you, for my own benefit, the one on whom you have a claim to relieve your loneliness." Mrs. Lipcott shook her head obstinately. "And again I say you are wrong. One of my sons could never make up for the other, either in my eyes or in my heart. Each of them has his own proper place there, and that he shall keep. Anything else would not be fair to the other. If Phil came back to me here, it would only remind me too strongly that Lou is away. Believe me, dear, I'm not afraid of being alone. I shall have such pleasant thoughts to keep me company. And besides, you see, there is the future." "Which has helped many a weary soul over the present," murmured Mrs. Duveen to herself. "Dinah, one last question. Are you sure of yourself?" "Quite." "And you will tell me any moment you begin to have the slightest pang of doubt?" "Yes, I shall tell you." "Dinah," went on Mrs. Duveen eagerly, "I have a suggestion on the tip of my tongue, but I know better than to make it outright. One learns to know the parents best through their children, but I shall hint at it. You have a home of your own. Keep it. But my home is yours as often as you want to make it so. Will you remember?" "I shall remember, Rose." "And do more than remember. I abjure you, Dinah.
Whenever I shall look at Phil, I shall think of you sitting here, hugging your thoughts to yourself, and you know how I shall feel. Promise you will be very good to me." And Mrs. Lipcott promised gladly, for her own sake more than the others. True, she could have her thoughts for companions whenever she chose, but could she be sure they would always look at her with smiling faces? "Think you'll be away long?" Dulcie had started the conversation downstairs. "Can't say at all. I daresay I'll stop there till I've made it worth my while going out." "And won't you be afraid to live among those strange people? Ma says they're black, most of them." "Oh, I don't mind the colour. I'll pretend to myself that they're all chimney sweeps." "Now, please, I won't be talked to like a baby. You answer me properly or not at all." "Well, if you want to know, I am a bit afraid. Not of the blacks, though. I've made up my mind to do such a tremendous lot out there, and what I'm afraid of is that I may be disappointed." "I should be disappointed too," slipped from Dulcie. "What's that?" asked Lou eagerly. "Never mind," said Dulcie, flushing. "What does Phil say about it? Is he coming to see you off?" Lou answered briefly, wishing all the time he had insisted on assuring himself that he had heard her aright. "Now, you've asked me a lot of questions," he went on. "Suppose I ask you one for a change?" "As many as you like." "No, only one. Are you sorry I'm going away?" "I don't know," said Dulcie, gazing past him. "You ought to be. You've got something to do with it." Dulcie looked blank astonishment. "I don't understand." "You're used to softer chairs than the one you're sitting on, aren't you?" "Yes, ours are much softer. But why don't you explain?" "I have explained." "You haven't. You said something about chairs." "That's the explanation," returned Lou doggedly. "You'll see it right enough in a year or two, if you haven't forgotten me by then. And talking of forgetting reminds me of something," he went on in trepidation, for the main business of the evening was yet to be transacted, and their tete-a-tete might be interrupted any moment. "I say, do you know what this is?" Dulcie, utterly confused by Lou's excited manner and his rapid change of subject, stared in perplexity at the scrap of paper he held out to her. "I'm very sorry I made you hold my hand," she read aloud, breaking off with a shamefaced laugh. "Why, that's the note I sent you after we fetched Phil. Fancy your keeping it all this time. I should never believed I ever wrote so badly." "If I give it back to you, will you let me have another one instead?" asked Lou hoarsely. "Out there, you know." "I must ask Ma first," said Dulcie softly. "But I don't suppose she'll object. Of course you'll write first." "Let's shake hands on that." Dulcie complied readily. "Why, yours is trembling," she said. "Not a bit. You're only squeezing all the fright out of me," laughed Lou buoyantly. The laugh echoed in Lou's heart, and shone out upon his face the whole of the 2 days remaining between him and his departure. His cheerfulness infected Mrs. Lipcott, and converted the trying suspense of the interval into something like joyous anticipation. The talk was not of Lou's going, but of his coming. Lou had a hard struggle to keep himself from blurting out to his mother the secret which he was taking with him as his most precious equipment on his enterprise. He was going to keep in touch with Dulcie. He would have access to her thoughts. He had the certainty that he would not be cast out and forgotten. He felt a sincere pity for the obstacles which would be unfortunate enough to come into his path,
they were going to have a very hard time of it. Lou had made up his mind to pay no farewell calls. That was a courtesy which he accorded only to the dead, his father and Christopher. But chance threw him in the way of bidding good-bye to at least one acquaintance, just the one whom, if he had his choice, he would have wished to see before all others. On Friday morning, as he was making his final purchases, he encountered Yellow Joe.
"It's all right. I'm keeping 'em up, figures and handwriting," said the latter, hastening to forestall Lou's customary admonition.
Lou smiled a little, but immediately became grave again.
"I'm very sorry, Joe, but you'll think I've been hoaxing you. Do you know what I meant by asking you to keep 'em up? I knew that sooner or later I should want an assistant in my shop, and I thought I couldn't do better than to have you."
"And now?" asked Joe, pale with eagerness.
"I haven't got a shop any more. I've given it up. Tomorrow I leave for South Africa." "Yes, but you're coming back, aren't you?"
"Please God, I am."
"Well then, I'll wait for you if you don't mind. You're the safest card to bet on that I know of."
"Thank you, Joe, but in the meantime you'll have a try for yourself, of course."
"I shan't get rusty. I've got to keep myself in good working trim for you, haven't I?"
The steamer would not leave till Saturday about midday, but Lou was to start off from London that afternoon, so as not to profane the Sabbath by the train journey to Southampton. Mrs. Lipcott wished it so.
"Keep God's law as long as you can," she said. "Afterward you must deal with him in your own way."
"I've thought of that already," said Lou,
"but I don't mind dealing with God. He allows liberal discount."
Mrs. Lipcott had some little difficulty in obtaining Lou's consent to accompany him to Waterloo Station, but for the first time since many years she mustered up firmness enough to make her will prevail.
"Are you afraid I'll make a scene?" she asked reproachfully.
"I want to spare your feelings, that's all. People will be looking," replied Lou. The cab was at the door. Lou arose from the meal he had been trying in vain to do justice to, and looked around him leisurely. "I don't think I've forgotten anything," he said, with as much composure as if he expected to be back that evening. Mrs. Lipcott was true to her word. She did not make a scene. "Mother," said Lou, as the third signal bell went.
My son,"
murmured Mrs. Lipcott. A burning kiss, and that was all. "What would you like best tonight?" Lou had asked his mother as they sat in the cab.
"A message from you," she had replied.
"You shall have it," Lou had promised her. "It will be home before you." And when Mrs. Lipcott got back and was about to transfer the silver candlesticks from the mantelpiece to the table, she found beneath them the letter Lou had written the night before, and had hidden where she was most likely to find it. He said but little. Still, that little was a good deal more than his somewhat niggardly tongue could ever have got itself to dispense of his heart's overflow. And as Mrs. Lipcott read, the two candle lights gloried out through the blur over her eyes into a score of stately flaming orioles. End of chapter 20, part 2. Part 3, chapter 21 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 21. In Rupert Street, East London, are situate the model dwellings which practically pioneered the movement for better poorhousing in the metropolis. Of the flats contained in the buildings, that on the ground floor of Block A was an easy first in the matter of its appointments. The numerous signs of comfort and refinement showed at a glance that the occupant had taken up his abode amid the squalid surroundings more from choice than necessity. The occupant was Phil. He was sitting, this November evening, gazing pensively into the fire. He had done so for the last half hour. At last he yawned, stretched himself, and looked at his watch. "By Jove, only 6 o'clock," he said to himself. "Another hour to kill before I take my classes. But how?" He reflected for a moment, and his face lit up. "That's it. Let us read in the Book of Chronicles." He went to his writing desk, unlocked it, and produced a number of diary volumes. He opened that marked 1, and looked at the date of the first entry. "Goodness me!" he mused with a start. 8 years and more since I went up to Cambridge, and if so, will somebody please tell me what has become of those 8 years? But I suppose Diary will know, so here goes. He turned a page or two, and then his glance fell on an entry, and he smiled. October 10th, he read. "My first adventure up here. Was saying my morning prayers when Mrs. Hall, the bedmaker, glides in. She always glides, to lay breakfast. She sees the phylactery strips around my head and arms, gives a yell, and does considerably more than glide out. For a moment I am as startled as she, till I recollect. I finish prayers and go to her and explain. She was not surprised to hear I was a Jew. In fact, she admitted she always thought I was a heathen of some sort, because I was not required to keep chapels. As to the incident this morning, her first impression has been, as I am informed by Broughton, who keeps my staircase, that the poor young gentleman had gone balmy and was playing at Gigi with himself. October 11th. On coming home this evening, find my rooms badly ragged. Sit down there and then and pour out the vitals of my wrath in verse. Take the thing down to the porter's lodge and pin it to notice board. October 13th. Porter's lodge besieged all day by men reading my skit. Among them Edwards, who edits Cantabrian. Comes to my rooms for permission to let it go into next number. Give it, of course. October 15th. The Raggers has caught on, everybody talking about it. Overheard in the reading room of the Union and elsewhere. Who is this P.L.D.? Young cub of a Trinity fresher, I understand. Jove, isn't he a corker? Rippingest thing since Calverley. Take jolly good care not to tread on his corns, etc., etc. In the evenings the raggers come in a body to offer apologies, insist on my accepting a case of whisky in exchange for the bottle they smashed. I insist on their staying to sample it. A merry evening. October 20th. Make my first speech at the Union. Sit down on reaching time limit. House yells at me to get up and resume. Do so, and for the joke of the thing, pulverize my own arguments. Am making more acquaintances than I shall know what to do with. October 24th. Today was my third Saturday up here. All day I felt ill at ease, uncomfortable, much more so than I had done on each of the previous Saturdays. In my heart there was a sense of something lacking. After lunch I went out for a walk, refusing several offers of company. I wanted solitude to puzzle the thing out. Succeeded. I was discontented because, save for an additional prayer or two, I had let the Sabbath go without some distinctive mark upon it, had let it get lost in the crowding routine of the week. The evil having been discovered, the remedy required no searching. I'm not accustomed to praying alone on the Sabbath. My thoughts seemed to have taken to themselves a voice that cried in the wilderness. I miss the inspiriting contact of the congregation. Why should there be no congregation here? I hurry home and glance down the list of university residents. It contains scores of names with a Jewish ring, ample material for achieving my project. Tomorrow is Sunday, the conventional visiting day. I determined to set at defiance the stiff academic etiquette, which does not permit the first-year man to call on his seniors without having been called on first, and make a round of personal calls. October 25th, a most fatiguing day. Climbed more staircases than would cover the distance to the top of Snowdon. The result, on the whole, satisfactory. A tremendous disappointment met me at the outset. My first half-dozen calls convinced me of what I had lost sight of in my eagerness, that a large percentage of Jewish-looking names belonged to Welshmen. One of them, the captain of the rugby football team, pointed this fact out to me with more than necessary emphasis of diction. Another was the secretary of the varsity branch of the Young Men's Christian Association. He gave me a hearty welcome, guessing in me a recruit. After the first shock of the surprise on hearing of my errand, he redoubled his cordiality. He said it was the finger of God which had guided me there, the straying sheep to the fold. I controverted him with the eagerness of conviction which his own sincerity deserved. A fine manly fellow. The almost pathetic look he gave me as I declined his invitation to attend their service that evening touched me to the heart. Then I had 4 strokes of good fortune in rapid succession. In each case I found a co-religionist eager to give his cooperation to the scheme. None of them, I found, conformed to the outward observances of our faith, but their racial emotions are clamouring for expression. For the time being, I felt like an apostle. I convened them, with 2 others I came across later on, to my rooms this evening, and the Cambridge Hebrew congregation has been founded. With the addition of 3 of the townspeople whom I know to be Jews, we shall make up the necessary quorum of 10. The service will be held in my rooms for the present, and we have subscribed for the purchase of a scroll of the law for the reading of the Sabbath portion. Phil turned several pages before his eyes halted on another entry. November 20th, he read. A most welcome surprise this morning. A letter from Lou, direct to me. The postmark is Cape Town. He writes little, only just that he is well and is going further up country. Good luck go with him. Jan 30th. Have just been told officially that I have won the Craven. Robinson, my tutor, had said long before the exam that it was a certainty for me. I half believed him myself. I am so used to having things my own way that I am longing for a defeat to save me from getting blasé. To get the Craven, the blue riband of classical distinctions open to the whole varsity in my first year. True, the thing is not without precedent, but still, hang it, I wish I could get somebody to kick me hard. It's simply abominable, this cold-blooded complacency of mine. Phil, you're found out, you're a humbug. The quiet humility on which you pride yourself is all a sham, is worse than the most bouncing but frank conceit. On my honour, next time I catch you developing prig symptoms, I'll take all your trophies and make a bonfire of them. Phil paused with his finger on the page and smiled to himself a little. How easily he had allowed himself to get ruffled in those days. He took things more calmly now. That was because he knew himself better and could argue out the phenomena of his disposition more rationally. He no longer mistook honest exultation over things honestly achieved for blatant self-glorifying. And as for priggishness, he knew the difference between an obtrusive mock modesty and outspoken self-respect. If only the people of his race had seen these things more clearly, they might have saved themselves much humiliation. He turned more pages, and yet more. It was not the first time he had read his Book of Chronicles, and he knew his favourite places. He was coming to one that was very dear to him. June 7th. May Week is in full swing. It is called May Week because it never falls earlier than June. According to long-standing arrangement, Aunt Dulcie and Effie came up for it. Mother would not join them, but even if I use force, she will have to come to see me take my award on Prize Day at the Senate House. Talking of which, Broughton has not yet got over his surprise that he beat me for the Chancellor's verse medal. He read my doggerel before it was to be sent in, and said he was not going to make a fool of himself. He was awfully disappointed. He had so set his heart on getting the pot. With real difficulty I persuaded him to let his poem go in. Mine came back, unread of course, because I happened to exceed the time for sending it in by 1 day. It was very careless of me, but this is a digression. We are having a high old time of it. The weather is glorious. Our first boat went up a place last night. Effie, I mean the girls, are creating a sensation wherever they are seen. They set each other off splendidly. Dulcie, with her sweet, delicate face, gives one an impression of gossamer and butterflies. Effie, that note of interrogation means everything. I don't know what to say of her. Let's try, though. What a proud, strong face she is getting. What a carriage! She steps along like a princess on the way to her kingdom. I almost feel sorry for the people she looks at. They must get an idea of what it is to be struck by lightning. And her utter want of self-consciousness. She seems so proud to be proud of herself. I make up for her. What a swagger I am growing. I dare not show myself alone, because I am straightway mobbed with requests for introductions. Are they coming to the college dance tomorrow night? I don't know, they're so young, you see. Whereupon an immediate suggestion to dispatch a deputation to Aunt. I know the daredevils are capable of everything, especially in the May week, and so, to save Aunt from the invasion, I promise solemnly to use my influence with her. A change has come into the relations between Effie and myself, a change which, on the one hand, makes us strangely distant, and on the other draws us more nearly together. It seems to me that whenever we look at each other, we ought to put our forefinger to our lips. I feel sort of guilty. It seems unfair to Aunt. There, hang my squeamishness. What's up? What's wrong? A girl and a boy get chummy together, and they don't care about shouting the thing out from the housetops. I never saw such a fellow for making his own troubles. Again Phil paused, this time with such a tense air of thoughtfulness, as though every fibre of his brain were strung tight. It was more than 7 years since he had penned the above, and now what postscript had he to add? None. Effie and he were still chums. Their dealing with each other showed no implication of anything more, no half-revealed afterthought. The progress of the years had tempered it with a mature sympathy, had given it the security of a full mutual understanding. That was all. But was it? Phil's look became tenser. He was standing face to face with himself. Where was the need for prevarication? No, his heart had not kept within the range of a mere camaraderie. It had strained further afield, but he had a sure tether for its rebellious leap, the haunting sense of disloyalty to the woman to whom he owed so much, nay, everything. Not that he would dishonour her by the suspicion of a narrow jealousy at finding out that his fealty to her was to be made secondary to his allegiance to another. She had always been so generous, so loving kind, that he dared not even look upon his self-abnegation as an act of requital. But, be that as it might, he could not thrust the issue off much farther. Day by day his feelings were crystallizing, and the surer he became of himself, the greater and more formidable grew his uncertainty of Effie. For Effie gave no sign. How could he expect it of Effie, the proud, the reticent? And perhaps while he was fondly hugging to himself his notion of chivalry to Mrs. Duveen, he was foolishly frittering away the great opportunity of his life, the dearest hope of his future. After all, he owed a duty to himself. Impatiently he passed his hand across his forehead, as if to dash away the cobwebs behind it. It was always the same, whenever he endeavoured to take counsel with himself on his dilemma. There were always the same self-questionings, ending in the same doubts and irresolution. Each time he determined that the next should bring him clearness, but the next never seemed to come. With a sigh he resumed the reading of his records, but the pages had lost their hold on his attention. Here and there his glance dwelt somewhat longer on some particular entry, making a note of a letter from Lou, some academic achievement or other. It was easy to see how his hand had trembled as it made the memorandum of his election to a fellowship at his college. Then came pages on pages of references to his travels abroad, extending more or less over a period of 2 years, including a stay of 6 months in Germany, of the same length in Paris, and a flying visit to Russian territory, where his over-eager and incautious investigations into the condition of his co-religionists nearly landed him in prison as a spy, and necessitated an abrupt departure. After that there came an entry which he read and reread with an interest which the bald brevity of its wording hardly seemed to justify. November 25th. Have taken up residence in Rupert Street. That was now 2 years ago. He had come there in accordance with the resolve which, by virtue of its unflinching steadfastness of purpose, had taken to itself the sanctity of a vow. He had gone back among his people to repay, as far as he could, the debt he felt was due to them. The material advantages which had helped him on in his career had been a mere accident, but his capacity for making them bear fruit as he had done, that at least was no matter of chance. It was ingrained in him as his share of the radical calibre which was the inevitable outcome of a century-long combat wherein it was all thrust on one side and nothing but parry on the other. His share of it had been very liberal. All that had remained for him to do was to raise its level, ennoble it, in order to make it fit for the higher functions to which it was worthy of ministering. What shape and fashion his recompense was to take, he was himself yet undecided. He was there as a freelance. He had not attached himself to any official organisation, because he would not follow blindly in the beaten tracks, nor take for granted the infallibility of attempts, however much they had the prestige of precedent. He wished to see for himself. He wished to combine the somewhat blurred impression of his youth with the clarified experience of his discreeter years, and to heal with the confident touch of the physician for whom the constitution of his patient has no secret. Yet, even while he was diagnosing, he would not refrain from those minor usefulnesses which certainly would do no harm, and would, at the least, serve to keep his hand in practice till the time came for greater things. When the time came, more than once had it struck him that what to him seemed caution might by others be construed into culpable cowardice. Well, even so. Was there not something laudable in his hesitation to take upon his shoulders a burden which, for want of support, he might have let go crashing to the ground? It was not the possible hurt to his own vanity that he feared, but he would have it on his conscience that his failure perhaps might act as a bugbear, disheartening others, whose superior prudence would make success more of a foregone conclusion. Besides, he might leave ruins to be cleared away before the new start could be made, and that would waste valuable time. And so he was waiting for reinforcements. True, he knew of many whose help would be forthcoming, and was well worth the having, but their turn would not come till later on, for the very initiative, the sole ally he was wanting and waiting for, was his brother Lou. He closed the volume and replaced it with the others in the drawer. It was a few minutes to 7. He took up and put into his coat pocket some loose sheets of paper, closely covered with his notes for the evening's lecture, an elementary exposition of the duties of citizenship. The classroom was situated just round the corner, and consisted of a now disused workshop, which Phil had received permission to turn to his own purpose. It was here that he assembled 2 evenings in the week, a score or so of lads and young men whom Phil, by personal canvass in each case, had found to be amenable to the higher recreations after the day spent at the tailor's board or over the riveter's last, and whom he hoped to make the nucleus of that larger movement which was, as yet, awaiting its definite shape. The hour's spell of retrospect which Phil had indulged in had resulted in making him feel restless and unsettled. His heart was not in his work tonight, and besides, the prospect of a long solitary evening was not particularly alluring. Mrs. Duveen and the girls, he was aware, were going to some affair or other, and to his mother's he already had been that morning. So it was with a sense of relief that he received the information, conveyed to him through the half-open door by the lady of the house, to the effect that a gentleman, leastwise she wasn't quite sure that he was a gentleman, because he only wore a bowler hat, had just called to see Mr. Duveen, and he wouldn't tell his name, and he was quite positive that Mr. Duveen would know him at sight. She had shown him into the parlour, and trusted to her luck that everything would be all right. Phil thanked her and told her to say he would be down presently. He had no idea who his visitor might be, probably some Cambridge friend, or more likely Uncle Bram, who had once or twice before sprung this welcome surprise on him. A few minutes later he brought his lecture to a close, and having seen the class out, hurried down with a smile of ready welcome on his lips. But the smile flickered out, as on entering the room he saw himself confronted by an utter stranger. The tiny jet of gas which the lady of the house had lit, and of which she was at that moment making a note as an extra to be charged for when the rent came due, showed up little more of the stranger's face than a thick though well-groomed black beard. I'm afraid you have the advantage of me," stammered Phil, disappointed. The stranger emitted a low laugh. Phil gasped, fell back a pace or two, and then started forward impetuously. "Lou, in heaven's name, it isn't you?" "I think it is, Phil," was the smiling, if tremulous, reply. "Lou, God, it isn't possible.
Why, Phil, you are taking it even worse than mother, said Lou, his voice now very shaky. Oh, Lou, I can't believe it, I can't believe. And the lady of the house, feeling naturally entitled to know what went on in her own parlour, had the shock of seeing the usually so sedate and self-possessed Mr. Devine sobbing away for dear life on the shoulder of the stranger in the bowler hat. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 22. A few minutes afterwards, the two brothers were walking through the streets back to Phil's rooms. Neither of them spoke, but they clung to each other's arm, as though they had quite made up their minds never to let go hold of each other. Silently, Phil landed Lou in the softest chair, and then went back to the door, locked it, and with a glad little laugh put the key in his pocket. "Now you're my prisoner, and you won't get free till I've had every syllable out of you," he cried buoyantly. "That's something like what mother said, as I walked into the house about 10 minutes after you had left there," smiled Lou. "By the way, she hopes you won't be angry with her for not letting me come sooner, or for not sending you word. She wanted to have me all to herself for a little while, the foolish woman." "Yes, she certainly had a right to that," said Phil half to himself. "Did she recognize you?" "You bet she did. Knew me before I stepped into the house by my knock, she says. I won't ask why you didn't tell us to expect you. It wouldn't be Phil Lipcott if you did. But now you are here, are you going to stop, or are you going back?" "That will depend on circumstances," replied Lou, with more gravity than the question seemed to warrant. "And now, Lou, one more query. How have you got on? It seems strange I should have to ask it, but you will admit your letters never went much beyond saying that you were alive. However, I suppose you think that you have already answered it indirectly by the allowance of £12 a month. You have made mother during the last 5 years, with the option of her drawing as much again if she found it necessary." "Yes, Phil, I can fairly say I have fallen on my feet," was Lou's deliberate reply. Phil was about to speak, but, on second thoughts apparently, he only fixed his gaze steadily on Lou's face, and kept it there. "I know what you're thinking of," said the latter quietly. "Do you?" exclaimed Phil eagerly. "Perfectly, and I shall save you the effort of asking. Yes, Phil, I know there are various ways of falling on one's feet, but mine was the straight way, be assured. Forgive me, Lou, one hears of strange happenings out there, and a man sometimes has to make his own opportunities. I was certain the reason that you never touched in your letters on the particular nature of your doings was not that you had anything to conceal. Forgive me, Lou." "There's nothing to forgive," replied Lou, laying his hand reassuringly on Phil's. "By Jove, though, it never struck me till this minute that such a natural construction could be put on my silence. Serves me jolly well right for being such a confounded secretive animal. Phil, thanks for having the courage to put the matter so straight to me, and so giving me a chance to set myself right with you. If not, there might have been a kind of limp in our dealing with each other, and I shouldn't have been able to find the lame spot." "There, Lou, never mind. We have done with that." "Oh, have we done with it?" exclaimed Lou. "Not if I know it. I've got to make you some reparation for having given you the pain of doubting your brother. I'll tell you my yarn from beginning to end, unless you think it will weary you." Phil's reproachfulness was simply too great for words. "It isn't very long, and you needn't prepare yourself for anything wildly exciting,"
continued Lou. No hairbreadth scapes, no treasure troves, though I must say I've had my fair share of luck. I worked, and when I saw my chance, I caught hold of it, and didn't let it go till I had squeezed it dry. I got away from Cape Town as soon as I could, only just staying long enough to fix up my little caravan, and struck out across country, as I wrote to you at the time. The road was good to me, and by the time I got to the mines, my stock of tin pots and earthenware was gone, and my outlay had come back to me twice its size. And then you bought a share in a mine? Hazarded Phil. Yes, that's the conventional idea of it, smiled Lou. But as you know, I always had a weakness for originality. As a matter of fact, I let the mine severely alone. I gathered my 5 senses into a bunch and saw that the place had in it the makings of a big town. Others had done so before me and were merrily buying up every inch of land they could lay hands on near the settlement. I looked on quietly, and just when the grabbing was at its height there, I went and bought up a stretch of ground about 2 miles off the mines, got it for a song, and even then got laughed at for a crack-brained young idiot. I let them laugh. I had figured the thing out and started building my shanty. If there is going to be a town, I calculated, there will have to be a fashionable neighbourhood to it, and that, likely as not, will be as far off as possible from the smell and the noise and the riff-raff of the mine quarter. So I waited, and in the meanwhile, just to keep myself from getting bored, I started that mineral water factory I'd been having on the brain for the last year or so, and in 3 months my one little machine had grown to 4 big ones, and I was getting troubled where I should hang the testimonial the National Temperance League would for certainly drop down on me as soon as they got to know. Well, all the time that town wasn't idle either. I'd given it 5 years to crawl down to where I was waiting for it, instead of which it came galloping up in 3. I was ready for it. I put another 2 stories and a veranda to my shanty, gave it a new coat of paint, and called it an hotel. All over my spare ground the swell villas were springing up like mushrooms after the rain. And the freehold I bought for a song, well, I wouldn't sell it for a whole opera. That's all. I've shown you my bag of tricks. Very simple, isn't it, Phil? As simple as the egg of Columbus, said Phil gravely. Didn't it ever strike you that you were doing wonderful things? Lou laughed. I never found time for patting myself on the back. What about you, though? What about me? Echoed Phil with suppressed vehemence. I've crammed a few books into my head, carried off a money prize or 2, which perhaps some other poor beggar needed much more badly than I did. No, no, Phil, said Lou, holding up a protesting hand. You won't get me on that tack again. We happened to light on the subject 8 years ago, if you remember, and you did not discuss it with the philosophic calm I expected of you. Let's talk of something else. What's your idea in taking up your quarters down here? Mother told me she couldn't quite see it. You went in for holding classes. In fact, I caught you at it myself just now, buying clothes and things for odd urchins, sending sick people down to the seaside all on the quiet, and playing my Lord Bountiful generally. Pastime, I suppose, eh? A drawn look came about Phil's lips at the concluding question. Is that how it strikes you? He said, shooting a swift glance at his brother. I did not say it struck me one way or the other, replied Lou, his tone bearing out apparently the neutrality of his thought. By comparison with it, Phil's sounded quivering. Yes, Lou, I've made it my pastime, in the same spirit that you set up your mineral water factory to prevent yourself from getting bored. Doesn't it seem to you an amusement one could take very seriously?" "I don't see how it could be taken otherwise," said Lou. "But the fact remains," went on Phil almost sullenly, "that considered as work or play, you can't quite understand how the thing should ever take anybody's fancy, eh?" "How do you make that out?" asked Lou sharply. "Only by the way in which you talked of it. I have half an idea that instead of my Lord Bountiful, it was on the tip of your tongue to say Don Quixote." Lou smiled strangely. "I must not blame you, Phil," he then replied gravely. "I admit I always have been a bit of a mystery monger, and I could not expect that our 8 years' separation should have taught you to understand me better. What you took for indifference on my part was only my way of expressing astonishment." "Astonishment at what, Lou?" "At you. At your coming to meet me halfway, when I had made up my mind for a troublesome journey before I could get to you." "I am trying to catch your drift, but—" and Phil shook his head helplessly. "One moment, please, Phil. What else was I to expect? I knew you were having a brilliant career. You were making a name for yourself. Everybody was looking on you as a most promising young man. And between ourselves, our people are, perhaps, a little inclined to hero worship. I fancied you to myself in my gloomier moods, I confess, the darling of the Maida Vale drawing-rooms, flattered and mollycoddled, making the most of your social opportunities, and growing ahead the size of a pumpkin. And what is the truth? I find you here, in the thick of the mud and the misery, pushing away from you all that puts the glitter on life to a man of your age, and taking on yourself the duty which most people, God forbid I should say all, are only too pleased to pass on to their neighbour." "And is that what you meant by my coming to meet you halfway?" asked Phil breathlessly. "Yes, Phil, because I was not going to start without you. I was decided on that. And now it's I who have to beg to be allowed to accompany you." "When did you first think of it?" came softly from Phil. "I don't remember when I did not think of it. I had made it my aim long before I could reasonably hope ever to carry it into effect." "And now that the possibility has come to you, all the more wonder that the desire should have remained. Look at all you have done and won. Look at the 1,001 inducements to distract you from your purpose." "Now you are turning the tables on me, Phil. For heaven's sake, don't let us begin by developing into a mutual admiration society. But your last point deserves answering. I never allowed myself to sink to the status of a money-grubbing machine. I wasn't so foolish as that. I took good care to keep human, because one day I wished to enjoy what I had toiled for, and machines can't do that. And it's wonderful, Phil, what an edge it puts on a man's feeling to be much alone. Many and many a time, as I sat all by myself, looking out onto the veldt and listening to the night throbbing around me, don't laugh, I know it sounds frightfully poetical, I thought to myself, Lou, that is the heart of your people beating. I never knew how near they were to me till I had put the distance of a few thousand miles between us." There was a silence, which neither seemed inclined to break. At length Phil spoke. "I feel the same, Lou. Certainly, geographically speaking, I was never as far away from them as you. A great part of the time, not more than an easy after-dinner stroll. But then there was the danger, nevertheless, of my drifting so far away from them that not even you would have been strong enough to draw me back again. I never saw that danger myself, I must admit, till you pointed it out to me just now." "Not very tactfully, I'm afraid, but you must make allowances. Out there where I was, scales are used more for weighing gold than for weighing words." Phil looked at him affectionately. "If this is no time for compliments, it's much less a time for reproaches," he continued. "I don't think that anything we have said could pass for one or the other. I certainly do not take credit to myself for what I have done, because I hardly could have done otherwise, had the temptations been twice as great. I cannot even claim it was a conscious action on my part. It was simply an instinct that would take no denial. These people, speaking to me in the voice any man will give ear to before all others, the voice of his youth, these people called, and I followed." "Anybody would think we were justifying ourselves," broke in Lou. "No, not justifying ourselves, but defining our position. There are hundreds, thousands of us who, the cant phrase has it, have risen superior to their surroundings. They have emerged from the teeming, struggling depths of their kindred in race, flattering themselves they did so by their own native mother wit, and sublimely ignorant that the capital they started with was their portion of the national inheritance, which our people had accumulated during the years wherein their oppressors thought they were beggaring them irretrievably in hope and health and the will to live. And thus very few have returned to give tithe or toll of their success where it was due. Go on, Phil. The clearer we see the situation, the better." "Lou, there is nothing that makes me more hopeful of the issue than that we two, so different in bent and disposition, should have met on this as common ground. You and I represent, let us say it without a false sense of modesty, the two main characteristics, the two broad subdivisions in which the vitality, the stamina of our people admittedly manifests itself. You, the material, the commercial, to speak accurately; I, the intellectual. It is the systematic and whole-heart cooperation of these two which is the first great requisite, if we are to react with any effect at all on the subject of our experiment. Excuse the coldly scientific phraseology. The man of business will be asked to contribute the sinews of war and, a matter of equal importance, his knowledge of practical affairs. On the student will devolve the task of employing his delicate touch, may I say his moral finesse and subtlety, in probing the somewhat difficult and self-contradictory organism into which the force of circumstances has turned the modern Jew. That the latter requires tender handling, I suppose you are prepared to admit. The phases of his character are as numerous as the vicissitudes he has survived, and unless you take him at the proper psychological moment, it is possible that he will look at our approaches as the would-be cunning of a rather stupid enemy. This, then, is my province. I think we men of the study are more adept in applying the thermometer to his soul than you of the marketplace." "I'm awfully glad," said Lou seriously. "I was half afraid you would get on stilts and go in for visionary vapourings and all that kind of thing. There is something very reassuring in the prompt, cut-and-dried way in which you manage to put the case." "I'm only saying what I have written elsewhere," smiled Phil. "Have you? Then why on earth don't you trot it out?" "Oh, it's hardly worth while, Lou. I've only just put down a few rough notes which I didn't have the heart to elaborate. Still, if you want to listen—" Phil reached out for a substantial copybook and found the place. "The solution of the so-called Jewish question," he read, "must be sought for separately and individually in the countries which the respective contingents of our co-religionists have adopted for their habitat. That so few efforts have been made in this direction is a serious reproach to the leaders of Jewish thought and the men whose influence is of a more material nature. Of late they seem to have washed their hands entirely of the responsibility, owing to the propaganda for repatriation to the land of our forefathers, and the consequent resumption of a national, or rather international activity, which has fired the imagination of the Jewish proletariat. That this dream is as yet within no measurable distance of realization, even the most perfervid of the self-appointed restorationists will have to admit. He will equally admit that any intermediate discipline of our racial resources cannot but act beneficially on whatever may prove the eventual outcome of the movement. The claims of justification for this latter seem exaggerated, even with regard to the situation in Russia, where it is undoubtedly at its acutest. "Even in Russia, Phil?" exclaimed Lou. "Isn't that a rather bold thing to say?" "Honestly, I can't say otherwise," replied Phil. "I own I may be drawing too sweeping inference from a somewhat cursory observation, but I cannot go against my impressions. The educational and topographical restrictions are, of course, sad and undeniable facts, the removal of which must be left to the almost irrepressible spread of political and religious tolerance. But the economic condition of the bulk of the Jewish population compares favourably with that of the Orthodox peasantry." "Yes, and what about the petty tyranny of which we hear so much?" interposed Lou. "I don't know. What I noticed at the frontier stations, not in one instance but at several, was this. The mujik hawker, on his way to the neighbouring German market towns, handed his passport in at the gendarmerie, cap in hand, positively squirming with humility. His Jewish confrère strolled by unchallenged, with a nod of careless recognition to the sergeant on duty. Doesn't that seem to you significant?" "It certainly seems contradictory to accepted notions," agreed Lou with half a smile. "But let us keep to the point. How do you go on?" "The main difficulty which has to be contended against is the strong centripetal tendency of the Jewish labouring classes, even in countries where no limitations of domicile exist. The ghetto days survive in the ghetto ways. The walls, which were at once their prison and their barricade, have fallen, but they do not yet know what to do with their liberty. They have still to be taught that this huddling together like sheep in a storm is happily, with scarcely any qualification, an anachronism, and that a most lamentable one. This congestion has bred a sort of economic cannibalism, which devours, without digesting, the best energies of the workers. It has perpetuated a monopoly, one might almost call it a monotony, of trades, with well-nigh internecine results." The words stirred a vague chord of memory in Lou's brain. Where had he heard them before? He remembered. He had thought these things himself. He had written them down on his heart in letters of fire that day he had first gone out to grapple with the world. And because he had grown so familiar with them, it came to him with the force of a revelation to hear them uttered by other lips. "The chief desideratum, then," continued Phil, "is a gradual but unintermittent process of decentralization. The Jewish working men must be drafted into other occupations, other places of abode. The dispersion will be the more difficult because it would appear to necessitate to some extent the infringement of certain of the most time-honoured Pentateuchal ordinances." "Yes, Phil, that is a point we must make sure of," said Lou seriously. "The Sabbath, the dietary laws, are matters which we cannot dispose of by compromise. It would be a shockingly prodigal thing if, having after made our history a long chronicle of martyrdom for their sake chiefly, we should now let them go to the wall. It would almost jeopardize our reputation for thrift," he added smilingly. "But we shall not let them go to the wall," was Phil's deliberate reply. What concerns the dietary laws, adherence to them requires, at the worst, nothing more than a self-denial in certain articles of food, which are not the sine qua non of physical well-being. I am not preaching what I would leave for others to practice. All during my stay in Cambridge I was a vegetarian. Of course, the seventh-day question is a greater obstacle, but by no means an insurmountable one. There are a number of occupations wherein the Jewish operative could, in exchange for his Saturday off, relieve his Christian colleague of work the latter is compelled to do on the Sunday. An opening for this would present itself in farm labour, especially at those periods of the year when the soil requires uninterrupted attention. Another vast province would be found, remember I am just speaking offhand, in ironworks, such as rolling mills, where, but for rare intervals, the machinery has to be kept going day and night, week in and week out, and again in the provision of electric and hydraulic power, which are necessities every day of the year. Then comes the employment on railways, omnibuses, and other means of traffic and communication. Also superintendents in public buildings, libraries, museums, picture galleries. Yes, the exchange system ought to work well, said Lou. As you pointed out, Lou, continued Phil, in the case of these two stable ordinances of our creed, we cannot make a compromise. But that need not prevent our making allowances. To adopt an attitude rigorously Calvinistic would only end by begetting a spirit of faction, which, as it were, would drive wedges into the compactest of our communal interests. Surely it is not too much to expect that our thoroughgoing practical philanthropy should find its counterpart in a little doctrinal charity. Let us give the weaklings amongst us the benefit of the doubt. Say they succumbed not on the promptings of their personal convenience, but to the irresistible pressure of circumstances. Let us believe that each one of them would be a conforming Jew if he could. We have even no right to grudge the loss of those who have fallen away entirely. They are the ransom we must pay to the world for our emancipation. But those who seem to be halting midway, we must, without any reservation whatever, recognize for our own. It is true, as you contend, that it would be a sad waste of valuable effort were we to resign the outward observances of our faith after undergoing so many ordeals for them. But, conversely, the same ideals must be considered equally futile, if they are not ingrained in us a Judaism which breathes and palpitates without drawing its life from even the most vitalizing externals. "Well?" asked Lou expectantly. "I've finished," replied Phil. "All I have done was to clear the ground for you. I mean," he explained with an apologetic laugh, "as you are going to pay the piper, I must dance to your tune." "I'm willing and able to help," rejoined Lou soberly, "but beyond that I can say very little. You have been on the spot, so you must know the necessities of the case much better than I do. You have looked back, you have looked round. You surely must have looked ahead. Tell me what is to be done. Perhaps I shall come in afterwards with a suggestion or two of my own." "Lou, I feel honoured by your commission," said Phil with suppressed eagerness. "Yes, I have looked ahead, almost till my gaze lost itself in the distance. But for all that I kept my intermediate object well in view. Still, as your notice is so short, you must for the present be satisfied with a mere outline." Lou signalled him to proceed. "The element on which we should concentrate our operation," continued Phil briskly, "would be the younger growth of the East End Jewry, where every step of ours would be on well-explored ground. The older generation we should leave out of the question. Working backwards is always a thankless task, and in this case an almost impossible one. the most that can be done for them is to influence their conditions of life by beneficial measures of local application, the duty of which devolves on the institutions already existing for this specific purpose." Lou nodded assent. "Yes, I think they must be left to their fate," he said half to himself. "Very well then," resumed Phil. "Let us go step by step. Our only chance of effecting this much-needed decentralization lies with the young. What happens with the average East End lad of Jewish parentage after he leaves school? His father, a tailor or bootmaker in 90 cases out of 100, either takes him into his own workshop or apprentices him elsewhere to one of these trades with their numerous subdivisions. He's not to be blamed. What should he do? He would gladly save his child from the life of drudgery, from the hand-to-mouth existence which has been his own lot, but his outlook on the world is so circumscribed, and there is no one to advise him. And so the lad grows up, marries, raises a family, and adds his quota to the congestion, or at least keeps it constant. And then he repeats his own history in that of his children." "Very true," commented Lou. "Well?" "Lou, we must stop that boy, and as many more of him as is possible, from getting swallowed up by the sweating den. When he leaves his elementary school, there must be waiting for him a more advanced school, some sort of training establishment where he can prepare himself for some one of the occupations enumerated above. Of course, we should have to adapt a careful system of differentiation. The boys are not equally gifted, and their spheres must naturally be in accordance with their bent and capacity. But there can be no doubt that they would benefit each in their degree. Take a lad whose intelligence does not fit for anything higher than a bus driver. Will he not be better off with 40 shillings a week all the year round than with £2 weekly for only 6 months out of the year, and a very good chance of consumption thrown in for perquisite? We know, of course, that bus drivers must start as stable boys. That and all kindred considerations we must leave to a location bureau, which may or may not form an annex of our scheme. But we may safely base our calculations on the fact that the large majority of the boys with whom we shall be dealing will be of the mental status required by the higher grades of manual occupations. This is fortunate, because it considerably widens their scope of eventual employment. It is quite true that we Jews as a race have never taken kindly to callings involving the applied sciences. This is one of the things which discount the feasibility of the colonization of Palestine. But as far as the purpose in hand is concerned, that need not alarm us. We are never slow to rid ourselves of any characteristic deficiency, so long as a tolerable remedy is offered us. We should begin the course of remedy under the most favourable auspices, in a country where the genius for mechanical science is one of the most prominent of the national attributes. But we should never get any appreciable results without definitely organised action as embodied in this proposed foundation of ours. Well, Lou, do you think it worth the founding?" A troubled look came into Lou's eyes. "I understand what you mean," he said slowly. "A training institute, chiefly of a technical nature, and intended exclusively for our young co-religionists. But should we really be supplying a want by making it essentially Jewish?" "I can see that you too are frightened at the denominational bogey," said Phil, smiling confidentially. "But I think I shall be able to reassure you. I myself am strongly antagonistic to any uncalled-for separatism. In fact, it was due to my opposition that an attempt at the erection of a Jewish hospital fell through. But this institute of ours must be sectarian, or not at all. I know, of course, that there are non-denominational institutions fulfilling this same purpose. Then why do Jewish parents avail themselves of these so sparingly? Partly because they are ignorant of their true purport, but more largely because they are vaguely afraid of subjecting their children to strange influences. By placing our institute on a strictly Jewish basis, I'm certain we could get them to appreciate more vividly the advantages of launching their children on new careers, and, in the second instance, make them more willing to endure the sacrifices entailed on them by deferring the wage earning of their children for some years. But, Lou, I have a much stronger argument. The necessity for giving it a denominational character depends on far loftier motives. Once more, what are our premises? The pressure on the Jewish area. We propose to relieve it by the removal of those fitted for pursuit outside the East End routine. We're going to make them enter on new surroundings, new interests, and a mode of life contrary to all their past experiences. Then comes the question whether the precepts of their faith, the fundamental principles inculcated on their childhood, will be proof against the onrush of strange and powerful impressions. Once they get swept off their feet, God knows how far they may drift. "One moment, Phil," broke in Lou. "You seem to be contradicting yourself somewhat. Didn't you say the Jew's history should have made his religion an instinct with him?" "It should, and let's hope it has," retorted Phil. "But in this instance we must leave nothing to accident. Remember what is at stake. We are taking the very pick of the young generation, for precedence of admission would be given to those who excel both in mental and physical respects, and propose to put their allegiance to a very severe test. Should they fail, the loss to us would be considerable. That is why we must endeavour manfully to imbue their minds, at the time when they are beginning to ripen into understanding, and yet retain all the plasticity of youth, with the ineradicable sense of our memorable past and God-ordained future. And to do that we must hold them under our immediate control. But there would be a yet more positive result. These young men will go forth into the outer, larger world as specimen samples of their brothers in faith. It will depend much on the ethical training we have given them whether or not they will do something towards eliminating false prejudices and unjust preconceptions from the hearts of those who know us only from surface observation or hearsay. To contend that the 3 years they will pass in a sectarian atmosphere will impair their public spirit, their sense of duty to our great country, is nothing but a gratuitous slander. For one thing, the fostering of these will form as important a feature in the curriculum as the more obvious subjects, and it has yet to be proved that a man's loyalty to his religion disqualifies him for a patriot. Lou was about to speak, but on second thoughts allowed Phil to proceed unchecked. It would be premature to go into the inner details of the scheme, but this much, Lou, we must make up our minds on. There can be no half-heartedness about it. It must be thorough. Tuition must be given during the regular day hours when the lads are in possession of their undiscounted energies. Don't let us bungle the thing by holding perfunctory evening classes, where they would drop in casually, worn out with a long day spent at their apprentice work, to tinker away in the laboratories for an hour or so, just to fill up the gap between then and bedtime. They must be alive to the sense of discipline, both for mind and body, and we shall have much to do to remedy our culpable neglect of physique. Whether attendance should be entirely free or not, we must leave for later consideration, but we should not be far wrong in laying down as a law that, wherever exceptional ability shall be discovered, it will be helped on to what may be called the commission ranks of the professions." Lou got up from his chair and silently paced the room for a moment or two. Then he turned resolutely to his brother. "All right, Phil, you shall have your institute," he said. "My institute? Why not ours?" queried Phil. "Well then, ours. I only wish to signify that the credit of the initiative belongs to you. You asked for time to elaborate the details of the scheme. I must also ask for time to consider the scale on which it is to be launched. But, meantime, you have been guilty of a curious omission. Your list of possible new occupations makes no mention of service in the Army and Navy." "Yes, a grave omission," conceded Phil readily. Lou acknowledged the avowal by a look, and continued. "I know from statistics that the number of Jews serving in the land forces, at any rate, is quite in proportion to the number of Jews residing in this country. Still, I want it to be much more than that, and should make preliminary training for both services one of the more prominent traits of our institute. Do you remember?" Lou's voice became a little husky. "Do you remember old Christopher Donaldson?" "Most certainly I do," said Phil, almost reproachfully. "The night before he died, Phil, he told me we Jews ought to have a standing army of men of our own faith ready to send out wherever any of our co-religionists were being ill-used." Of course his mind was wandering, but nevertheless there was a great moral in his words, and my desire to justify their spirit is growing stronger day by day. It is only by taking on ourselves the national burdens of empire to a greater extent than can reasonably be demanded of us that we should requite our obligations to the motherland, which says she has no stepchildren. For that we must give good measure, pressed down and running over. Fortunately, we shall not have to begin at the very beginning. Already this duty has come home to most of us. I've heard of the movement for Jewish Boys Brigades recently set on foot, and grasp its splendid possibilities. Then you will be glad to hear that it is meeting with wide recognition," said Phil. "For instance, 2 months ago, I understand, its funds received a welcome contribution in memory of somebody or other. It was anonymous, and I forget the exact amount." "Only £200, said Lou. "So it was you." "I told you the story of Sol Myers, the Jewish soldier who was killed at Inkerman while saving Christopher from certain death. I had long been on the lookout for an opportunity of fittingly honouring his memory. We shall honour it yet even more by making his story serve as text and sermon to the young hearts with whom our task lies," said Phil quietly. "Lou, unless I am much mistaken, we have done good work tonight. It would be presumptuous to attempt to guarantee even to ourselves, much more to others, whose sympathies with us are as yet precarious. We must make up our minds to disheartenings, misunderstandings, disappointments. But as long as we shall not fail each other, we can look to the main issue with confidence." "Fail each other?" echoed Lou. "Surely there is no need to bring that into question." "God bless you for that. Are you going?" asked Phil as he saw Lou take up his hat. "Yes, I'll promise mother not to be late. But you're coming along, aren't you?" "No thanks, Lou, not tonight. I shan't be fit for any decent company till I have set up the preparatory draft of our scheme to see what it looks like, at least on paper. I expect to have it ready for you by tomorrow morning, and shall bring it down." "I shall be waiting for you, Phil. So long, then." Phil saw him to the door. After a cordial grip of hands, by which, more plainly than by words, the one assured the other of his implicit trust and understanding, Lou was about to go off, when a sudden afterthought seemed to turn him back. "By the way, what has become of that dark little girl, Effie, I think her name was?" he said with a casual air. "Oh, she has grown up," returned Phil rather curtly. And Dulcie?" asked Lou, still more casually. "She is what she promised to be, a woman among thousands, one of those whom any man must consider it a privilege to know. I," went on Phil, his tone ringing and animated, "I am tremendously proud of her, but you must find out for yourself. Of course you intend to call on the Devines soon?" "Yes, certainly. I haven't left all my manners in South Africa," said Lou, with a jocularity which sounded hollow. And then he went, carrying away with him an idea which seemed correct only because it was so instantaneous. He contrasted Phil's glowing estimate of Dulcie with his grudging reference to Effie, and many a man who has had more time to bestow on the intricacies of psychological analysis than Lou Lipcott would have jumped to an equally false conclusion. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 23. Despite the intention Lou had expressed of making an early call on the Devines, a whole week had gone by, and he had not yet put it into effect. Phil did not press him, partly because he was himself too much engrossed in elaborating the details of their scheme in accordance with the provisional indications of its extent Lou had given him, and partly because he relied on Lou's fixing his own time as soon as the pressure of work incidental to the establishing of his London offices had relaxed. Perhaps, too, Phil conjectured, he required a little grace for acclimatizing himself once more to the conditions of European life, with which his long sojourn abroad might naturally have brought him somewhat out of touch. It was the latter consideration which prompted Phil to suggest a compromise. "If you are not busy tonight, I could save you the trouble of a formal visit to Aunt's," he said to Lou on the morning of the 8th day after the latter's homecoming. "Oh, how?" asked Lou, his tone in no wise protesting against Phil's insinuation that the visit might contain no particular attraction for him. "Because Aunt and the girls are coming down this way tonight. We are having the first happy evening of the season for the children of the Kettle Street Board School, where Dulcie and I are managers. It might interest you." "Of course it would," replied Lou readily. "And after that they are coming with me to the Molesworth Working Men's Institute. I'm down to open the debate there tonight." "Then I shall make your invitation extend to that as well," said Lou. "You don't expect I should miss such an opportunity of finding out first-hand what you can do?" "If anybody had told me a month ago that I should have you among my audience tonight," began Phil. "But never mind. You will have more chances than you will have time or inclination for to admire my gift of the gab," he added more lightly. "I shall expect you at Rupert Street 6:30. Lou went about his city work that day with a strange restlessness, which reminded him forcibly of his state of mind on another day, now more than 8 years ago, and yet so tangibly near, when he had paid his first and so far his last visit to the house in St. John's Wood. More than once he was on the point of getting thoroughly angry with himself. It mortified him to think that the man's hold on himself was no stronger than the boy's had been. And what was his justification for all this ferment of mind? The immediate prospect of meeting once more the girl, of course she was a woman now, who during his hobbledehoy period he fancied then had upset his emotional equilibrium. True, no woman had succeeded in doing that since, or had even beguiled him into the fancy that she had succeeded, but what did that count? Surely he had disciplined himself firmly enough into the resolve that no stranger should become necessary to his self-content, so firmly that it had required the necessity of setting his affairs on a finally stable footing to bring him back again into the reach of probably the only woman who might jeopardize that resolve. And then his temptation for self-anger grew stronger for his not daring to own to himself the truth. The necessity, which, as he had just alleged, had brought him back, was not so much a primary motive as an eagerly seized excuse. It gave him at last the long-desired plea for putting his fate to the hazard, which his self-consciousness, his self-distrust, he should rather call it, had so far denied him. This woman, who at best should only have been a mere memory with him, had been as vivid and important an item in the economy of his life as principal events on which his fortunes had hinged. He knew her as intimately. She had grown up beneath his very eyes, as it were, in the letters she had written him, according to her promise, at rare though regular intervals. He had noted the frank impulsiveness of her teens changed to the serene sedateness betokening a sense of more instant womanhood. Her irrelevant, girlish prattle on everything and nothing had by degrees divested itself of its more personal tone, and had become limited to references of merely general import. He still remembered the shock it had given him the first time he had seen the formal "Dear Mr. Lipcott" take the place of the customary "Dear Lou" in the apostrophe of her letters, and that without any further allusion to the innovation. Nor had he been bold enough to challenge the change, but had tacitly acknowledged his perception of its appropriateness by substituting in his turn "Dear Miss Devine" in his next reply to her. And yet he could not say that her words breathed a spirit of chilling distantness. The almost exultant pride wherewith she touched on Phil's achievements was surely not a feeling she would have manifested to one whom she wished to consider as outside her immediate radius. Indeed, it even seemed to hint her satisfaction at their possession of a common interest. During the last few days, Lou had come to regard this satisfaction in a new and, as he thought, more proper light. And that being so, why this absurd flurry, this focused expectancy? He made an involuntary halt outside a post office, with a shadow idea of wiring to Phil some excuse for not keeping his appointment for the evening. After all, it was safe to keep on the right side of things. And then he hurried on, smothering an exclamation of disgust. He was acting like a child which has happened to say boo to itself and then runs away from an imaginary danger. "You are punctual," said Phil, as Lou entered the rooms at Rupert Street. "One of my redeeming faults," smiled Lou. "What are you doing there? Still at the scheme?" "I was just glancing through my draft again." "It's a great shame that I leave all the work on your shoulders," said Lou. "I only wish it were twice as heavy, Lou. What makes me wonder is that you should be content to leave it all to me. You were always so keen set on doing things for yourself in the old days. Has the leopard changed its spots?" "No, but a wise man knows a wiser when he meets him. I should only hamper you by interfering at present. My time will come too." "Will it come soon?" asked Phil with obvious anxiety. "I am quite as impatient for it as you are," replied Lou. "It was wrong of me to ask, seeing that I had your assurance already," said Phil apologetically.
Nonsense, Phil. You don't think I am suffering from lung complaint, that I must husband my breath?"
Phil laughed and proceeded to put on his overcoat. "We must be off at once. We're late already." He cut short the discussion. "Luckily we haven't far to go." A walk of 5 minutes brought them to the school.
"There they are,"
said Phil. "I can see the carriage waiting at the other end of the street. This way, Lou." Lou strained his eyes before entering to catch a glimpse of the thing which to his boyish fancy had stood for everything that was great and desirable on this earth. There was something provocative in the act, as though he were eager to obtain a standard of comparison between his past and present impressions. But he was foiled. Just at that moment the carriage crawled round the corner. Lou laughed to himself, as though somebody had played him an unsuccessful practical joke. Where the joke came in he could not exactly say, but he felt vaguely grateful at having contrived through equanimity at the prospect of meeting Dulcie as to indulge in even an apology of a laugh. Swiftly he followed Phil into the hall at the bottom of the corridor. "Just wait here a moment," said Phil as they got into the doorway. Lou was nothing loath. Dazed and deafened, he tried to take in the screaming, scrambling hurly-burly of about 200 youngsters in knickerbocker or petticoat, making merry in real good carte blanche fashion. The area at the disposal of the frolickers was somewhat limited, but they seemed endowed with a marvellous knack of making every 1 inch of ground go the length of a yard. Half amused, half solicitous, Lou watched Phil's laborious progress through the turmoil, each one of his steps threatening havoc and overthrow to the blindly cannoning little ones. So it seemed quite a long time before Phil managed to gain the other extremity of the hall, where a tallish young lady, standing with her back to him, was busily turning one end of a skipping rope. Lou more than guessed who she was, and it was with a strange sort of curiosity that he noted the effect of Phil's message upon her. The sharp turn of her head in his direction ought to have gratified him, and presently she was making towards him, steering her course cleanly and surely through the living labyrinth, which seemed specially intended to give a clearer setting to her dexterous yet dignified grace. The next instant she was standing before him, holding out her hand and smiling at him frankly as she said, "It is very good of you to come here, Mr. Lipcott. I hope you are going to make yourself useful tonight." "I'm afraid I don't know how to. This isn't much in my line," replied Lou, smiling back at her tremulously. "Never mind, you will soon pick it up, and if you are not too proud to be taught, I shall give you a hint or two. Come over to my beat. We mustn't get in the way of the other helpers. Don't be frightened. The kiddies don't mind a little tumble. It's all in the fun." She laughed as she saw him take a hesitating step forward. "Mother is upstairs in the workroom, and Effie, you remember her, don't you, is at the piano. She started dutifully with the barrel organ tunes, and then, as usual, lost her way into Beethoven. Fancy playing the Kreutzer Sonata to little mites of 10. Fortunately, nobody can hear her." Lou kept close in her wake to take advantage of the thoroughfare she, as it were, carved out for him. He knew very little about the Kreutzer Sonata, so he could not judge of its absurdity as a musical entertainment for children. But what he could judge of, and that very accurately, was the pleasure the manner of her welcome had given him. It was so honestly spontaneous and unpremeditated. It held no suggestion of loose, very loose ends of acquaintanceship having to be picked up and knotted together again. Indeed, anybody not cognizant of the true state of things might have imagined that after parting overnight they had met here by appointment. But it was not so much her lack of surprise at seeing him that pleased him. No doubt Phil had informed her of his return. It was the absence of any sign of curious scrutiny, which, under the circumstances, might have been forgiven in the best of good breeding. He also had scarcely given her a critical glance. He felt it was quite unnecessary. Perhaps he too had become as familiar to her, inwardly and outwardly, through his letters, as she to him. And then his brows contracted darkly. Since when had he taken to flattering himself so egregiously? He knew what he knew, or guessed, and yet... "How can you get yourself into a brown study amid this din?" laughed Dulcie at his elbow. "Oh, I beg your pardon," he stammered in confusion. What is it that you want, my dear?" He bent down to the round-faced little girl, blanketed in a huge white pinafore, who was lisping up at him.
"Please, Mr. Man, sir, you take one end the rope, and please, lady, you the other. I like skipping with two tall people turning."
And thrusting the rope end without more ado into Lou's hand, she stood ready for action. "I'm afraid there's nothing to be done but to humour this very positive young person," said Dulcie, as soon as her amusement permitted her to speak. "I think so too," agreed Lou with a rather rueful smile. He began with a stiff awkwardness which did not suit the positive young person at all, and her shrill directions for increase in speed compelled him to apply himself to the business more seriously. "Why, Mr. Lipcott, you're becoming quite an expert," Dulcie rallied him. "One might as soon do a thing well if one does it at all," replied Lou with laboured cheerfulness.
97, 98, 9900,
yelled the positive young person as she collapsed, panting triumphantly.
"Never got up to 100 before."
"Did you hear that, Mr. Lipcott?" said Dulcie, this time only half playfully. "You have got your reward already. By doing your best you have enabled other people to do better. No, dearie, you mustn't run away without thanking the gentleman."
"Please, Mr. Man, thank you. And don't look so worried,"
obeyed the positive young person, as she turned to defend herself vigorously against certain detractors of her prowess, who had insinuated that she had not really done the 100, insomuch as she had counted 59.70. Lou had to pay the penalty of his success as a turner by being kept at his post until the time for the magic lantern show had arrived. Here again, under Dulcie's captaincy, he did yeoman's work in helping to get the children seated expeditiously. Phil had not been much in evidence. Immediately after handing Lou over to Dulcie, he had taken up his stand at the piano, where he listened to Effie with a rapt look that seemed intended to compensate her for the inattention of the others. It was kind and considerate of him, thought Lou, though Effie, from the recollection he had of her, hardly appeared the sort of girl to take the heedlessness of her audience much to heart. Once or twice he had noticed Dulcie cast a fugitive glance at the pair, and each time something like a perplexed smile had stolen about the corners of her mouth. Shortly before the magic lantern began operations, Phil brought Effie up. "If the mountain refuses to come to Mahomet, welcome back to England, Mr. Lipcott," she said pleasantly. "You were at the piano, and I remembered you did not like to be interrupted," smiled Lou in extenuation. "Did you? What a pity you should have wasted your memory on such a trifle." "Still, I did not do so at the expense of anything else I should have remembered," replied Lou, falling into her vein. "Anything else? What, for instance?" "Don't you answer her," broke in Dulcie. "If you humour Effie the least little bit, she will have you in the thick of a wrangle without your having the faintest notion of how you committed yourself to it. Ah, here comes mother." Lou found no difficulty in making his heart respond to the evident sincerity of Mrs. Duvine's greeting. His hand pressed hers again and again in gratitude for her words. "I am so glad, for your mother's sake." They reminded him how much this woman had done to help his mother to bear the burden of her loneliness. The lantern slides were a great success, at least so Lou opined from the shouts of delight wherewith the children punctuated their progress. Of the actual display he saw very little, because his attention was absorbed by a living picture in his more immediate neighbourhood, to wit, Dulcie seated on a chair with a peaky-faced little hunchback on her lap. The pathetic trust with which the little fellow nestled against her seemed to set upon her a seal of loving reliability. His helplessness brought out in relief the splendid strength of her young womanhood. One had but to look at her to know that here was one whose soul was clamouring for high responsibilities, the higher the more acceptable. Lou's heart heaved almost into his mouth. It was many a day since he had seen so generous, so inspiring a sight. The happy evening was over. It had ended up with the presentation of an orange and a penny cake to each of the children as they filed out. Lou helped in the distribution by handing the oranges from the basket to Dulcie, a task in which he did not cover himself with glory. More than one of the oranges slipped through his grasp, and he had the humiliation of hearing the positive young person call him Butterfingers under her breath. But then the positive young person could not yet possibly know how easily sometimes the casual touch of a woman's hand will disorganize a whole man, though on other occasions his gripping capacity may be that of an octopus. The carriage had been asked to wait because Mrs. Duveen was returning home by herself. She did not go on to the debate, as the somewhat delicate state of her chest precluded the idea of 2 hours' stay in an atmosphere which was a blend of all the known varieties of shag fumes emanating from clay pipes long deserving of superannuation. The narrowness of the pavement, by giving it an air of necessity, took all appearance of design out of the way the young people paired off. Phil and Effie in front, Lou and Dulcie behind. "What do you think of our happy evenings, Mr. Lipcott?" asked Dulcie, after Mrs. Duveen had waved her final goodbye from the carriage. "I believe they are very well in their way," replied Lou. "That is not a particularly liberal tribute," smiled Dulcie. "To my mind they are perhaps the most satisfactory of all our attempts at doing good. There can be no mistake about the results. You are your own eyewitness of them." "Yes, but results which are immediate are, as a rule, small. At least that is the law in commerce, you may happen to know, Miss Duveen." "Still, such things depend chiefly on the size of one's aspirations," said Dulcie pleasantly. Lou stopped short for an instant. Was she referring to the magnitude of his own scheme? Then, remembering that according to the compact the scheme was for the present to be a secret between himself and Phil, he continued, "No, what I mean is only there hardly seems much call for the effort. You might have achieved as much by leaving the children to spend the hour or two in their improvised playgrounds, the streets. That might at least foster their spirit of independence. Their amusement here gave me an impression of the artificial." "I am glad you had the grace to hesitate over the word," laughed Dulcie. "Surely what you meant to say was systematic. More method in their play might be productive of more method in their work." "Probably. Then what becomes of the immediateness of your results?" "I admit it, Mr. Lipcott, you compel me to shift my ground, but I do not feel the least bit disconcerted. The loss is yours. You men who have been out and about in the world, and know on what a grand scale it is built, have lost the taste for the miniature. I'm extremely sorry for you and your like. You must go about continually hitting your heads against the ceiling." "Thank you for sympathizing with our bumps," bantered Lou. "Of course, if that will relieve your anxiety, we get used to them after a time." "So much the worse for you," returned Dulcie quite vehemently. "That means you have to become hopelessly callous.
When a man ceases to deal with the pettiness, the negligible nothings of life, he has ceased to deal with life itself."
"Don't tell me that, Miss Devine, or you will end up by making me quite sorry for myself. And just at present I don't want to feel sorry. I want to feel glad."
"Glad? Of what?"
"Of the opportunity to thank you for having occasionally remembered a poor exile."
"Oh, that was nothing," was the offhand reply.
"You should not have said that," observed Lou quickly.
"Why not?"
"Because you are cutting the ground from under your own attitude by showing the 2 or more views which may be taken of everything. What you consider a mere nothing, I consider a great deal."
"But I refuse to let you take this poor unfortunate nothing in the sense you do," laughed Dulcie. "Please construe it into an insufficient cause for your gratitude. I liked writing to you, because it gave me an opportunity of putting things down black on white, and enabled me to get a clearer conception of them, which otherwise I should have gone without. So, you see, the burden of obligation rests heavily on me."
"I'm glad to have been of service to you," replied Lou, with a dim sort of anger at her words. And yet, to do her justice, what other way could he expect her to put it?
"Of course you are going to tell me something of your impressions and experiences," she went on briskly.
Lou promised readily, though with a keen sense of the hypocrisy of his promise. What had he to tell her in addition to the rather lengthy observations on country and people, which had been the text of his letters to her? It struck him that she must be aware of this herself, and that her request was only a subterfuge for what? Meeting with? Talking to him again? This time he did not even rebuke himself for his sanguineness. It was too childish to be treated seriously. Another minute or 2 brought them to the Molesworth. Outside the club building lounged a group of labourers, most of them with their tool bags slung across their shoulder. They drew back respectfully to allow Phil and his party to pass in, and a chorus of "Good evening, sir," showed that Phil was not unknown to them. He responded cheerfully. "We was waiting to see if you'd turn up all right, sir. If not, we'd be straight off home," replied one of the men in answer to his question why they did not prefer the warmth inside. The same manifestations of acquaintance and esteem greeted Phil as he stepped into the hall. It was a few minutes to 8, and he had just time for a handshake with the chairman for the evening, one of the more prominent members of the school board for the metropolis. "We can always count on a good house when you're down to speak, Mr. Devine," said the latter pleasantly. And indeed, by the time Phil rose to his feet, the hall was quite full and overflowed into the corridor. Nevertheless, when he had concluded his opening sentences, he had got his audience into the state of expectant restraint which puts a poor speaker into a flurry and a good one on his mettle. And Phil belonged to the latter category. The subject of debate was one of the important questions of social reform, which are always more or less agitating the proletariat mind. It needed but little examination of Phil's method of speaking to discover how he managed to obtain his hold over his somewhat difficult audience. He gauged their intelligence to a hairbreadth, it seemed. He kept closely within their educational compass, and yet skilfully avoided all appearance of mental condescension. His phrases were homely, colloquial, without having an air of being specially brought in to suit the occasion. And then there could be no doubt as to the lucidity of his thought, the logic of his deductions, the unerring aim with which he drove home his arguments. But above all, he appeared to possess the happy knack of appealing as man to man, of addressing himself to each one of his listeners individually and separately, and flattering him by making him feel the only one present on whom the full force and drift of the speaker was concentrated. Such was the impression left on Lou, who followed his brother spellbound and breathless. He had come there fully prepared to guard against any natural and instinctive bias in favour of Phil. He would take him on his own merits, wholly and solely. But now he found his precaution had been unnecessary. The man who spoke and carried him along headlong was not his brother Phil at all. It was some stranger whose acquaintance he was making here for the first time. He thought of Phil as he had known him during the various phases of his career, as the timid little lad, ever ready to catch hold of his mother's apron strings, as the high-spirited, self-confident public schoolboy, as the young man sobered and dignified by the coming prestige of his university course, and finally as the strong, fervid thinker, the calming, reasoning enthusiast, whom he had found on his recent return. And now he saw him under the most unfamiliar aspect of all, as the mastermind swaying the moment, as the potential leader of men, giving token of his possibilities by the ease and effortness wherewith he converted the listening multitude into an instrument that quivered responsively to his touch. At least one other person seemed to see him in that role. Dulcie and Effie had been accommodated with seats on the platform, while Lou had expressed himself content with a place in the front row of the body of the hall. It was only afterwards that he realized what had prompted him here too, the unconscious desire to give himself at last the luxury of a full and undisturbed view of Dulcie's face. So far he had only guessed at it, and it was certainly due to him that he should find out how near he had come to the truth. Not at all near, he had to admit, as, toward the end of Phil's speech, he finally mustered up sufficient courage to glance at her. It was then that he became aware of the deep effect Phil must be producing. Was it not made clear to him by her half-parted lips, giving a peep of white gleaming teeth, by the flush in her cheeks, by the proud look of hero-worship in her eyes? Lou was glad to see her thus. Now he had his impression of her in full. This picture of her was a fitting pendant to the one in which the little crippled boy figured. Here she was the woman of great aims, noble aspirations, glorying to hear them nobly voiced. Phil was doing very well. He was building up his case impregnably. He was leaving no weak spot through which his opponent might break and wreak havoc in the phalanx of his facts. But whether he knew it or not, his greatest achievement that evening were those half-parted lips, those roseate flushed cheeks. And Lou wondered how many acres of his freehold property he would give in charity, if that would mean his putting but a shadow of that look into her eyes. His gaze rested for a moment on Effie. The cold placidness of her mien almost stung him into anger. How dared she remain cold and indifferent, when the other one took no pains to prevent her very soul from shining out undisguised? Phil was succeeded by the opposer of the motion, who was heard with a sort of polite tolerance. After that there were a few floundering attempts on the part of the audience to get up a discussion, and then Phil replied. He took the opposer's arguments, and to everybody's huge delight, rent them limb from limb. He had reserved his peroration for the reply speech, and when he finished he came in for a demonstration, the sincerity of which was manifest.
"God bless you, sir," croaked a wizened old navvy as the tumult was subsiding. "You're the only one of the swells what understands us." And the crowd yelled corroboration. The hall was emptying slowly. The people who had occupied the platform remained behind to avoid the crush. Phil was the centre of a small congratulatory throng. Lou thought he chafed a little at being hemmed in,
and stepped on the platform with half an idea of coming to his relief. At that moment Phil emerged, to be met by Dulcie's intense "Oh, Phil!" Phil acknowledged it hastily, though heartily, cast an affectionate glance at Lou, and passed on to where Effie was standing, a little way from the others. The member of the school board was exchanging remarks with Dulcie, and so Lou was left to his own resources, within earshot of his brother and Effie. "Well?" asked Phil, with curious eagerness in his voice. Effie did not answer immediately. "I suppose you were successful, at least they all seem to think so," she said finally. "And you?" Phil's eagerness had changed to anxiety. "Candidly, I did not. All the time you were speaking it was like seeing you walk about in corduroys. I only want to hear you at your best, say at the 80 Club, or generally where you can rise to all your height, where you need not stoop to make yourself understood." "And yet I want so much to please you at all times and in all places," replied Phil. His anxiety had now unmistakably veered round to pain. "Thank you, Phil, but still, when you ask me for my opinion, I must tell you what I think. Or would you prefer me to pretend to you?" "No, Effie, anything but that." The extinguishing of the centre chandelier came as a strong reminder that the hall attendant wished to get home, and advised the laggards to follow his example. "Will you see the girls home with me?" asked Phil, turning to Lou. "I shall be delighted," answered the latter, his words outstripping his thoughts. When his thoughts came level with his words, he saw no reason why he should rue them. Whatever mischief the evening had done, he certainly would not minimise by taking himself off to his own company, with its unalluring prospects of ineffectual brooding. In any case, the more he saw of Dulcie, the more it would help him confirm his policy, a policy of cool head and steady heart. "That will depend on circumstances," he had replied to Phil's inquiry as to the length of his stay in England. Those circumstances, of course, spelled Dulcie. His business training had taught him the value of surmises, but only in as far as they were used to pave the way to certainties. To stop at them was so unpractical a proceeding as to reflect discredit on an averagely intelligent office boy. Well, he would stay for his certainty, and if it turned out as it might turn out, it was with a feeling of any port in the storm that he remembered that the steamers left Southampton once a week. And meanwhile, harking back to the conversation between Phil and Effie, he wondered why a man should set such tremendous store on the praises of a woman of whom he never spoke except in monosyllables. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 24. "First, as usual," said Mr. Alexander, in his customary good-natured growl, as he entered the drawing-room at Mrs. Duvine's one evening, a week later, "if this goes on much longer, I shall begin to feel quite undistinguished." "Then you should improve your manners, and not show yourself so ravenous for your dinner," jested Mrs. Duvine, who was there to receive him. "Call me an ogre at once and be done with it," suggested Uncle Bram flippantly. "Who, by the way, is coming tonight? Oh, I remember. That young man from Africa." "I won't have you call him that young man from Africa," said Mrs. Duvine energetically. "It sounds like a parody on the wild man of Borneo, and he is not wild by any means, I can assure you." "I never said he was," protested Uncle Bram with equal vigour. "Indeed, my impression of him is that, of a particularly sane and rational individual. I dare say he's got on, eh?"
"Yes, I understand he has done very well."
I shall be glad to renew our acquaintance. Who else is coming?"
"Only Effie and her mother, Mrs. Lipcott, and, of course, Phil."
"Where's Dulcie?"
"In her room, dressing."
"Has she been at it long?"
"What an odd question to ask, Bram."
"Still, has she?"
"Oh, about half an hour."
That's an improvement on the usual."
"What do you mean, Bram?"
"Only that my dear little niece is one of those rather aggravating young ladies whose chief pride in life is to get done before everyone else."
"Very proper, too. I should hate to think of her dawdling before the looking-glass."
"That's not the other alternative," replied Uncle Bram warmly. "But when one has a face and figure that are worth bestowing a little pains on, the long and short of it is, Rose, she does not make the most of herself."
"And pray what is the point of your valuable remarks?"
"What, Rose, don't you see? And you a woman and a mother?" Mrs. Duveen almost fell back with a quick little gasp. "There is your answer, whether you are a woman," said Uncle Bram quite fiercely. "For years you go about in a blissful indifference, and here I just breathe a word of warning, and you get into a downright panic. Why, what's lost? She's only 23, and, well, she is Dulcie."
"You mistake me, Bram," said Mrs. Duveen quickly. "The cause of my alarm is not what you think."
"Then please enlighten me."
"How should I feel if someone were to come between her and me?"
"If you will permit me to be a trifle brutal for once," said Mr. Alexander stiffly, "I shall beg to inform you that I should not consult your feelings in the matter at all. You may say that as a male spinster I have no right to dogmatize on it. I don't. At least, not in the sentimental aspect, but I do on the practical, and that most strongly. At any rate, where my dogma leaves off, your duty should begin."
"Yes, yes, Bram," came from Mrs. Duveen almost imploringly. "You are perfectly right. But what am I to do?"
Said Uncle Bram, scratching his ear. "The worst about it is that there is no direct course of action possible. A machine-made arrangement is, in the case of a girl like Dulcie, out of the question. For the matter of that, it ought to be in the case of every other girl. Again, to point out to her the necessity of taking things into her own hands would make her barricade herself in her room forever. But there will be a change."
"How, Bram?"
"I am going to take her under my wing. You may smile, but I am desperate. She'll have to go in for going out. I'll make her follow me about to places if I have to carry her there. And instead of politely yawning the evening through, she will have to take an intelligent interest in the fellows. Decent fellows, too, some of them, who give their moustaches an extra twirl when she appears on the scene."
"At one time it seemed young Leon—" began Mrs. Duveen.
"Fiddlesticks! An optical illusion, like one or two others of them," interrupted Uncle Bram unceremoniously. "I can see what it is. She's modelling herself on that Effie of hers. There's another bright specimen for you. What has come over that girl I can't tell for the life of me. All day long it's Effie and piano, or for a change, piano and Effie. That's what it has been for the last year or two. And when it isn't dumps with her, it's devilry. She doesn't seem to know any happy medium. But the main point is Dulcie. It would simply be an outrage to society to let her remain single, seeing that she is cut out for a wife according to the latest improvements. I tell you, there's going to be a decided change."
"A change in what?" inquired Dulcie, as she stepped into the room at that moment. all soft and dainty in her clinging cream silk. "In the weather, my dear," stammered Uncle Bram, taken aback. "The barometer has fallen heavily." "So will you have a heavy fall if you get into the habit of fibbing? Why, mother dear, you look quite upset. What has he been up to?" "Nothing, child," said Mrs. Devine, smiling at her solicitous vehemence. "He was mentioning something about— well, never mind, dear, it wouldn't interest you." "Now that you have convinced yourself that I have been making no attempt on the life of your precious mamma," drawled Uncle Bram with grim politeness, "may I ask whether you will honour me by accepting one of the 2 tickets I have purchased for the grand ball in aid of the infant schools? Under most distinguished patronage, you know. Severely select." "When is it?" "Next Tuesday week," replied Uncle Bram, weirdly persuasive. "Tuesday? Couldn't possibly." Uncle Bram put on his apoplectic look. "Why not?" "Girls' Club, needlework night," explained Dulcie, cheerfully laconic. "Consider me to have delivered myself of a naughty word," said Uncle Bram. "Of course you will put off the needlework." "Uncle Bram," said Dulcie, mock impressively, "when shall I get you to learn that virtue is its own reward, or should be? You spend a couple of guineas in the cause of charity, and you think at once that it gives you an excuse for an orgy of sinful dissipation. For shame! Consider your hair that was," and she gave his bald pate an affectionate pat. Uncle Bram submitted speechlessly to the indignity of word and action. Then, in an "I'll give you a last chance" sort of voice, he tried again. "Then you won't come." Dulcie shook her head with smiling but decisive provokingness. "There you are," said Uncle Bram as he turned accusingly to Mrs. Devine. "Always some excuse. Girls' Club indeed, you little mischief." Dulcie's face had suddenly appeared quite close to his own. "I'll take that Girls' Club and do something to it. I'll disband it, get all the girls married somehow, pay somebody to let a mouse loose amongst them." "You dear old bully," cooed Dulcie with both her arms round him. "You are talking absolute rubbish, and you know it." "Ah, here are Effie and her mother at last," she exclaimed, bounding away from him as the house bell sounded. "Or Phil," said Mrs. Devine eagerly, as she followed her out into the hall. Dulcie's guess was right. "I'm going up to your room. I want to fix something," said Effie hurriedly to Dulcie. "Come along." Dulcie turned up the gas as soon as they got there. "Don't do that," came querulously from Effie, who had flung herself on the couch and was tilting the heel of one foot on the toes of the other. "But you can't do it in the dark," remonstrated Dulcie, obeying. "I don't want to do anything. I've got something to tell you. Oh, Effie, what can it be?" In the half-light, Effie's face showed almost hectic, and her fathomless eyes shone with more than their wonted lustre. "Dulcie, I went today," she broke out defiantly. "Went where?" "To the agent." "What, all by yourself?" breathed Dulcie. "All by myself and in broad daylight," replied Effie, more defiantly still. "And you didn't tell your mother?" "That's just like you," cried Effie angrily. "You keep on bothering me with stupid questions, instead of asking, as any sensible kind of person would, what the man said to me. And now I won't give you the chance of asking. He said— he is the biggest agent in the line, you know— he said that I had a marvellous, yes, don't gape, marvellous talent, and he would not have the slightest difficulty in getting me a hearing on the best concert platforms in town as soon as the season starts. So there." And she brushed the creases out of her frock with a hand that trembled visibly. "Oh, Effie, dear!" And Dulcie tried to stroke the trembling hand back into self-possession. "You know how I've always felt for your plans and ambitions. and how proud I shall be of you, and all that. But—" "Yes, but? But why did you not tell your mother first?" "Because I did not even tell her afterwards. You are the only one who knows. Oh, Dulcie, I could not stand it any longer. The dull, dreary prospect of doing nothing, being nothing, when I felt all the time I could make my future full with facts instead of making it empty by dreams. And only because poor Papa was so foolish and improvident as to pile up a lot of money in his lifetime, which I now have to drag about with me if I don't want it to drag me down. Haven't we poor rich people also the right to live? And your mother won't give in?" "Absolutely certain. And that's why she won't know till I send her a stall for my debut." "Oh, F, you make me feel so wretched," moaned Dulcie. "I don't care. If I am made to feel wretched, I don't see why somebody else should not feel wretched." With a little cry of horror, Dulcie clapped her hand over the mutinous mouth. "You don't mean to say that, Effie?" she gasped. Effie seized the repressing hand and almost bit it in her passionate repentance. "Oh, no, 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 Dulce, darling, of course I didn't mean it, but be good to me only this once more. Help me to carry the secret, if you don't want me to die just yet." Dulcie reflected for an instant. Then a joyous look came into her eyes. "Effie, suppose we divide the secret into 3. That will make it ever so much easier." "Divide it into 3? Who is to be the third?" "Phil, of course." Effie's lips pursed disdainfully. "I don't see the slightest necessity for Phil in the matter," she said harshly. "Not for Phil?" exclaimed Dulcie. "Will you kindly explain your surprise?" asked Effie icily. "I thought you were such good friends," stammered Dulcie. "Well, and what if we are? I suppose I can always reserve myself the right of fixing a limit to our friendship." "I am afraid you have been quarrelling," said Dulcie disconsolately. "Dear no. You don't think such an extremely correct young man as Phil would give anybody a handle for quarrelling?" Dulcie sighed and was silent. This was not the first time that Effie had given vent to bursts of irritation against Phil in his absence. And yet, though Dulcie had carefully watched them together, she had never noticed Effie's attitude to him to be anything save a consistent, possibly a studied affability. Today she felt more at a loss than ever. The figure on the couch there was not Effie at all. It was some wan, forlorn mystery that made her heart ache. "For goodness' sake, come down!" cried Effie, jumping up suddenly. "Don't let us sit mooning here like a pair of owls. Everything will be all right some day. But, Dulcie—" "I won't tell, not a word. Oh, I thought we had settled that long ago. What I mean is, if anybody tries to worry me into eating anything tonight, I shall just take my things and go off home, and you have got to see to it." On descending, they found Phil and Mrs. Lipcott already arrived. "I've already apologized for Lou," said Phil, noting Dulcie's look around the room. "He couldn't get away in time for dinner, but he will turn up for certain later on in the evening." At Uncle Bram's suggestion, an immediate move was made to the dining-room. Phil took no part in the table talk, at least not in its earlier stages. He appeared to be reserving himself for some special occasion. A momentary lull gave it to him. "If you all promise not to let it interfere with your appetite, I shall tell you the story of a little idea Lou and I hit on between us," he began. "We've kept it to ourselves so far, but now it struck us that we might as well get the opinion of the unprejudiced observer. Not that we're going to take the slightest notice of him,
but we can't resist the temptation of cheaply gratifying our curiosity." Phil's manner was half jesting, yet it did not escape his listeners that he was masking a more serious mood, and the attention which it bespoke for him certainly did not decrease as his account of the scheme proceeded. Despite Phil's injunction, Uncle Bram laid down his knife and fork. Dulcie's interest was unmistakable. Mrs. Devine and Mrs. Lipcott looked at each other with a quiet smile, half surprise, half congratulation. Effie alone gave no indication of her thoughts. Her eyes downcast, she toyed steadily with the little pile of breadcrumbs before her. "Oh, it's splendid, isn't it, Uncle Bram?" came impetuously from Dulcie, as Phil concluded. "If you will kindly permit me to catch my breath a little, I may be able to answer you," said Uncle Bram more cautiously. "Did anybody ever hear anything more audacious?" Phil laughed. "I suppose I ought to be grateful for that, Uncle Bram. You might have said foolhardy." "He might have said courageous," broke in Mrs. Devine softly. Uncle Bram shook his head vigorously. "Nope. You won't get me to commit myself. The matter is too responsible for that." "Don't put such a value on yourself," remonstrated Dulcie. "You heard Phil say before he would not let outside criticism affect him." "I know Phil better than that," replied Uncle Bram rather bluntly. Phil was given no time to repudiate or admit the contention, owing to Lou's arrival. Mrs. Devine had left orders that he was to be shown in, even though dinner was still in progress. "I'm a little earlier than I thought I should be," he began. "If you want to make excuses, make them for not being earlier still," said Mrs. Devine, as she shook hands with him. "You came in the nick of time, Lou," said Phil, when Lou had finally got seated. Uncle Bram showed himself inclined to be a little cantankerous about our little project. "Indeed," smiled Lou. "Yes, if by that you mean that I venture to reserve my judgment," replied Uncle Bram amiably, and then the subject was, as it were, tacitly ruled out of order. Lou's presence had put an air of constraint upon it. Everyone seemed to have arrived at a new sense of its importance, with which the present desultory mode of discussion accorded but ill. And when, at the close of the meal, Mr. Alexander invited the two young men to the smoking-room, their ready response had about it a curious ring of momentousness. This last followed them into their privacy, and showed itself by the hedging wherewith the talk was at first kept on neutral topics. It was not till he was half through his cigar that Mr. Alexander availed himself of one of Lou's remarks to approach the scheme. "Do you know the feeling that came over me at seeing you once more, Mr. Lipcott?" Lou looked at him astonished. "A sort of shamefacedness," continued the other. "Surely the cause must have been purely imaginary," replied Lou. "You say so because you have forgotten. Do you remember the last time I saw you I suggested putting you under a pledge? But you withdrew the suggestion almost in the same breath." "Only because you insisted on trusting yourself. You nearly put me to the blush by the brilliant way in which you have justified your self-belief." "Then you approve of our scheme?" exclaimed Phil eagerly. "You show a suspicious deference to my humble opinion, considering the rather stiff-backed attitude I understand you propose to take up," smiled Mr. Alexander. "By no means," rejoined Phil quickly. "Don't mistake me, Uncle Bram. You know what store I as a rule set on your personal opinion of men and affairs. But in the present instance it is absolutely valueless. I do not want you to speak as Uncle Bram, but as the communal politician,
as the representative of the influences which may be said to dominate the destiny of contemporary English Judaism.
"You only forestall me," said Mr. Alexander. "I was about to draw the same distinction myself. I agree fully that the natural prepossession with which, as an individual, I should view this attempt of yours puts my personal estimate out of course at once. But I am glad to see that, whatever private resources, both mental and financial, you are prepared to invest in the founding of your institute, you seem to recognize the fact that its main issue must depend ultimately on what general sympathy and cooperation you succeed in enlisting. And you want me to give you an official estimate, as it were, of your chances of that."
"Precisely," came from Phil, while Lou contented himself with nodding his assent.
"Both of you must be aware, of course," continued Mr. Alexander thoughtfully, "that the question is one which has exercised our communal parliament, to develop your phrase, Phil, for years. It would be beside the mark for us to discuss the merits or demerits of the modus operandi suggested. Its tendencies were scarcely as far-reaching, I might almost say epoch-making, as you evidently claim your own to be. But such as it was, we allowed it to hang fire so long that we wisely saved ourselves the probable disappointment of a flash in the pan. The pity of it is that we should have expended so much valuable energy in keeping it in its state of suspended animation, instead of bestowing that energy on a more profitable purpose. And now we are exactly as far as we were at the start." "Not quite so far," interjected Phil. "Remember the wasted energy."
"That need not concern you very much. You know we are a hardy and recuperative race," smiled Mr. Alexander. "Still, while you recuperate, you may forget for what your strength is needed," said Phil, not without some bitterness.
"That we can never do," said Mr. Alexander firmly.
"The evil knocks on our doors too loudly, in fact, day by day more loudly, to allow our ignoring it. And herein lies your chief claim to our consideration. That we should approach you with a certain amount of distrust you must reasonably expect. You offer us a plan contrary to all precedent, a plan which apparently strides along with the 7-league boots of the giant in the fairy tale. And we should not necessarily be dubbed fossilized fogies if we give our spectacles a good rub to get at the true inwardness of it." "But the scheme has its own credentials," exclaimed Phil hotly.
"You can trust us with sufficient discretion to discover that for ourselves," replied Mr. Alexander with great equanimity.
"It would not escape running the gauntlet, even if it came godfathered by any one of our accredited leaders. Well, then, we should start with the fact I just mentioned, that the necessities of the case show no signs of diminishing, that a policy of trusting to things to right themselves is not justified by the course of events are taking, and that by continuing it we run the risk of developing what at present is only a difficulty into a crisis calling for adjustment from without. We clearly, therefore, owe it to ourselves, both as a matter of duty as well as self-interest, to obviate such a fatality at all costs. Your scheme, it must be admitted, appears opportunely at a moment when the mind of the community is not engrossed by considerations of minor import, which so often burke the larger issues, that it does not consist of half-way or perfunctory measures, but strikes boldly at the core of the trouble, because it puts the right values on cause and effect, should not disqualify it for experiment, even though the experiment be the most expensive we have yet dared to permit ourselves. For recollect, I have hinted it already,
that your share in the movement can at best be only that of pioneers. It could never be but two men's work, even though they were demigods. The grand total of it cannot be reckoned by units. It must be counted by hundreds, by thousands perhaps. In that case it becomes an effort worthy of all our combined strength. Nay, more, we should welcome the opportunity for making a grand demonstration. We must be careful not to turn it into an ostentatious parade of our resources. The strong man feels all the stronger for testing his muscle. "Well?" asked Phil, his face tense with suppressed emotion. "Suppose Lou and I cannot get beyond the groundwork. Will you continue the building?" "I'm sincerely glad you put that in the shape of a question," replied Mr. Alexander. "I was afraid that my unqualified positiveness might have led you to assume too much, perhaps everything. But the only inference I can allow you to draw from my words is that we guarantee you our sentiments. Our sympathy may not carry us beyond a theoretical approval." Phil leapt up from his chair as though stung. "What? And that despite the urgency which exists on your own showing?" he cried. Mr. Alexander calmly shrugged his shoulders. "Urgency, my dear boy, is, like everything else, a relative term. It may mean a day or a lifetime, and after us the deluge has been the watchword of the world ever since Noah's Ark came to anchor on Mount Ararat. If every man who knows his duty were to act on his knowledge, we could safely pension off the Decalogue. You see, we may show ourselves ready to give you every credit for the high principle, the noble disinterestedness of your project. We may laud and applaud it to the skies, and we may do nothing more. Selfishness, culpable apathy will be your verdict, but you will be wrong. The real cause will be something much less obvious, much less controllable, the mysterious contrariness, the wayward sulking with the occasion, which is our unconscious protest against being called upon to put in splints the things which have got out of joint. I do not say that our better judgment will not prevail. Very possibly it may. Only I consider I am rendering you a distinct service in setting before you the potential negatives of the case. But still, even if you do not obtain the support of the official body, you have another and perhaps more reliable string to your bow." Phil and Lou merely looked their inquiry. "There are our engross philanthropists," continued Mr. Alexander, "the men whose large-heartedness finds an outlet in every channel of communal charity. You would get them to see that the consummation of your scheme would do much to remove the necessity for some of the institutions which are the direct outcome of the state of things you would have them help you to remedy. By the creation of a main stream which, to a certain degree, will rob the tributaries, they will find their purpose better served. And there can be no doubt that among the secondary benefits arising from the scheme must be the abatement of the dole evil, resulting in a proportionate increase of self-respect and self-reliance among our poor, as well as more systematic provision against old age and the unforeseen emergencies of daily life. But I apologize, I am straying beyond my province." "Not unconsciously, though, Uncle Bram," smiled Phil, who by this time had regained his self-possession. "I can see your object. You do not want to end up with a raven's croak. You know yourself that your distinction between the engross philanthropist and the so-called communal leader is quite artificial. The one is the other, and by casting doubt on the one, you involve both. But I shall relieve your anxiety. I have more faith in you than you yourselves have. You won't content yourselves with applauding us.
although that might furnish you with an excuse for not putting your hands in your pockets. You won't sulk with the occasion because you know you have more to gain by conciliating it. And once you recognise your duty, you are far too jealous of your credit with your contemporaries and with posterity to pass it by on the other side of the road. But should I be mistaken," Phil got up and his eyes flashed fire, "should I be mistaken, even then I do not consider our cause hopeless. We shall not be disheartened by having to deal in units. We shall compensate ourselves by making surer of the results. We must grow stronger from the very nature of our undertaking. For as time goes on, we shall become our own recruiting ground. At least some of the men whom we shall send out and whom we have helped to a better chance of worldly success, to a truer knowledge of the possibilities of life, some of them, I say, if not all, will remember that they are failures if they do nothing to help on the good work which has made them what they are. And they will help as soon as they can, if only to vindicate themselves in their own eyes. They will come back, as Lou and I have come back, because we are a people whose soul is their traditions, and who have learnt the knack of gripping the future with one hand while keeping hold of the past with the other. I have no taste for acquiring the reputation of a well-meaning hobby rider. The sanction of the community and all it means is to me a thing as solemn as it is valuable. But with it or without it, our purpose holds good. Does it or does it not, Lou?" By way of answer, Lou stepped up to Phil, laid his hand on the other's shoulder, so the two stood looking at Mr. Alexander. "Dear me," said the latter in half-affected, half-genuine distress, "you make me feel quite uncomfortable. What have I done to deserve this distinctly threatening attitude of yours? My only offence was that I made my survey from the standpoint you assigned to me, and so had to leave the situation pretty much as I found it. I could not honestly do otherwise. And yet," he continued reflectively, "I don't know what reason you have to grumble. Nothing in what I have said need lead you to expect a downright rebuff, and that by itself is as good as carrying the first position. And then, if you will at last permit me to speak on my own behalf, you can rest assured of at least one friend at court. Mr. Lipcott, Phil, I ask it of you as a favour. Let me be your ambassador." "I think this is the first authentic instance where a favour to the other man means a bargain to oneself," replied Phil buoyantly, as he linked his arm affectionately in Mr. Alexander's. "I must confess to you, Uncle Bram, we've got you ridiculously cheap. I was prepared for a tremendous outlay of canvassing. Now then, Lou, we have achieved enough for one day. Come, let us show our laurels to the ladies." "Only don't make me out such a great acquisition, or I shall waste all my time in growing conceited," laughed Uncle Bram. "You forget you will occasionally be called upon to report progress," retorted Phil. "Of my conceit?" "Of your embassy." They found the ladies divided into two groups, the older three chatting away busily round the fireplace, Effie at the piano, improvising softly, with Dulcie gazing up at her from the hassock close by. Effie did not appear to notice the entry of the men, except that her touch became fainter still, but Dulcie rose with alacrity, only to see her seat usurped by Phil the very next instant. Uncle Bram had been called over to the fireplace to arbitrate in some insignificant dispute, and Lou was following him thither, when Dulcie intercepted him halfway. He halted readily. "I've been waiting for you very patiently, Mr. Lipcott," she said with the naivete of a child. "Can I do anything for you?" he inquired eagerly. "Yes, I want you to grant me your pardon." "Most certainly, Miss Devine. And now you may as well tell me for what." "No, really, I'm greatly in earnest."
I have been reproaching myself during the last half hour for scolding you the other evening, because you did not go into ecstasies over the glories of the children's treat. And with that for my starting point, I wanted to prove to you that your whole philosophy of life was wrong. With your mind intent on such great things, how could you be expected to give even a passing thought to mere trivialities? How I must have annoyed or amused you!
Let me assure you, you did neither.
What else can you possibly say? Why, if I remember, I actually had the presumption to pity you. My only consolation is that perhaps you were not listening to me at all.
But doing what?
Thinking of your wonderful scheme. I don't know how you can let it be absent from your thoughts for a single instant. The length of my acquaintance with it can only be measured in minutes, and I have already learned to love it.
Her face became troubled, and Lou fancied he heard a sigh. Her next words convinced him. "I'm very sorry. I suppose to love it will be my only share in it." Lou looked at her curiously. "And why not your only share?" he asked. She answered his look with one of undisguised indignation. "Quite so, Mr. Lipcott. I ought to have prepared for that question. If you men allow us women to sympathise with your work, to pray for its success, and to look on from a distance, you think you have humoured us sufficiently. I don't want to be humoured, Mr. Lipcott. I want to help, to stand close by, and to feel that at least the tiniest wheel in the machine owes its motion to me. And yet you are right." Her head drooped despondently. "Is there anything I could do that you could not do doubly well? By intruding, I should only succeed in preventing the best and fittest from being employed." Lou paused for a moment or two, and then bent his head closer to hers, so as to permit himself a sinking of the voice. "Miss Devine, you are unnecessarily severe on yourself, as you would have seen had you waited for me to give the answer to your question. Let me tell you that there are certain things as vital as any of those which will figure in the formal curriculum, but for which neither Phil nor myself, nor any man living, could do half as well as you." "You are not merely polite, Mr. Lipcott?" she asked with touching anxiety. "Why should I trifle with you?" he returned gravely. "Listen, Miss Devine. We shall be dealing with lads whose home life will have had its virtues, but will also have had its defects. Of the latter, those which fall under the heading of more regular discipline you can safely leave to us. But there may be others which we may not be able to reach. Rough edges of character, perverted ways of thinking which require the quick eye of a woman to detect, and the soft, dexterous touch of a woman in the handling. So, instead of an intrusion, your immediate presence will become an essential. It would do more to give them a clear sense of chivalry, of right-mindedness, than the most strenuous example. They would not dare to tell a lie or harbour it in their hearts if they knew that you and such as you were coming from time to time to read their faces. But, Miss Devine, your function would not end there. These boys will be of an age when they feel the first stirrings of their self-consciousness, when they begin to ask themselves questions and cannot always give an answer. They grow afraid of their future, it seems so near. Added to that may be distressing home circumstances. Their work may be misunderstood, their aims belittled. That surely is the time when they most need somebody to rally their hopes, to heap fuel on their courage, to give them back their faith in themselves. And," he half murmured the words, "I've always imagined there is none so skilful as a woman in nursing a soul through a crisis." Lou paused, not in the least surprised at his own eloquence. He knew whence he derived his inspiration. It was the recollection of the lonely hours he had struggled through by himself, the aching despondency which had attacked him whenever he had paused to take breath, though its causes were not exactly any one of those he had just enumerated. He only thought of his craving for something soft and sympathetic on which to recoil from the iron-like stubbornness of his own resolve. He had never had a woman friend. It was the one thing for which he had ever envied his brother Phil. Dulcie too remained lost in thought. Then the radiance which Lou's words had brought into her face began to ebb, until it finally gave place to utter disconsolateness. "Thank you, Mr. Lipcott," she said slowly. "You conjured up for me a pleasant dream. It is not your fault that I cannot make it last. How can I ever lift myself to the height of the task you exact from me? True, I have exerted my influence with little children, and perhaps not without success. But what guarantee have I that I shall make it felt on boys that are to become what you wish to make them?" "You have made it felt on men, so why should you not succeed with boys?" The words fairly leapt from his mouth, and then, when he found that he had spoken and not thought them, a sudden strength entered into him. He drew himself up, proud and defiant. Let her know, then. It was as though he had disburdened himself of the weight of a humiliating secret. "On men?" she repeated, wondering. But she had no need to inquire further. Could she mistake the look in his eyes? Lou held his breath. What was coming? At first a silence, then a faint pallor over her cheeks, so faint that perhaps it was only the reflected tint of the gleaming silk. But Lou was not deceived, and his heart came into his mouth. She had understood, and yet she was not angry, for so her next words told him. "I did not know I had influenced any men, Mr. Lipcott. If I have, I am glad to think it was for their good. Come, let us take pity on Phil and Effie. They seem to be boring each other dreadfully." Obediently he followed her over to the piano. Her last remark was apparently no exaggeration. Effie had risen and stood looking through a music album. She was just stifling a yawn. Phil was next to her, watching her with evident perplexity and vexation. Little or no conversation had passed between them. "Well, what do you think of the scheme?" he had asked her. "It seems all right," had been her answer. "I dare say you will make it a success. Only I thought your ambition lay in another direction." "What other direction?" "Oh, I don't know. I can't trouble to think." The groups converged again as the evening wore on. Its close brought Phil another rebuff. "I shall see you home," he said to Effie, as Mrs. Elkin rose to leave. "No, thanks," was Effie's negligent reply. "Mother and I can take care of each other for 20 yards or so." Lou also took his thoughts away with him, and so it was that Mrs. Lipcott, on her way home, found her two sons but poor company. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. The 2 months which followed were to Lou not so much a succession of days and weeks as a linkless chain of unabating activity entailed by the final transference of his affairs to his London establishment, the selection of his staff, and the 1,001 details preliminary to the working order of an extensive concern.
It was true that before his return to London he had scarcely intended to set up operations on the large scale which now they seemed likely to assume. He had perhaps anticipated nothing more than the appointing of a reliable agent, so as to render his own presence in England necessary only at periodic intervals. But from the first day that he had resumed contact with it, the fascination of this, the greatest business centre of the world, had magnetized him hopelessly. The stir and bustle, the amazing, the magnificent manifestations of its multifarious energies called out to him as though in challenge, and provoked all of the combativeness of his disposition. He felt that, whatever he had achieved, he had never touched the bedrock of his powers. He had accumulated, it seemed to him, a surplus residuum of strength, which was continually crying out in protest against its own inutility. Here at last he could give it scope. It was time that he found outlet for it. It might become stale with too protracted disuse, and from being an available help grow into a cumbersome incubus. In addition to the sense of his full-grown opportunities came the duty he owed to the scheme. Not, however, as a mere make-weight, but as a consideration of equal rank and force. More than equal, Lou might have admitted to himself had he dared. The scheme itself had so far made but insignificant headway. Lou's own preoccupation had found its counterpart in Phil's, who could not afford to allow himself any further respite in the preparation for his law final. The examination had finished yesterday, and now Lou was waiting for his brother in the private room he had detached for himself in the imposing offices off Throgmorton Street. It was at the advice of Mr. Alexander himself that they had decided on putting their project into practice without further delay, and without waiting for the weather signs of public opinion. He thought it probable that the communal leaders would be more impressed with the desirability of the scheme if they saw its originators give token of their earnestness by an independent course of action. The spectacle of two individuals assaying the initiative of a task which, by the nature of it, must necessarily rely on support of which they had no guarantee, might turn its quixotic side to the more thoughtless. The more provident, however, would see in it nothing but evidence of a high-spirited disinterestedness, and the quiet confidence, it argued, could not but appeal intimately to their most generous instincts. And so the mere introductory steps might succeed in, so to speak, forcing the hand of the community. Mr. Alexander's view was perhaps prompted more by the fact that Lou and Phil had evidently made up their minds to begin without any side glance at adventitious circumstances, but his hopeful words could not come amiss, even if looked at in the light of a spur to a willing horse. At any rate, the two brothers had arranged to meet that morning in order to deliberate finally on the all-important questions of the site whereupon the Institute was to be located. If Lou was reluctant to admit how greatly the scheme had taken hold of him, it was because he knew that it had done so not altogether on its own merits. He would have had to own that, from being a goal in itself, it had, in some degree, become degraded to the level of a means to an end, and his whole being cried shame upon this discount to its dignity. He thought it nothing short of an act of defalcation to make capital out of it for the serving of his own purposes, however much his heart might tempt him thereto. For indeed he could not gainsay the fact that the scheme was developing into an acknowledged bond of sympathy between himself and Dulcie. It raised for them a platform of mutual interest, on which, if he had not known better than to give his hopes free play, Lou might have fancied other things than her keen desire for its consummation would possibly find room. The enthusiasm wherewith Dulcie had welcomed the scheme at her first knowledge of it had settled down into a reasoning, deep-rooted admiration the more its possibilities had taken shape
in her imagination. Lou, for his part, had availed himself freely of his right of access to the Devine family circle, spending there at least one evening in every week. As to the consistency of Dulcie's cordiality, he could not, once he had got over his surprise at it, entertain any doubt. Occasionally he felt the impulse to analyse what measure of it belonged to him as the man, and what as the embodied embryo of the scheme, which it was clear Dulcie was taking more and more to her heart as a personal ambition. But he refrained. He might dupe himself into an illusion which he would find harder to bear than his present uncertainty. He even restrained his wonder at her complete disregard of the confession he had let slip from her. That she knew what she knew was unquestionable. He might have ascribed her ignoring it to the almost childlike ingenuousness of her character, or even to an unconscious coquetry which showed the eternal feminine in her. But he did neither. He reflected that, after all, what he had said was liable, if she wished it, to a perfectly colourless interpretation, and did not impose on her any definite attitude. Instead, he reserved his perplexity for the understanding he had imagined to exist between Dulcie and Phil. It was clear to him that their bearing to each other was not by any means in keeping with his original notion. At times he suspected that it was a one-sided state of things, that Dulcie's response was warmer than Phil actually gave occasion for. Lou, however, had never probed his brother, for fear of hearing something to ratify his suspicion, and Lou would have been mortified beyond all measure at having wormed his way into a secret which even in a woman of coarsest fibre should be hedged in with a sanctity of its own. In Dulcie he would have deprecated it more for his own sake than for hers. Pity looks down, not up. If he had pitied her, how would he be able to do otherwise? He would be poorer by an ideal, and that is a loss no right-minded man sustains without at once fancying himself on the brink of moral bankruptcy. And so Lou, as far as his emotions were concerned, had done nothing but mark time. His willpower had kept him stationary, because in front of him stretched unreconnoitred ground. But for all that, he could give himself no guarantee that his self-restraint would hold out as long as he needed it. Some unguarded moment he would break loose more unequivocally than on the other occasion, and then she would have no choice but an absolute rift. And Lou was determined, if he could not gain Dulcie's love, to reserve himself the consolation of what was next best to it, her friendship. To that the scheme had already contributed largely, but unless he strained his consciousness unduly, he did not shrink from exacting yet another service from it, to answer him the question whether or not something more was possible. While the scheme was yet in its theoretic stage, it was natural that Dulcie's thoughts should narrow themselves down to her anticipation. It would be different once it had become an actuality. As fellow workers they would find more numerous points of contact. They would feel the necessity for mutual encouragement. They would penetrate into one another's hearts, to assure themselves that conjecture of success in the one found a true echo in the other. Soul would speak more confidently to soul. If then, and that within reasonable time, something that was its own revelation did not filter forth, he would know she had nothing to reveal. The oracle to which Lou thus looked for guidance was not so far distant as would appear. The night before had brought him a suggestion which he was certain Phil would hail as nothing less than an inspiration. It was to the effect that the interval between then and the erecting of a permanent home for the Institute should be valuably occupied by setting on foot a preliminary organization in temporary premises, which no doubt could be readily found. And so, when it was to be transferred to its domicile proper, the work could have got beyond its tentative flounderings,
and would at once begin to steer its course along the track of a well-established routine. Lou smiled to himself as he thought of the avidity wherewith Phil would snatch at the idea. It made his heart glow to feel he was preparing for his brother a keen and unexpected pleasure. Since his return, Lou's feelings had quickened towards Phil beyond his liveliest expectations. To tell the truth, he had looked forward to the resumption of their intercourse with some apprehension. Their lines of life had been so divergent that what should have been a reunion might have turned into a clashing of sentiments, external and fundamental. Lou had pictured Phil as a typical man of the world, cynic, supercilious, superficial, and had feared that the tie of kinship could be kept intact only by skilful accommodation on his own part. His disappointment had been as great as it was gratifying. And then had come the scheme. Providentially, it almost seemed, to put the seal on their understanding and make it absolute. The possession it had taken of Phil not only surprised Lou, it had sometimes frightened him. Since that night at Mrs. Duvine's, when they first let the secret of it out of their keeping, Phil had referred to it on all occasions with an uncompromising obstinacy, as though he were vindicating it in the teeth of a fiercely resolute opposition. To Lou's mind there seemed no call for it. Mr. Alexander had so far furnished no definite report concerning his mission, but it was obvious from his manner that he had no cause to be discontented with his results. Lou looked on this mysterious aggressiveness of Phil's as the dogged perseverance which was exercising itself on imaginary obstacles, so as to be able to cope better with whatever real ones might arise. The thought touched and comforted Lou. Be the outcome of the scheme what it might, here was at least one other man besides himself ready and willing to put his very best into it, to make it the labour of his life, to concentrate on it faculties which would be a force in any other providence. Indeed, the certainty of Phil's cooperation was so far the only surety of success the scheme possessed. What, in truth, was the scheme without Phil? And now that it had assumed for Lou a momentous side issue as well. He rose hurriedly as he heard Phil's quick, eager knock at the door. A glance at the flushed face and bright, restless eyes told Lou that his brother had not brought to the discussion of the weighty question before them the calm, sober state of mind which it demanded. "Any news?" he asked. "Yes, Lou, great news. It came this morning," replied Phil, the quietness of his tone throwing his general agitation into stronger relief. "Read this." Lou's vague hope that Phil had brought with him some important announcement affecting the fortunes of the scheme fell to zero as Phil handed him an official-looking document. Slowly he unfolded it and ran through the contents as fast as his half-dazed brain allowed him to take in their meaning. What he read was this: St. James in the East, Radical and Liberal Association, January 10th, 1800 and Philip Lipcott Duveen, Esquire. Dear Sir, I am desired by the Council of the above association to communicate to you the following extract from their minutes. Resolved that in view of the impending retirement of Sir Saul Simonson, Bart, MP, from the representation of the St. James in the East Division of the Tower Hamlets, Mr. Philip Lipcott Duveen be approached to contest the seat at the forthcoming general election in the Liberal and Radical interest. The Council wished me to add that they are fully convinced of your competence to reach the high standard of efficiency and popularity, which has been made a precedent in this constituency by Sir Saul, who would find in you a worthy successor. It is also the opinion of the Council that, by the many-sidedness of your labours in this neighbourhood, as well as by your keenly sympathetic attitude on all questions industrial and economic, you have secured for yourself the suffrages of the working men who form the majority of the divisional electors,
and have thus placed the result of the contest beyond all doubt. Awaiting the favour of your early reply, I am, dear sir, yours faithfully, Henry T. Tyler, Hon. Sec. Phil was striding up and down the room, deep in his own thoughts. Presently he turned and saw that Lou had finished reading and was staring absently before him. "Well?" he asked expectantly. Yes," said Lou, looking up at him like a man startled out of a deep sleep. "I congratulate you, Phil." Phil gripped the proffered hand and recommenced his striding, but his step seemed more buoyant. I can't say I expected it," he rattled on eagerly. "Nor do I flatter myself that the offer is due entirely to my own deserts. I knew I was making for myself something of a name in the neighbourhood, although I had no idea it would lead to anything, and I am certain it would not if Sir Saul, you know he is aunt's cousin by marriage, had not been there to put in a strong word for me." "Then I suppose you will accept?" asked Lou mechanically. "Suppose?" echoed Phil, with mingled surprise and reproach. "You surely don't expect me to let such a magnificent chance run to waste?" "I should have notified my acceptance by return of post, though it would have looked a little undignified. Only I remembered that, before actually doing so, I ought to assure myself formally of a certain something, even if I have every reason to consider that assurance a foregone conclusion." Lou did not inquire into the meaning of Phil's somewhat cryptic reference. He was dimly conscious that Phil had reasonable cause for taking umbrage at his utter lack of interest, but Phil evidently noticed nothing. "By Jove, Lou," he went on radiantly, "I can't help wondering at my luck. Here is a thing that, if I had struggled after it ever so hard, might never have got within my reach, and now it drops into my lap like a ripe apple from a tree. I never thought it possible to take so much pride and pleasure in a prize a man hasn't worked for. It's enough to revolutionize all my ideas on the disciplinary value of putting one's hand to the plough. Still, I dare say you have something better to do than to listen to my cheap moralist maunderings. So long, then. Don't forget you're booked for aunts this evening." He was about to hurry from the room when he stopped abruptly and stood fumbling with the doorknob. "Oh, by the way, really I must be quite off my head with excitement," he said awkwardly. "About the scheme, Lou. Of course it will be clear to you that I shall be unable to take any active part in it for the next 6 months or so, when I shall naturally have my hands full with the election campaign. After that I shall be once more at your disposal. We can hardly flatter ourselves that the trifling delay will result in hurrying on a crisis, can we?" And nodding smilingly, he hastened out. Lou remained alone with a great emptiness in his heart. No wonder it felt so hollow. Had not Phil taken everything out of it? It was even void of any trace of resentment against the despoiler. Lou had retained enough presence of mind to see that to blame a man for acting humanly was to pick a quarrel with God. What else was he to expect but that Phil should be dazzled by the glitter of his splendid opportunity? Perhaps if it had not flashed on him so suddenly, he might have had time to shut his eyes to the temptation, to collect himself and remember the duty he owed to his purpose. As it was, he could hardly be called a renegade. So Lou made excuses to himself for Phil, feeling glad that the brotherly love on which he had congratulated himself just before had survived the supreme test to which it had been put. He forgave him everything. He forgave the niggardly apology which Phil had tendered him for throwing over the scheme like old lumber, and which Lou might have regarded as a personal slight. He forgave the perfunctory promise Phil held out to him, as it were for a sop, a promise that was self-contradictory in the face of it. Was it not obvious that the stress of Phil's parliamentary duties must preclude the idea of his identifying himself
whole or even part with the fortunes of the scheme. Yes, the scheme was dead ere its birth. One question seemed to stare at him wherever he looked. What would Dulcie say? For answer it came home to him what else the death of the scheme meant for himself. It meant... But no, he was not going back on his word. He had forgiven his brother Phil, and there the matter ended. Phil had chosen to wash his hands of the obligations that called to him. So Lou would have to work for the two of them in order to make good the other's dereliction and retrieve the family honour. That he could not carry out what he had set his heart on was no reason why he should fold his hands idly, despondently. There were many things he could do, and, Phil or no Phil, he would do them. He took up his hat and went into the open. But though he thought he had gathered in his reins of self-control as short as possible, never had the streets roared so loudly. Never had they flaunted so boldly their stony pitilessness for souls in travail. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 26. Phil's errand lay towards St. John's Wood. His buoyancy prompted a journey on foot thither, while his impatience counselled a cab. The latter carried the day, much to Phil's eventual satisfaction, for just as he got to the house, he found Mrs. Devine on the point of sallying out for a morning call. "What has happened?" she asked, catching both his hands in hers. "Nothing much, only this," laughed Phil, as, engaging one hand, he held out to her the letter from the association. "A surprise, isn't it?" he said gleefully, watching her face light up. "Not altogether," she replied, resuming once more possession of both of his hands. "Sir Saul warned me the other day that I would shortly hear of something to your advantage, though I had no idea it would be this." "I'm keeping you," said Phil with some anxiety. "Not in the least. You are much more important than my call," replied Mrs. Devine, quickly untying her bonnet strings. "Come, sit down here and talk about it." "That is what I very much want to," said Phil soberly. Is Dulcie in?" "No, she would not let the fine dry day slip by without her bicycle spin." Phil looked relieved. "Because I don't want anybody to interrupt us for 10 minutes or so," he explained apologetically. "Quick, tell me," came from Mrs. Devine. "The fact of the matter is, I cannot accept this invitation without your consent," said Phil resolutely. "Without my consent?" Mrs. Devine smiled incredulously. "That is what it comes to, Aunt. A parliamentary career means certain expenses, both before and after the election, and at present I could not dream of taking these on myself." "Ah," breathed Mrs. Devine. "The very moment the offer reached me, I made up my mind to come and ask for your help, ask it of my own accord, instead of beating about the bush and waiting till you found out and came to make the advances yourself. I wanted, in a way, to retrieve myself for having done that so often. Whenever you showed yourself ready to do me a favour, I, in a way, resented it, and then, in the end, gave in with a bad grace, which must have made you feel you were accepting the favour instead of conferring it. This time I don't want to run the risk of putting you in such a false position." "Don't say that, Phil," entreated Mrs. Devine. "But I will say it, and more too," disobeyed Phil. "I want to let you see how thoroughly I know you. Not only have I made up my mind to ask you for your help, but I am prepared to stand or fall by your answer. It is through you and you alone that I have come to the point where I can take this great step, and therefore it is due to you, as your sole and incontestable right, to do me this final, this culminating service. I might have asked it of my brother Lou, and I know I should not have been refused. But, I say it again, I shall take it from you or not at all. If it is out of your will or out of your power— Phil, it is neither. Believe me, Phil, it is neither, broke in Mrs. Devine with almost pitiful eagerness. Oh, you don't know how glad and proud you have made me feel. Phil came over to her and stood looking into the kind, moist eyes uplifted to his. It was some seconds before he spoke again. "Thank you, dear, thank you. I will not be so mean as to deceive you. It was because I was so sure of you that I did not hesitate to break down my bridges. I mean, that I resolved to approach no one else after you. As it is, I wish to suggest a compromise. I want the money not as a gift, but as a loan. It is ridiculous of me to think of returning to you in cold coin all I have actually cost you, but I must begin somewhere. Everybody tells me my prospects at the bar are good, and after all I am selfish enough to wish to safeguard my feelings. This is not a matter entirely between ourselves. It would not do me any good to go about with the idea that I am robbing Dulcie." "Robbing Dulcie? With Bram to look after her?" "It would be useless and ungracious of me to pursue the subject any further just now. Only I reserve myself the right to my own thoughts. Once more, then, many, many thanks." And this time his lips did more than speak his gratitude. Then he resumed immediately. "But I am not done with you yet." "I don't want you to be, dear," was the smiling reply. "I don't know whether you will be equally pleased." "Still, I shall risk hearing you. Is it a matter of my consent?" "Perhaps you will think it ought to be," said Phil, his eyes seeking the ground. "But even if you do, I cannot possibly leave it to your discretion. It is something I must take into my own hands, and my telling you is as much as you can expect." "You mean Effie?" said Mrs. Devine quickly. Phil looked at her, startled and anxious. "How do you know?" "You foolish boy. How could I help knowing? Everybody knows." Do you think Effie does?" quavered Phil. Mrs. Devine sat up in her surprise. "Surely you're not serious in asking me that?" she demanded. "Why not? If you gauged my feelings so correctly, why not hers?" "And you mean to imply that you have not assured yourself on that point?" "If I had, there would be no need for me to do so now. I did think at one time that I could draw certain conclusions, but of late I have become a little doubtful." "I can't understand it. It seems so strange," mused Mrs. Devine. Phil deliberated. Should he explain her the mystery? His intention had ever been to keep it under cover, for his telling of it must needs involve a certain amount of self-glorification. But then again he considered she would probably lose sight of that in the delight which the revelation would bring her. And she had been so good to him that to refrain from giving her every particle of joy that it was in his power to give seemed a downright act of despoliation. And so he told her nearly in the very words he had repeated to himself the evening he conned his diary to take stock of things as they were. How he had held back from Effie because he wanted Mrs. Duveen to retain her claim on him unshared, unchallenged, as long as he could let her do so without fatally injuring his chances for what he considered an essential in the economy of his future. And now the time had come, and he dared not tarry any longer. He had not miscalculated his results. With a little cry of exultation, Mrs. Duveen hurried up to him and laid her hands on both his shoulders. There was an air of benediction in the gesture. "And then you talk to me of loans instead of gifts?" she asked with a reproachfulness that was more tender than a caress. "I should indeed be a hard creditor if, after this, I did not make you out a quittance in full. Phil, I wish I could summon up heart to scold you. How dare you think I should demand from you such a sacrifice? You should have distinguished for my sake between generosity and extravagance. We have, that is, you have, spoken too often of the give and take there has been between us. Please, Phil, promise this will be the last time. Your mere hinting at it again would shame me unutterably." "I hoped it would make us a little more even," replied Phil simply. "Say a little more than even, and you will be right. And now I'm going to make good to you the balance, with nothing more than a piece of womanly advice. Don't let Effie guess that the reason for your deleteriousness was your consideration for another woman, or I should not answer for the consequences. I say it not because she is Effie, but because I know my sex." "That is harsh criticism," smiled Phil. "But seriously, I had thought of that already. Don't be afraid, though. I'm not going to approach the woman I am asking to be my wife with a lie. The reason I have prepared for her is equally honest." "Well, let it be any reason but the one you gave me," iterated Mrs. Duveen. "When will you see her?" "I expect to find her at home now." "Then go. You know my good wishes go with you." As Phil walked down the half-length of street which separated Mrs. Duveen's house from that of Mrs. Elkin, there came upon him an access of regret that he had not made the latter his first destination. He grew unpleasantly conscious that the high-mettled, almost truculent self-satisfaction with which he had started forth in the morning had somehow taken to itself a leakage. There was a flabbiness, a want of tone in his mood, which disconcerted him by its alarming inadequacy to the purpose in hand. And yet there had been nothing in his interview with Mrs. Duveen but what was strong, inspiriting. It ought to have acted on him like an astringent. And then he knew. If the cause did not lie in the past, it must lie in the future. It was quite true. He was going forward to meet not an unquestionable certainty, but an issue veiled in doubt. It was Effie's ambiguous behaviour during the past few months which was demoralizing him. He had tried to puzzle it out more than once, but each time he had got no further than ascribing it to a whim, a humour, which from his knowledge of her might pain, but not perplex him. And now it came on him as an inspiration which caught his breath, that it might mean something else, something vitally, morally different from his conjecture. His fear grew to a frenzy. He almost ran the last few yards. "Oh, it's you?" said Effie, looking up languidly from her writing-table as he entered. "It is," he replied rather lamely. She made no move to shake hands. "Mother is taking it easy this morning. She has a bit of a headache," continued Effie. "I'm very sorry," said Phil. Effie ignored his sympathy. which means I can't practice, because she says she can feel me playing even though she can't hear me. I don't know whether to take it as a compliment or not, so I'm bringing my correspondence a little more up to date. Am I interrupting you? Not particularly. Sit down. What are you doing in the neighbourhood at this time of day? I called at aunt's, he replied dully. Her cold, matter-of-fact reception had made him effervesce utterly. He felt all dregs. Effie made some commonplace inquiries concerning Mrs. Duveen and Dulcie, and then there was a pause. "You seem busier than ever at the piano lately," said Phil finally. "All people have their hobbies. I don't see why I should be an exception," she rejoined with an irritation he could not understand. There was a second pause. Phil attempted to tide it over by prodding a piece of coal perilously overhanging the grate back into safety. "Do you want to go on with your letters?" he asked, without facing round on her. "I think I shall, if you continue to be so entertaining." Phil pulled himself together. He could not let this go on. This is how most of their conversation had of late got to assume its strained tone. But to let it reach tension point today was, perhaps, to create a situation which might prove irretrievable. Gently, Phil laid down the fire-iron, rose, and stood suppliantly before her. "Effie, I want you," he pleaded in a whisper. She rose, retreated a step or two, startled and confused. "Want me? For what?" "For myself, Effie. Don't you understand?" She made no reply, but walked to the window, where she stood drumming a tattoo. Presently she turned round to him. "Why did you not come before?" she asked, as though she were inquiring for the hour of the day. He had thought himself well prepared for the question. He had expected it, and yet, now that it was put, it took him like an ambush. "Effie, am I too late? Am I?" he cried wretchedly. "I asked you why you did not come before," she repeated. "Because I had nothing to bring you except myself, and I was afraid that would not be enough for you," was the answer, eagerly obedient. What indeed had I to show you? Petty little successes, trifling triumphs, which in the aggregate came to nothing. It was all promise, no achievement. And I remembered how ambitious you were for me. 2 months ago I thought I was giving you earnest that I meant great things by letting you know of the scheme, mine and Lou's. You did not think so. You flouted it. And because you flouted it, I took it to my heart all the more strenuously, insisted on it with more and more emphasis, hoping to convince you in the end that its greatness was scope enough for any man. And I should have gone on trying till I had succeeded. But now I can offer you something else, something you will consider greater, because in its way it is more self-evident. Listen, Effie, to what occurred this morning. Oh, why do you make me feel I am talking to deaf ears? I beg your pardon. I did not know you wanted me to adopt a gape-mouthed attitude." And she was about to settle herself back in her chair when a quick, impulsive movement lifted her up again, and the next moment he felt her arms about his neck and her cheek pressed close to his. "Phil, my Phil," she murmured. "I tried with all my strength to be hard and cold and distant to you, but I can't, Phil. Don't tell me what happened this morning, at least not before I have told you I want you too, that I want you not for what you do, but for what you are. Have you heard me say that, Phil?" "Yes, dear, I have heard it." "And now, what did happen this morning? Quick, Phil." And with words that tripped and stumbled over each other in hot-footed eagerness, he poured his story upon her. And then, When he had finished, she made him go through it again, so that she could count every word. Finally she made him produce the letter. Then she was satisfied. "And now let us keep perfectly quiet for 5 minutes, so that I can tell myself you love me," she laughed. But she did not keep very good count of time, for almost immediately her tongue was at work again. "Phil, darling, I'm terribly disappointed. Look at the bold, broad, glaring day outside." He cast a half-frightened glance through the window. Then, thinking he had caught her drift, he answered smilingly, "Well, dearest, let it glare. We shan't let it glare us out of countenance, shall we?" And with beaming defiance he availed himself of his new-found privileges. She put him from her gently. "Oh, you dear stupid, I didn't mean that. I meant that I had always imagined this picture in a different setting." "And what was your setting, dear?" "Certainly not this horribly prosy, methodical room with the sun staring in rudely inquisitive. I thought it would be some wild, grand, boldly jutting crag, standing all alone along the coast like a proud outcast, with the organ boom of the incoming tide mounting up from below, and the soft moonlight playing on it pityingly above." "And extremely convenient for jumping over in case you said no," added Phil jestingly. "Don't," she said, clapping her hand to his mouth. "What a shame! Now you've taken all the sentiment out of it. But never mind, dear, we will talk sense instead. Do you think I have nothing to tell you?" "Yes, indeed, dear," he said gravely. "You have to tell me why you maltreated me so horribly when you really didn't want to." "No, I didn't want to, only you made me. I was waiting, and you stood as far off as ever. What was I to think? What but that you fancied you could keep trailing me like a poor fish which had bitten on to the hook, and that you could pull me in when you thought you were getting tired of the sport? And that made me angry, oh, so angry. And besides, I felt people were looking questions at me, and I dared not even shrug my shoulders and say, 'I don't know.' So instead, I had to make believe I didn't care. When it came to a struggle between my feelings and my pride, I could not have any doubt which was to win, could I, dear?" "I suppose you had to do as you thought right," he said soothingly. "And all this time you were paying me the highest tribute a man can pay a woman. You did not think yourself good enough for me," she went on, her self-reproach getting the upper hand of her. "But, Phil, we both had a narrow escape. Had you waited a little longer, we might have lost each other for always." He paled visibly. "Then there was another man?" he said fiercely. "Not one man, but many, and women too, for the matter of that. In fact, Phil, the world might have taken me from you." "Don't play at riddles, Effie dear," he begged earnestly. "Wait a moment," she said, proceeding to unlock a little drawer in the writing-table. "I kept it here, right under Mother's nose, where she would not think of looking for contraband," she added half-laughingly. Phil saw little cause for amusement. He saw still less as he glanced through the stamped and signed agreement, in which it appeared that a certain somebody contracted with Miss Effie Elkin for a series of 12 concerts during the months of March, April, and May. "What made you do this?" he asked, looking at her aghast. "You did, dear. I had to go in for something to take me out of myself. I was willing to sink my own ambition in yours, but when I saw you made no call for the sacrifice, it would have been wasteful not to utilize it for my own self. Would it not, dear?" "And what are you going to do now?" he asked. "I shall do what you tell me." No, don't leave it to me. Speak for yourself," he said quickly. "Ah, there it is, the inveterate conceit of you men. You want to hear it from my own lips that I give up everything for you. Well then, if it will please you, I do give up everything." "Don't put it like that," he entreated joyously. "Say you are transferring it." "Look what a lot of appreciating you will have to do to make up for the world," she smiled, not perhaps without a tinge of regret. "I'm not afraid of the magnitude of the task, dear. Tear up that," he said, pointing to the contract with sudden resentment. "Oh no, let me keep it as a memento." "Your wishes are mine," he replied with gallant tenderness. "Phil, I am only beginning to feel how glad I am about your going to Parliament. It seems such a big thing, big enough to accommodate your and my ambitions comfortably. I don't think the scheme would have done that, however sanguine you may have been of persuading me to the contrary. I have a sort of instinctive grudge against it, perhaps because when I first heard of it the thought uppermost in my mind was that it would take you further and further away from me. And you are going to do well, very well, are you not?" "How could I help it, with you at my side?" "And another thing, Phil dear. You owe me some reparation for your aggravating conduct." "Effie, anything you ask," he broke in eagerly. "Ah, you think I'm going to impose on you some heroic penance, do you?" she laughed. "Don't flatter yourself. I'm not going to honour you so signally. It only means gratifying a foolish whim of mine. Don't give away our secret for, say, a week." "And what about you?" "I can tell whomever I like. That will, in a way, be giving me the start of you." "It isn't so easy a penance as you think," he said half ruefully. "I see," she laughed delightedly, "because it touches your vanity. You want to start bragging about your conquest." Half an hour passed. "Well, is this as good as the cliff by moonlight?" whispered Phil. "Better. There is no chance of your jumping over." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 27. The comparative solitude with which Lou hedged himself that day did nothing to wear the edge off the disappointment the morning had brought him, and so he looked forward with greater satisfaction to spending the evening at Mrs. Duvine's, hoping that the congenial atmosphere of the house would be more effective in making him once more master over himself. Moreover, he was dogged by an irresistible curiosity to ascertain how Dulcie regarded the new development of things. He took care to indulge in no extravagant hopes. Phil's defection had prepared him for anything. He tutored himself into equanimity at hearing her join in the chorus of gratification as loudly as the rest. Perhaps he ought to feel grateful for the timely reminder that the dwellers of this earth were not yet qualified to change places with the angels. Also that illusions which one hugs to oneself very tightly are liable to get crushed out of shape. But his heart rebelled nevertheless. He left the office at 6, and not being due at St. John's Wood till 8:30, he generally preferred to get there after dinner. He had ample time for calling back at home in order to press Mrs. Lipcott to accompany him. She had not been quite sure in the morning whether she would care to. As he got near the turning off the Mile End Road, he stopped and faced round in response to a detaining hand he suddenly felt upon his shoulder. "Excuse me, sir, aren't you Lew Lipcott?" Lew looked hard at the inquirer, a sallow, narrow-chested young man,
dressed in a rather nondescript fashion, but with an unmistakable attempt at keeping up appearances. "Yellow Joe, isn't it?" asked Lou in turn. "And no mistake about the yellow, eh?" was the reply, accompanied by a thin, hollow laugh. "I'm sorry you met me," said Lou seriously. "Are you? Well, we can soon put that right again. Good evening." "Here, don't be a fool," cried Lou, taking a step after him and catching him by the arm. Joe stopped obediently. "I mean, because by meeting me you've cut the ground from under my feet," continued Lou. "I had made up my mind to hunt you up one day this week. I couldn't before, I was too busy." "Then you hadn't forgotten me?" "You'll have to be satisfied with my word for it now. Good God, man alive, what has become of your shoulders?" "I don't know, but the man I work for measures 55 around the waist," replied Joe with apparent unconcern. "Tell me all about yourself." "You'll only waste your time by listening. Have another look at me instead." "No, no, you won't get out of it that way." "Since you're so pressing," said Joe with mock politeness. "By the way, I don't like pressing. That's what did for me. You know which I mean. Across the damp cloth, one iron on, the other off, 16 hours a day. And one fine morning I feel there's a hitch inside my machinery, which meant I was going the same way my father had gone, a very bad way, if you remember. So I thought I'd get out of that workshop before they came with the stretcher." "Which was very wise of you," remarked Lou, rather superfluously. "I couldn't afford to be foolish. There were 8 of them at home to pay for it, if I were. Hospital's a cheaper place to go to than heaven. When I got out again, I took a leaf out of your book, and with what I scraped, borrowed, and begged, went into shopkeeping." "And?" prompted Lou. "Got out of it nearly as quick. Everybody can't be as lucky, beg your pardon, I meant to say as clever, as Lou Lipcott. Good job, too." "What do you mean by that, Joe?" "I mean that some of us, that is to say, some of our people, have got to be failures. The world's jealous enough of us as it is. If we were all successful, or at least more of us than are, it might, one of these days, put us into a sack and drown us in the Red Sea." "And so you were content to sacrifice yourself for the good of the rest?" said Lou. He did not know himself whether in jest or earnest. A great truth seemed latent somewhere in Joe's theory. "Sacrifice is too big a word to use with a small man like me," replied the latter. "But it was a very good idea to have about me when the Blue Devils came on." "It ought to be patented, I think," said Lou. "What are you doing now?" "Getting quizzed, it looks like." "No." The monosyllable, masterful in its brevity, cowed and convinced Joe. "That was 6 years ago," he resumed. "Then I tried you again." "Tried me again?" "Your advice, that is. Keep up your handwriting and figures, Joe. Do you remember that?" Well, I remembered. I wouldn't say a thing if there was nothing in it. There was. A cap maker, in a fair way of business, wanted somebody to keep his books. He's a very good-natured man. He has to be because of his 55 inches round the waist. But he knows I'm not keen on putting my services up for auction. He doesn't say he knows, but he conveys it to me gently in the salary he pays me. He's so very considerate. The reproachful way he shakes his head each time I ask him for a rise is simply heartbreaking. But I don't mind. The youngsters have nearly all learnt to shift for themselves, and 15 shillings a week will be enough for what's left of me. I'll tell you something, Joe.
You've paid me the compliment of taking my advice, and you haven't done very well with it." "I'd have done much worse without it," interrupted Joe. "That isn't the point. If I don't want to look a fool, I've got to see that you do better. There's a desk waiting for you at my office. Give that old potbelly of yours notice." "I needn't. He never would give me an agreement. I'll be at your place 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." "That's business-like. Here's the address." Joe took the card and looked at it. "So you're in the city?" he asked with curious eagerness. Lou nodded. "Then I suppose I'd better come in a top hat." "It's just as well you did. Any objection?" "Objection?" answered Joe, his face lighting up. "Why, it's always been the dream of my life to walk about the streets in a chimney pot." "Well then, wait till the summer comes," laughed Lou. "That's all right. I'm used to doing things in the sweat of my brow," said Joe dryly. "Tomorrow at 9 then, and in a top hat." He was making off when a sudden thought stopped him. "I'll thank you for this when I've got me wits back a bit and can do it decently," he said under his breath. And then his feelings evidently got the better of him, for, with a preliminary jump, he doubled off as fast as his legs could carry him. Lou gazed after him with a quiet smile on his lips. Then he pursued his course more briskly, not so much to make up for lost time, but because he had gathered new motive power. It was the knowledge that the day, after all, had not passed by entirely futile and profitless. He found his mother awaiting him impatiently. "I don't understand it at all. I mean, about Phil," were her first words to him. "Ah, then you know." "He dashed up this morning in a cab and told me." "So he was at least decent enough for that," muttered Lou. "What's that you're saying?" "Oh yes, it's quite true. He's going in for Parliament." "What, the real Parliament, where they govern the country?" "Yes, mother, but I've got news for you too." "Have you?" There was more fear than curiosity in the inquiry. "We must pack up here and quit." "But why?" "We've got to get into a bigger house and a more fashionable neighbourhood." "But you said all along that you wouldn't. We weren't going to make any show, and just to keep on living quietly down here as if nothing had happened. And besides, you wanted to remain on the spot so that you could look better after the scheme when it was started." "Quite right, mother. I did say so. But Phil has changed all that. You see, now we're going to have an MP in the family, we're quite compelled to put on a little more style, if only to keep up the dignity of the country. Don't look so frightened, mother. You will soon get used to the footman." "Footman? What are you thinking of, Lou?" "Well, we will do that one," smiled Lou, "but I can't let you off the big house." Lou, if only your father was alive to help me carry all this greatness," cried Mrs. Lipcott. "You don't know how it frightens me. I'm beginning to distrust the future." "Distrust the future by all means. Everybody should. Trust me instead, mother," said Lou, his hand on her shoulder. "Can I?" She looked up at him wistfully. "You know, Lou, my greatest fear I haven't yet told you of. I scarcely dare to." "Is it so terrible as all that?" "Yes, because it refers to something I desire with all my heart, and still can't think of without quaking inwardly. Lou, one of these days you will, I hope you will, be giving me a daughter. I dare say she will be a woman who is born to the life which I shall be struggling to master, as a child struggles with its lessons, and she may not understand me in my ways. What then, Lou?" "Then I shall be there to explain you to her. But it won't be necessary. I would make sure the daughter I gave you would be content to take you as you were and measure you by your own standard." "I know one who would do that, if I could have my choice, Lou." "Yes?" asked Lou quickly. "I was hoping I would have no need to tell you her name, that you would know yourself." "What I do know is that, at present, I haven't the time for guessing it," said Lou, looking hastily at his watch. The subterfuge would not have deceived a babe in arms, but Mrs. Lipcott let it pass unchallenged. "If you're coming, mother, you must get ready at once," continued Lou. "No, thank you, Lou. I would rather stop in, especially after what you've told me. I want to see as much of this house as I can while I have the chance. I passed many a sad and anxious hour in it, and that's why it has grown so dear to me." When Lou arrived at St. John's Wood, he found himself balked in his expectations of spending a quiet evening. Mrs. Devine had made no secret of the distinction offered to Phil, and the result was an impromptu gathering of the more intimate friends of the house, eager to tender their congratulations. Lou noticed, somewhat to his surprise, that Phil still maintained the exultant mood of the morning. The lapse of the day should have been sufficient to bring him back to a more neutral condition of mind. And then again, Lou reflected that it was unfair to blame Phil for not having become sobered, as it would be to blame himself for having been unable to drag himself out of the slough of his despondency. What he regretted was that his errand here would be fruitless. There seemed little chance of taking away with him the solace he so urgently needed. As Phil's brother, or as it might have been on his own merits, he came in for a good deal of attention. He succeeded in keeping up an equable demeanour, but the strain tried him cruelly. He would have taken his leave after the first half hour, but he could not tear himself away without a word or two to Dulcie. He had an idea that she reciprocated his wish. At least, he caught various glances of hers in his direction, which might be construed so. A garrulous old lady had taken possession of her, who was pounding away at her mercilessly. Even from where he stood, Lou could notice that Dulcie's attention was only perfunctory. Occasionally she looked distinctly distressed. No doubt garrulous old ladies were very trying. More for Dulcie's sake than his own, he wished this particular one to bed. But he waited on. His impression seemed to have been correct. The moment her tormentor rose to go, Dulcie came straight to him. "I haven't had a chance of congratulating you," she said. "Oh, about Phil? Thank you. But you are equally entitled to congratulations." "So others have thought. I accept them." She looked about her sharply. They were fairly out of everybody's hearing. A sudden change came over her face. "No, I won't accept them from you," she broke out with bated vehemence. "I've had enough of pretending to the others, mother and all, but I must speak out to somebody. I don't think it's anything to feel glad about. He ought not to have taken the invitation. He ought to have waited till he had made a proper headway with what had a previous claim on him. Oh, he has disappointed me terribly, first on account of the scheme, and secondly on account of himself. At least, I hardly know which to put first and which second. I never thought Phil could do anything which he would have to live down in my estimate of him. And now I have come out with it all, you can scold me as much as you like. But I suppose you are so proud of him that nothing I could think or say would make a pin's head of difference." "Miss Devine," said Lou softly, "your need of a confidant must have been very great indeed when you came to me of all people. Wasn't I least likely to give your complaint a patient hearing? Oh, if I have hurt you, I retract every word. Oh, I am so very sorry. And I am very glad, he interrupted quickly, for now I need not scruple to ask you for a return service. I too have confidences to make. What about? About the same subject as yours. I deserve congratulations on Phil's account as little as you have just told me you do. Then you too think he has done wrong? She asked. That's where I must differ from you. He has not done wrong. He has simply done otherwise than I expected him to. Of course, you must defend him. He is your brother, she said bitterly. He has certain claims to your indulgence too, Lou reminded her. No, Miss Devine, I should make the same allowances for anybody else's brother. My only grievance against him is that he has ignored what, after all, is only a personal predilection of mine. I revenge myself on him sufficiently by not feeling unconditionally glad of what he has given his preference to. A generous revenge, but oh, it is such a pity, the scheme. Then be also generous. Make allowances for— Very well, I do, she said quickly. What am I to take umbrage at? He hasn't wronged me. I beg his pardon. I was very presumptuous. No, don't say that. Remember, you might have hurt me by talking of my brother as having to live things down. She looked at him. After that, I can have no alternative, she replied. Mr. Lipcott, I say it without afterthought. Phil of today is to me the Phil of yesterday. But it is such a pity, the scheme, came her murmur like a refrain. I suppose it is dead. It seems so, answered Lou, shaking his head. It may have a resurrection. If it has not, it will at least be more fortunate than many a great man and things. It will leave one sincere mourner. Two, she corrected him reproachfully. Two, I beg your pardon. But you know the selfishness of sorrow. And then, to tell the truth, I gave you the opening purposely. For what? To test me? He did not answer, but stood smiling at her, his heart in his mouth. I thought I had given you enough assurance of my sympathy through good and ill, was her reply. But not her whole reply, not even the essential part of it. That was contained in the strange glance she flashed at him from eyes that immediately became downcast again. The sense of suddenness and brilliance had on Lou all the effect of lightning. It had taken him so unawares that the very instant left him in doubt whether or not anything unusual had occurred, and so he stopped dumb and strained, waiting for a possible repetition, and all alert to seize on it with the full force of his perceptiveness. But chance was against him. I really can't stop a moment longer. You know I promised Mother to be back early, said Effie, breaking in on them, so it appeared to Lou, from somewhere out of space. I shall go with you for your things, replied Dulcie instantly. Lou somehow did not regret the interruption so very keenly. It had probably saved him from making himself absurd in one way or another. Dulcie had reached her room and, looking back, found that her companion had only got halfway up the staircase, a reversal of the usual order of things. "What's the matter, F?" she asked as soon as the other was level with her. "You seem to have been sleepwalking all the evening." Effie followed her in, deliberately closed the door, and sat down on the couch. "Lucky for your visitors I did," replied Effie dispassionately. "If I had not bottled myself up so safely, rammed the cork in as tight as I could, I should have been nothing short of a scandal." "What, dumps again?"
queried Dulcie solicitously. For answer, Effie threw herself back and began to laugh. Not a laugh of amusement, but a series of ominous, hiccuping giggles. Dulcie, after the first shock, recovered her presence of mind, snatched at the smelling salts, and applied them. "F, dear, you mustn't be foolish," she reproved, watching anxiously for the result. "It isn't foolishness," said Effie with a long breath of relief. "It's only reaction." "Reaction? After what?" "After the bottling. I made him promise not to tell anyone for a week, and that I might if I wanted to, and then it seemed like taking an unfair advantage. And so I was going to keep the secret with him, and it nearly killed me. You see, I couldn't even tell Mother, because when she has one of her nervous headaches on, the doctor says she mustn't be excited. But somebody had to know, and, failing Mother, it was of course you." "Oh, F, I do hope it's Phil." "You goose! Who else do you think it could be?" "Oh, you dear! Mind you scream if I hurt you." The embrace was indeed a frantic one, but Effie stood it like a Spartan. "I don't see why you should think I've done such a clever thing," she said, as she finally stepped up to the looking-glass to attend to her ruffled curls. "When there's only one man in the world, it wants very little discrimination to pick him out." "Only one man? That's a very poor outlook for us that are left," laughed Dulcie, but not very heartily. Effie shrugged her shoulders. "I can't help that. One has to be selfish occasionally, just to remind oneself of one's own value. Still, I suppose every woman thinks she is selfish, in your way, that is, when she gains her only one man," hazarded Dulcie. "They can console themselves with that if they like," said Effie magnanimously. "I'm not going to trouble about other women, at least not for the present." "Not even me?" asked Dulcie rather piteously. "You aren't a woman, you're only a child." "Effie, I also thought I was. I hoped it so at any rate, but I have rather come to doubt it lately." Effie scrutinized her keenly. Then she asked, "What makes you doubt it?" "Effie," said Dulcie timidly, "you won't mind my asking you for a certain piece of information, will you?" "Certainly not, but I warn you I am very ignorant." No, you must know all about it there is to know." "How did you find out you were getting fond of Phil?" "Oh, you want to know the symptoms? I could have told you them off pat last night, but I've been hard at work all day to forget them. You see, they are rather painful. Still, the principal one was a violent sense of absent-bodiedness. My chief thought about everything I did was that he wasn't there to see me do it. I was getting to feel so incomplete that I was afraid to be alone with myself. I fancied there was only half of me. What's that you're mumbling?" "It fits," repeated Dulcie, a little more loudly. "The symptom, I mean." "What? You've been at it as well, feeling incomplete? How dared you?" exclaimed Effie, her manner fierce and threatening, but her grasp of Dulcie's hand very soothing and gentle. And then a light dawned on her. "It isn't—" "Yes, it is. It must be that Lou boy. Fancy, child, you and I, sisters-in-law. Wouldn't it be heavenly?" Dulcie looked at her aghast and agonized. "Effie, how can you let your tongue run away with you like that? I haven't said a word." "Quite right, too. I should have been very much shocked if you had. Remember, I am semi-qualified for playing propriety." "Has he said anything, though?" "No. Yes. That is, I believe he as much as hinted." "Did he? That's good. A hint from him, I should say, is as valid as a written declaration from most other people. I've never come across a man who reminded me so much of a strong box with an intricate combination lock.
"And yet he may not have given me the right key," murmured Dulcie. "Effie, what if I have been wrong after all?" "Yes, there is that danger," admitted Effie. "It's a very humiliating thing to say, but we'll keep it strictly to ourselves. We women aren't really half so clever as they give us credit for. I nearly made a mistake myself. But there, I'm a nice Job's comforter, am I not?" "Less of a comforter, but more of a friend. You might have buoyed me up instead of warning me. Your own happiness did not make you lose sight of mine. But, Effie, if you start crying I shall simply go off into the most terrific fit of hysterics you ever saw," threatened Effie. That averted a catastrophe, and Dulcie's handkerchief returned to its pocket. "You mustn't let out you know about Phil and me, not even to Phil himself," enjoined Effie, putting on her gloves. "I think I can hold out for the week now, all right." "Wouldn't it be better if you annulled the condition?" asked Dulcie uneasily. "Perhaps so. I'm sorry myself I made it. But you don't want me to make Phil think he's marrying a weather vane?" "No," said Dulcie dubiously. Phil and Lou were waiting in the hall to escort Effie home. "I've not asked you how you got on today," whispered Mrs. Devine to Phil. "I could see without." "Hush!" Phil smiled back. "I mustn't tell yet, but you may think whatever you like." Lou could not help overhearing their colloquy. Mysteries, mysteries everywhere. The world was full of them. But his own was the greatest of all, and its name was Dulcie. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 28. The fire crackled merrily in the grate, and Mrs. Dymond busily cracked nuts in the armchair. Mr. Dymond was going through his usual Friday evening task of reading aloud to his wife the contents of the Jewish Examiner from cover to cover down to the very advertisements. Mrs. Dymond believed in getting full value for her money. Mr. Dymond's style of reading inclined to the monotonous rather than the intensely dramatic, a thing not to be wondered at in a hard-working man on whom, for the time being at least, the sitting-room couch exercised a much more powerful fascination than the most epoch-making of communal events. Even his wife's rousing capacity, which in its way was not inferior to that of a fair-sized Leyden-jar battery, had occasionally hard work to keep him from dozing off in the middle of a psychological moment. As the years had slipped on, Mr. Dymond had become a more and more devout believer in the peace at any price policy. He had found it necessary, because the increasing length of his union with Mrs. Dymond had not resulted in a corresponding lengthening of her temper. But though apparently he had made concession a fine art, anyone catching a glimpse of his soul would have shrunk back affrighted at the depth to which the deceptiveness of appearances could sink. For there, at the very bottom of that same soul, Mr. Dymond's to wit, an undreamt of desire had taken root, germinated, and grown to ripeness. The desire to have things all his own way at least once during his married life. He felt that this was due, if not to himself, at least to the other members of his sex, whose claim to the lordship of creation he had done more than any other man living to undermine. Of course, he knew that, should the worst come to the worst, he would in a way retrieve himself the ultimate moment of his earthly existence, when he would follow the call of the destroying angel
instead of listening to the earnest importunities of Mrs. Diamond to keep where he was and to continue to draw his salary. But the thought offered him only a hollow consolation. He preferred an earlier occasion, so that he might have time to analyse his emotions after the event. The columns of the Examiner were more than usually crowded that week. Mr. Diamond had just yawned and nodded his way through the correspondence, and had arrived at the items of the week. The change of ground seemed to give him an impetus, for he proceeded more briskly. "We are authorised to state that Mr. Philip Lipcott Duveen will contest the constituency of St. James in the East in the radical interest at the ensuing general election, in place of Sir Saul Simonson, who has definitely determined to retire from parliamentary life. We give a portrait and biographical sketch of Mr. Lipcott Duveen in another column. The headmastership of the Tenter Street Infant Schools, vacant through the appointment of Mr. Lyons to—" A shadow fell across the page, and looking up, Mr. Diamond saw his wife lowering down on him, and evidently making frantic attempts at catching her breath. "Why, what's the matter, Becky, my dear? You aren't ill?" he asked, jumping up apprehensively. "What's that you were jabbering about headmasters and infants and lions?" she jerked out. Mr. Diamond gave a hurried glance at the paper, then lifted his face to hers in mild reproach. "But it says so here, Becky. I can't read you but what it says." "And doesn't it say just before that little Philly Lipcott that I used to send errands is going to be a member of Parliament? And you slur it over with her even stopping to make a casual remark about it? Who are you that you shouldn't be surprised at errant boys becoming members of Parliament?" "Does it really say he's going to?" asked Mr. Diamond, in a small voice, diving back into the paper greatly abashed, for, as may be surmised, he had been reading with his eyes and not with his brain. But Mrs. Diamond's patience had failed her, and snatching the journal from his hands, she intimated she would rather spell herself blind than rely any further on such a monster of untrustworthiness. Mr. Diamond accepted the rebuke in a proper spirit of dejection, as indicated by a hanging head and downcast eyes. It took Mrs. Diamond quite 10 minutes before she had worked her way through the short paragraph. Then, gazing into the grate, she said, "I'm still in two minds about it, Diamond, but I rather think I'm a bit annoyed with Mrs. Duveen. After all the friendliness I have shown her, fancy her not dropping me a line on the private and letting me find out through the paper, just as if I was the ordinary sort of people. Well, I'm not one to bear malice, and by way of telling her so, Diamond, you'll drop her a note as soon as the Sabbath is over, saying that you will do her the favour of going on the election committee for Phil, and that you stand good 400 votes. Bless my heart and liver, the man's asleep," she wound up, as a sad, long-drawn snore from Mr. Diamond revealed to her the real intent of his contrite attitude. She tiptoed over to his chair and shook him, though by no means roughly, by the shoulder. "Help! Help! You gore me!" shrieked Mr. Diamond, who must have been dwelling in dreams on some episode of the abattoir. His wife assured him that she was no runaway buffalo, and that he need not regard his little fright as too severe a punishment for putting her to the trouble of saying her say all over again. "But where am I to get 100 votes from?" inquired Mr. Diamond dolefully, when he had heard her. "Well, you got one, and that only leaves another 99 to be got besides, doesn't it?" replied Mrs. Diamond cheerfully. The arithmetic of the thing was certainly correct, thought Mr. Diamond, but at the same time there rose in his agonized imagination the vision of himself, 15 stone in his alpaca coat,
toiling up unending staircases, with the heat of a London dog day humming about his ears, only to be told that he had better come again when the old man would be at home. Mr. Diamond did not know who had invented elections, but had it been his own father, Mr. Diamond could not have refrained from the most unsparing censure of such misguided ingenuity. Being subject to all the more common impulses, Mr. Diamond did not take his misfortunes without a murmur. But though in 9 cases out of 10 he could put his finger on their source by merely stretching out his arm, he preferred to trace them back to their most remote and aboriginal cause. It was safer. Mrs. Diamond had meanwhile been making a critical study of Phil's portrait, and was just handing the paper back to her husband with the command to read the biographical sketch, when a loud rat-tat proceeded from the street door. The matter was unusual, because, as a rule, they had no visitors on Friday nights. The little maid-of-all-work had hurried down to open, while Mrs. Diamond stood listening on the landing. A sudden hope had come fluttering about her heart. Perhaps Mrs. Duveen. The next instant she bounced back into the room with a snort of disgust. "Only Julie Prager and Sadie Tannenbaum," she snapped. She was still clutching the Examiner, but as though to work off her disappointment somewhat, she viciously thrust it back into the inner pocket of Mr. Diamond's overcoat, which happened to be hanging on a nail nearby. The 2 visitors rushed in, apparently labouring under a strong excitement. "Is it true," began Mrs. Tannenbaum, "that Dinah Lipcott's second?" Mrs. Prager snatched up the question. "Is going to be made an MP?" screamed Mrs. Tannenbaum, determined that the lion's share of the query should be hers. Mrs. Diamond regarded the 2 with a look of ineffable caution. "Who told you?" she asked finally. "Why, everybody's talking about it," replied Mrs. Prager. "So I says to Julie, let's go and ask Becky, she'll know if anybody," added Mrs. Tannenbaum with happy resourcefulness. She knew from bitter experience how to handle Mrs. Diamond. The latter, however, seemed totally unimpressed by the broad tribute to her omniscience. She was shaking her head in wonder. "Strange how these things leak out," she said at last. "Well, since you know so much, my dears, I may as well tell you that it's quite true. I heard about it more than a month ago, only I had to keep my word I wouldn't breathe a syllable to anybody. By the way, Rose, that is, of course, Mrs. Duveen, God bless her, told me there would be a portrait and a biographical sketch of Phil in this week's Examiner. I wonder if Diamond... Oh, dear me, I've never seen such a glutton for sleep. There he is off again. I wonder... I was going to say whether he brought the paper. I can't be bothered to look, and it would be a shame to wake him." "What's a geographical sketch, Becky?" inquired Mrs. Tannenbaum. "Is history, of course," Mrs. Prager took upon herself to reply. "History, indeed," sniffed Mrs. Tannenbaum. "Fat lot of history he's got to go to bed with. He may be able to kid other people, but we know he wasn't rocked in a golden cradle, don't we?" "I should think I did," asserted Mrs. Diamond, speaking strictly on her own behalf. "I don't know if I ever told you how—" "How you wrote the letter to the Board of Guardians?" exclaimed both Mrs. Prager and Mrs. Tannenbaum in a breath, horrified at the prospect of having the story once more inflicted upon their nauseated ears. "Well then, don't ask me if I know anything about Philly Lipcott," said Mrs. Diamond complacently. "I can only say I pity Dinah if she puts on any airs when I meet her," remarked Mrs. Prager acidly. "I never like to brag, but I should have to remind her that a second cousin of mine once nearly got on the vestry." "And it wouldn't take me long to tell her that my son-in-law Izzy only last week made a shooting jacket for a duke," threatened Mrs. Tannenbaum. Mrs. Diamond smiled to herself disdainfully, knowing how infinitely her own claims to greatness exceeded those of her cronies.
Still, a sudden access of magnanimity, which she herself could not explain, made her deliberate whether or not she should put them to rights. The quick-witted Mrs. Tannenbaum, however, snatched at the merciful respite to change the current of the conversation. "And what's Dinah's eldest been doing since he's back?" "Goodness only knows," replied Mrs. Diamond. "He's something in the city, Dinah told me." "Perhaps he keeps one of those orange and apple stalls near the bank," hazarded Mrs. Prager. "What nonsense are you talking?" remonstrated Mrs. Diamond. "Don't you know that Dinah buys meat £1 a pound and changes her curtains once a fortnight?" But Mrs. Prager was unabashed. "Well, I dare say he'll be found out one of these days, like the rest of 'em," she hinted darkly. It is impossible to determine into how many shreds Lou's reputation would eventually have been rent, had it not been for another and rather imperative knock at the street door. Mrs. Diamond jumped up eagerly. Perhaps her fanciful anticipation was still to come true tonight. But though she soon convinced herself that there was no Mrs. Duveen demanding admittance downstairs, the real arrivals were in their way just as surprising. "Well, talk of the devil, my dears," she said under her breath as she hurried back into the room. "It's Dinah and her eldest." "You don't think he overheard me?" whispered Mrs. Prager flutteringly to Mrs. Tannenbaum. "You stupid woman, how could he?" was the reassuring reply. "No, I don't really suppose he could. But you remember we used to say that boy had eyes to see through a brick wall and ears to hear the flies slide across the ceiling." It may be assumed that Mrs. Diamond's welcome was nothing less than overpowering. Her expression of unbounded delight mingled dexterously with pained but tender rebuke to Lou at his having ignored her of all people, so long. "I admit it was very wrong of me not to have called on you before," smiled Lou, "but I'm doing so as soon as I can possibly manage. How d'ye do, Mr. Diamond? I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Why, you must have drunk of the elixir of youth." "Excuse me, I wasn't—" began Mr. Diamond, blinking at him indignantly. I understand what you mean. Why, to be sure, aren't you my dear young friend Phil Lipcott?" The ludicrous change in his manner made everybody laugh, and relieved the situation of a not unnatural stiffness. Only once, near the beginning, Mrs. Tannenbaum could not resist the temptation of reminding Mrs. Lipcott of her antecedents. However, she took good care to assure herself first that Lou was closely absorbed in a conversation with Mr. Diamond. "Talking of charwomen, Dinah, I must say I've never come across a worker such as you used to be. I'll never forget the way you shined my parlour fender the day my sissy got engaged. Do you happen to remember what kind of polish you used?" "Now, how do you expect me to remember that, Sadie?" asked Mrs. Lipcott, looking at her frankly. "Still, if you want a tip of how to keep your own bright, you might make a note that clean hands and a good temper will do that better than any sort of polish." And now that the ground had been finally cleared, the talk spun on merrily. As it struck 10 o'clock, Lou cast an inquiring glance at his mother, which the latter answered with a shoulder shrug. A quarter of an hour later the two of them found themselves close to one another, and Lou took the occasion to whisper something into her ear. "It's no use waiting any longer," she whispered back. "They'll stay as long as we stay, but I don't see why you should take any notice of them. I'm sure Mrs. Diamond won't mind." Lou nodded and took something from his pocket. "Mrs. Diamond," he said, seizing on a lull, "we're all friends here, so I needn't be shy of telling you the main reason of my visit tonight. It was to bring you a little present." He held out to her a small square casket, which Mrs. Diamond took with the hesitation of extreme astonishment.
"A present? What for?"
"You may have forgotten, Mrs. Diamond, but I haven't," answered Lou, his voice clear and resonant. "There was once a certain poor widow and 2 helpless orphans, and a certain kind soul. But what's the use of my going on? We all know the story. It's only a little thing, Mrs. Diamond, and it took rather a long time in coming. But I hope it will show you I have not forgotten." Mrs. Diamond stood speechless at this development of things, and in fumbling with the casket pressed the catch which held the lid. A fine 5-stoned brooch sparkled into view.
"Oh!"
came simultaneously from Mrs. Prager and Mrs. Tannenbaum. Mrs. Diamond still said nothing, but stood looking at her husband. The latter came nearer and examined the brooch critically, but his object in doing so was not to satisfy himself that the stones were genuine. It was only to gain time. If this silence continued but half a minute longer, the great opportunity of his life would ripen into consummation. And so it happened. Mr. Diamond took a deep breath. He felt upon him the spirit which must have animated the prophets of old, so that they went forth to preach to the mobs of howling heretics, not knowing at what particular moment they might be torn limb from limb. The low ceiling had arched into a vast concave dome. At least so Mr. Diamond judged from the sound of his words as he said, "Mr. Lipcott, my wife is very much obliged to you, but she will not accept your present." Lou hardly grasped the momentousness of this crisis, for he said cheerfully, "Oh, if she doesn't care for it, she can change it for something else." Mr. Diamond's face was very white, but his words came out red hot. "It isn't the shape that my wife objects to, it's the whole idea of the thing. You said she was good to widows and orphans. That's only what anybody whom God has given a heart, even the size of an olive, would do. And it's not a matter that can be paid for at all on earth. I hope it's registered all right to her credit in heaven, and she's not to get it scratched off for the sake of a bit of glitter to tickle her eyesight with." "Spoken like a man, Mr. Diamond," said Lou, his hand on the other's shoulder. "And now you'll let your wife take the brooch." "Ask her for yourself," replied Mr. Diamond, his heart in his mouth. "It's no use, Mr. Lipcott. You must take my husband's answer." Mr. Diamond gave a jump. It was years since she had spoken of him as her husband, at least in his hearing. So, after all, he seemed likely to redeem his manhood before he died. Lou scratched his ear in perplexity, half touched, half amused. "Then what's to become of this unfortunate ornament?" he asked. Both Mrs. Tannenbaum and Mrs. Prager crooked instinctive fingers. "Let me have the money it cost, and I'll distribute it for the Passover," advised Mrs. Diamond, "but only on condition that you come here and see me do it." "I'll come, if only for the pleasure of your society," smiled Lou. "Mrs. Diamond, I have heard you say it yourself, that it does not detract from the truth of it. There are not too many like you. Mr. Diamond, you called me your friend. I shall try to deserve that title. Good night." Lou and Mrs. Lipcott's departure was followed almost immediately by that of Mrs. Prager and Mrs. Tannenbaum. The room was not large enough to hold their surprise. "80 guineas if a penny," said Mrs. Prager. "And she refused it because Diamond told her. Diamond answered when she was spoken to." "Julie, take my word for it, the world's coming to an end," summed up Mrs. Tannenbaum. The first thing Mrs. Diamond became aware of as soon as the visitors left was that she had added a new sensation to her life. For the first time since she was married, she felt embarrassed in the presence of her husband, and what was more, she did not try to disguise the fact from herself. Mr. Diamond's state of mind was also contrary to all precedent. The flush and exhilaration of his great exploit had died away. He had returned to his workaday mood, and still he had not been overtaken by the symptoms which should have supervened in the usual course of events. But for all that, he furtively hoped that Mrs. Diamond would take a sensible view of the incident. When, however, he did hear her comment upon it, he glanced involuntarily at the couch to make sure there was no Lazarus Diamond taking his nap there. "Diamond, you know you came near to being the death of me before," began Mrs. Diamond.
"God forbid, Becky. How did I manage that?" "By nearly making me explode with pride. I didn't believe my ears. Is that Diamond talking up like that? I says to myself, you couldn't have done it grander if you've had the whole world to listen to you. Gracious! To see Julie and Sadie stare, it was worth a whole Regent Street jewellery shop." "I wasn't thinking of making 'em stare, Becky, my dear," said Mr. Diamond quietly, "and I wasn't riding the high horse and parading myself. I talked just the way I was minded, and, thank God," he wiped his forehead at the retrospect, "you were minded the same."
"Diamond, I'm certain I should have given in even if I hadn't been. I was too proud of you for anything else." There was a pregnant interval, after which Mrs. Diamond resumed. "You know what? Now that I come to think of it, there must be a lot of good points about you I haven't appreciated."
"How could I expect you to, a busy woman like you?"
Mr. Diamond said to allay her pangs of conscience. "Perhaps my temper was a trifle shorter and my tongue a trifle longer than it might have been."
"Well, then, I can't complain. At least you let me have the long and short of it."
"But from to-day it will be different, I promise you."
"Why different, Becky? You're quite good enough for me the way you are."
"Don't, or you'll make me hug you." "But oh, Diamond!"
"Yes, Becky, my dear."
"If I could have worn that brooch for just 5 minutes before I gave it back." Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 29. It was some days later. Mr. Alexander was making his way to the Underground Railway Station to take train for St. John's Wood. He seemed in no hurry to get there. In fact, he had already missed his usual train and the one after. It was a full hour past the regulation closing time for city offices, but the streets had not yet assumed the aspect of cloistral desolation they wore on other evenings. Nevertheless, the crowds that thronged them showed uncanny lifeless, phantom-like almost. They hurried along in quick automatic jerks, their footfalls leaving no echo, their movements a concert of dull, constrained silence, through which the chorus of bawling newsboys rang with more than its customary distressing shrillness. At every turn one was startled by the faces of men and women tense with ill-concealed anxiety, or lax in a frank abandonment to wretchedness. Over all there hung an atmosphere of wreckage and catastrophe. "How can I tell her? How can I tell her?" muttered Mr. Alexander to himself for the 10th time. And just then a thought struck him, which caused him to make a spasmodic grab at the door-handle of the compartment in which he was sitting, as though he intended to jump out and outdistance the train by running.
Good God, while I've been loitering about in my cowardice, someone may have taken the news to her already." He had indeed a difficult task before him, as bearers of unwelcome tidings always must have. But though he had delayed it as long as possible, he had not for a moment meant to shirk it. If he could not deaden the shock utterly, he might as well do some good by catching the rebound of it on his own heart. For the remainder of the journey he consoled himself vaguely with the recollection of the telegram he had sent Phil. "Don't fail to come this evening. You may be wanted." A glance at his sister as he entered the sitting-room told Mr. Alexander, greatly to his relief, that she knew nothing. "You seem to have had a hard day, Bram," said Mrs. Devine, affectionately passing her hand over the furrows on his forehead. "Not that so much. I feel a little worried." "What, the market's bad?" "No, there have been some disquieting rumours concerning the City and Southminster Bank." "My bank, Bram?" asked Mrs. Devine, her voice rather unsteady. "Why didn't you go round at once to Mr. Barker to inquire?" she added. "I did. Rose, be a brave little woman. The bank has failed." "And I am penniless?" "Not absolutely, dear. Barker says the liquidation will leave at least 3 shillings in the pound. That will still—" "Oh, my poor child, my poor Dulcie!" moaned Mrs. Devine. "Rose, don't be unreasonable. The thing is a blow, I admit, but you must not forget that I am your brother, and—" "Don't scold me, Bram," was her reply. "Just let me say or do whatever I like for the moment. I shall have plenty of time to be ashamed of it afterwards." And, taking his consent for granted, she broke into a fit of weeping that shook her from head to foot. Mr. Alexander stepped back and looked on helplessly, dividing his apprehensive gaze between his sister and the door. His apprehension was justified, for presently Dulcie entered and took in the scene in agonized bewilderment. "Dulcie, we have lost all our money. The bank has failed," cried Mrs. Devine, in answer to the girl's mutely frantic attempts to soothe her back into self-composure. Dulcie rose to her feet with a bound, and her hand tightly pressed to her fluttering heart drew a piteous breath of relief. "Is that all?" she asked, looking at Uncle Bram for corroboration. "I thought that perhaps somebody was dead." "Yes, that's all," echoed Uncle Bram, heroically calm. "I told her it was nothing to make a fuss about." "Make a fuss about?" cried Dulcie, back on her knees at her mother's side. "I shouldn't think it was. Why, mother, it's splendid. We'll take a 3-room cottage in the country, and I'll go and fetch the milk in the morning fresh from the cow, and do the housekeeping and cooking." "And make yourself foolish generally," growled Uncle Bram viciously. "Rose, Dulcie, understand one thing. There's going to be no nonsense here. Cottage, cows, cooking. Ridiculous. If it were not that I wanted to save you the trouble of making out cheques on a non-existent bank, you wouldn't have known anything at all about this, as far as I could have helped it. You both know as well as I what I was going to do with my money. Don't let us have any absurd expostulations about it. I don't suppose you would have scrupled to take it if left to you in due course by my last will and testament. If you raise any objections now, I shall have no alternative but to beat them down by threatening to remove myself from the face of this earth forcibly and unnaturally in the flush of my youth and beauty." "Hush, Bram," breathed Mrs. Devine, her handkerchief still to her eyes, and her hand groping blindly for that of her brother. "Then we shall consider it settled," said the latter, seizing it warmly. "It's no use making a secret of your loss, Rose.
everyone will know how the failure has affected you financially, but otherwise you need not answer impertinent questions, and I dare say you are strong enough to let people think what they like. Do you suppose I should have the slightest hesitation in letting them know who has come to our rescue, even if they did not guess?" asked Mrs. Devine, regarding him reproachfully. "Only you might have waited a little before rescuing us," added Dulcie, with the pretence of a point. "There was absolutely no reason why I should," smiled Uncle Bram. "Yes, there was. Here we have been rich and poor and rich again, all in the same breath. You ought to have given us a chance of getting the full benefit out of our reverse." "Benefit?" repeated Uncle Bram, astonished. "I mean, get the whole moral of it. Grow humble and introspective and chastened in spirit, as is becoming under the circumstances. You might at least have given us time to look interesting as people who had seen better days, you know. What a horrid thing I am to make you reproaches, even in fun." And for further earnest of her repentance, her arms were round his neck, and her face on the lapel of his coat. Mr. Alexander, patting her cheek, felt a hot trickle pass over his hand. That warned him not to pursue the subject, so he suddenly became very matter-of-fact, and launched forth on a brisk account of the causes which, as far as he had ascertained, had led to the failure of the City and Southminster. But though he addressed himself impartially both to mother and daughter, he had in reality only one listener. Mrs. Devine's thoughts were elsewhere. They were with Phil. She was harping on the promise she had made him. Immediately after the momentary unreasoning alarm for the future of her child had come the realization of the predicament in which the unforeseen course of events had placed her. Dulcie was secured, but Phil was counting on the support of a broken reed. She, who had been an almoner in her own right, had become a pensioner herself. She had made no resistance to accepting help, because she knew the spirit in which she had done her own dispensing, and she also knew as intimately that her kinship with her only brother was something more than mere affinity of blood. And so she was convinced that he regarded this opportunity of being good to those he loved as a favour to himself. Had she not felt the same? She was equally certain that he would save her the ignominy of not being able to meet her self-imposed obligations. That practically disposed of the difficulty with Phil. Still, it complicated things unnecessarily, if not very formidably. Besides, there was Phil himself to be reckoned with. But she had faith in Phil. He could easily be made to see things in their proper light. It was only fair to him, however, that she should assure herself of his decision before she put the case to her brother. She looked forward to it with some impatience, but with no great disquietude. Phil arrived just as Mr. Alexander was bringing his story to a close. He looked anxious and perturbed. "Bread and cheese for dinner today. We must economize," Dulcie greeted him merrily. Phil nodded, but evidently without entering into the spirit of the jest. "I just saw it in the paper," he said gravely. "Is it really so serious?" "I'm afraid it is for some of the other depositors," answered Mr. Alexander. "Then apparently you didn't get my wire." "No, I haven't been at my room since lunch." "I wired Phil to come up," explained Mr. Alexander genially, eager to prevent a recurrence of the emotional stage of the proceedings. "I can't keep it on my conscience. I wanted him to help me in the task of administering consolation. A horrible outrage on your common sense, for which my humblest apologies. I ought to have known how beautifully you two women would take it. Not much trace of a cataclysm here, eh, Phil?" For the other depositors, you said, reverted Phil. Then am I to understand that the breakdown has not affected Aunt very greatly? Not in the least, replied Mr. Alexander hastily. I am very thankful indeed, said Phil, looking his relief. Quite so, commented Mr. Alexander indefinitely. And now, please, we'll quit this miserable business. We've honoured it quite enough with our attention. When do you begin your campaign, Phil? Tomorrow evening, Sir Saul will introduce me formally to the association, replied Phil, rather reluctantly. Mr. Alexander's evident desire to get away from the miserable business looked to him very suspicious, and renewed his previous apprehensions. He also felt a little hurt. Maybe Mr. Alexander might have vouchsafed to him some explanation how Mrs. Duveen had succeeded in escaping the disaster which, from all accounts, had overwhelmed everybody else. However, he kept his thoughts well under control, and took his share in the conversation with as good a grace as possible, waiting his opportunity. That came when Mrs. Duveen rose, ostensibly to pay a visit to the kitchen. There was no need of her significant manner to tell Phil that the movement was a feint. Laughingly offering his help, he hurried after her. The laugh stopped abruptly on the other side of the door. "What is the truth about this, Aunt?" he asked almost harshly. "Come in here," she said, drawing him quickly into the little chamber that served as her sanctum. Phil entered and waited for her to speak. "You guessed rightly," she began, her voice full of deprecation. "Bram has not told you the real state of things. My fortune is gone. Bram talks of 3 shillings in the pound, but I don't believe him. Something altogether irretrievable must have happened to compel an important concern like the City and Southminster to declare bankrupt. For my own part and Dulcie's, the difference it makes in our position is very slight, thanks to Bram, but you know where the inconvenience of it comes in." Phil nodded, without, however, looking at her. Mrs. Duveen went on more warmly. "You must also know that the inconvenience exists only on the surface. I only want your permission to act, and it is removed altogether." "You mean through Uncle Bram?" "Yes. I'm glad you don't shy at the idea. Of course, at first glance it may seem a second-hand way of doing things, but that is a matter which ought to trouble me instead of you. If I have no compunction about it, you certainly ought to have none. Tell me, when shall I ask him? Tonight?" No, not tonight," replied Phil with impulsive haste. "I must think it over thoroughly by myself first. Perhaps I may find my own way of circumventing the difficulty." Mrs. Duveen looked disappointed. "At any rate, give me your assurance that you will make Bram your first fallback as my substitute." I will, promised Phil, but with so patent an air of abstraction that Mrs. Duveen might well doubt whether he had grasped the full purport of her request. "Does do the Elkins know?" he asked suddenly. "Not so far as I'm aware." "Shall I go and tell them?" "There is no particular reason why you should, but perhaps you still require a pretext. The week isn't up yet," smiled Mrs. Duveen, "and if she can get away, bring Effie back with you." But Phil had only set foot in the street when he came upon Effie hurrying towards the house. I know," she forestalled him breathlessly. "Someone came in and casually mentioned that the bank had failed, and Mother, guessing what it meant to Aunt Rose, sent me round to do what I could to cheer them up. She won't be able to go out herself for another day or two. Are they dreadfully upset? And does it hit them very hard?" Phil briefly told her as much as he knew of the situation, and then they sought admission. Mr. Alexander had certainly good cause to be gratified at the light-heartedness by which both Mrs. Devine and Dulcie testified how thoroughly he had set their minds at rest. He had scarcely hoped for so great and so immediate a reward. It would have needed indeed a sharp eye to have detected from evidence furnished by this merry company that the shadow of a great disaster had come and gone that very day. Effie, having scribbled a reassuring note and dispatched it through Mrs. Duvine's maid, required no pressure to be induced to stay, especially as she knew her mother well provided as to company for the evening. The one exception was Phil, and that only at the beginning. Having betrayed a wool-gathering mood by frequent "I beg your pardons" on being addressed, and having got soundly rated for the same, he eventually pulled himself together to escape further comment. So it was past 10 when Effie left, escorted by Phil. "I haven't thanked you for your note of this afternoon," she said eagerly as soon as they were outside. "It's awfully good of Sir Saul to take on himself the trouble of presenting you to the committee. He must think a lot of you. I have been glad all day at the thought that at last you are beginning work in earnest. The idea of it grows on me hour by hour. Phil, the more I reflect on it, the more certain I become that you have a great political career before you." "It's very kind of you to say so," he murmured. But such as they were, the words cost him an effort she did not dream of. And yet he felt a strong impulse to go on speaking and tell her. What? Had he something to tell her? Had he already made sure of himself? Even if he had, he must make still surer. That he could only do by looking deep, deep down in his heart, but alone, with nobody near him. Besides, it was already so late tonight, there was really no hurry. And while he was thus haggling with himself for grace, the opportunity had passed, for presently she resumed, and with a voice that changed from seriousness to archness. "Phil, dear, I could tell you something that would interest you very much," she was saying. "Everything you tell me, but I don't think I ought to," she interrupted the coming compliment. "Don't do violence to yourself," he said indulgently. "You great big silly, don't you see? I want to be worried into telling." He humoured her instantly. "Well, it's something about Dulcie," she resumed with affected reluctance, to keep up the appearance of compulsion. "The loss of her mother's money doesn't seem to have left any bad results on her. I hope the loss of something else won't leave any either." "The loss of what?" "Oh dear, there's denseness for you. Of her heart, of course." Phil halted in surprise. "Really, I had no notion of it." "What? Not even a notion? Oh, Phil, you are aggravating." "Forgive me, dearest, I did not have the inclination to notice anything but you." The loving pressure of her arm on his assured him of her contrition and gratitude. "Who is he? Do I know him? He must be a paragon among men to deserve her," he went on, his voice rising at the last words. "You could tell the best, that is, if you were not unduly prejudiced in his favour." The meaning of her allusion was unmistakable. It startled and held him tongue-tied. "Phil, dear," she pleaded, "you don't consider I have been blabbing, because I haven't. Seeing that you are I and I am you, and we are both each other, or ought to be, would it have been wrong if I had kept it from you?" "Distinctly wrong," he comforted her smilingly. "Only I want to know, did you tell me for any purpose?" "God forbid!" she ejaculated, horrified. "You don't suspect Dulcie has given me a brief for her?" "This time it ought to be my turn to scold," he said gently, as they came to a halt outside Effie's home. but I generously refrain from keeping you out in the cold here. I will only say this about Dulcie and Lou. If it is to be, they will find each other, as we have." "Phil, that sounds frightfully fatalistic," she jested. "Remember, we hail from the Orient, the home of Kismet," he explained. She laughed merrily, but his own face remained strangely staid. "As we have," she harked back softly. "And tomorrow we are going to tell the whole world about it." "Tomorrow," he echoed. "I shall come to remind you, in case you forget." "It may be necessary. I'd nearly forgotten the world. Through you." He thrilled. Such a good night was worth living for. And then he went home to think. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Sons of the Covenant by Samuel Gordon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Praetzellis. Chapter 30. That Phil was true to his intention and did a considerable amount of hard thinking that night was manifest the next morning from the dark circles under his eyes and a general appearance of drawn haggardness. But despite these visible vestiges of inward storm and stress, his face wore a confident serenity which showed that the back of the conflict was broken and that he had issued victorious. Indeed, he felt a wonderful sense of security as he thought of what lay behind him. That day contained for him one great uncertainty, but whichever way its balance might incline, the night had been an indubitable, inalienable achievement, in which he could find, if he had need for it, a partial compensation. He rose early, because the morning's programme was a full one. It comprised 4 calls, each of them momentous, and he was desirous of getting them over because he knew that, till he had done so, his life would be a dangerous and demoralizing seesaw of emotion. Emotion, at the best, was but a luxury of the soul. He was certainly paying too heavily for his by a prolonged drain on his mind and body. In accordance with this mood of practical economy, he gave priority to the visit which, among those on the list, could lay claim to the most businesslike nature. It took him to Sir Saul Simonson. The interview between the two men did not last long, but, short as it was, it effected its purpose decisively. It was also encouraging. As Phil left the baronet, he called himself a fool for having anticipated difficulties and for not approaching the matter in hand with a more equable state of mind. Sir Saul had received the information Phil had brought to him sympathetically, and had indeed seemed a little surprised at the agitation his visitor had displayed. Phil told himself that he ought to take advantage of the moral of the circumstance and to act accordingly. But for all that, his heart beat considerably faster as Mrs. Elkin's house hove in sight. Still, he had a ready excuse for that. It would have been much more strange if his blood had not coursed quicker at the immediate prospect of seeing Effie. It did not even strike him as curious that, although quite 15 hours, waking hours most of them, had passed since he had last set eyes on her, he should now feel hardly conscious of the interval, instead of deeming it a petty eternity. It only proved to him how deeply she had entered into his being, how inseparable her entity had become from his, that time and space perished before this all-pervasiveness of hers. You are I, and I am you. Yes, she was right. Perhaps he had only just now stumbled on the real truth, why he had so long delayed asking her formally
to identify her life with his. She opened the door for him herself, and the dull, murky morning seemed suddenly to become flooded with light and fragrance. "I've been studying your knock. Wasn't it good of me?" Then her tone veered round to dismay. "Oh dear, from where did you get that grey face?" I slept badly," he stammered, following her into the room. "I thought you had perhaps bad news for me. For instance, that you had repented your contract." She laughed with shamefaced joyousness. "I have news for you," he replied tremulously, "but whether it is good or bad depends entirely on your point of view." "I like that sort of news," was her comment. "It makes you feel as if you were the arbiter of your own destiny. Quick, let me hear." "My candidature for the St. James's Division is cancelled," he said. "No, that is not good news," she said slowly. "Have they superseded you by another man?" "No." "Perhaps you're going to stand for another constituency instead?" she hazarded eagerly. "Neither." A puzzled look came over her. "Then I don't understand it, Phil." "I have withdrawn of my own accord." "Of your own accord?" she repeated. "Nonsense! You're jesting." "No, dear, it's true. I have just come from Sir Saul. I went to inform him that the committee must look out for another candidate." She seemed to hold her breath as she asked, "What made you do that?" Phil did not answer immediately. He was annoyed with himself. He knew she would ask the question, and he had been so improvident as not to have marshalled his case properly beforehand. And so he came out floundering and at random almost, with the explanation how the financial disaster which had overtaken Mrs. Duveen had affected him also, inasmuch as it had made void her promise as to the supply of means necessary for launching him on his career. Effie listened intently, and then laughed in the fullness of her relief. "Is that all?" she asked. "Only a matter of money, you foolish boy, beating about the bush like that. Surely you must have known. You had only to speak out, and I—" He interrupted her with a quick gesture. "No, dear," he said gently. "I thank you sincerely, but you cannot help me." She came close to him and stroked his hand with smiling indulgence. "Of course, Phil, dear, you have to say so," she answered, her voice caressing as her hand. "You men have such funny notions of pride. The way you are arguing in this case, I suppose, is that if Aunt Rose had advanced you this money, you could have salved your self-esteem by returning it. But you won't take it from me, because there can be no talk of borrowing or lending between—" she blushed gloriously, "between husband and wife. And so you prefer to get yourself into an impasse. You forget that— But there, Phil, you don't want me to show you up in all your absurdity." "I admire your logic," smiled Phil tenderly, "but there are other reasons which—" She withdrew her hand not too gently. "Whatever they may be, I don't think you ought to let them count when you hear me begging to be allowed to smooth the way for you." "If you would only hear them," he entreated humbly. "I will not hear them. You should not even have asked me to. You know my wishes, and they, in my opinion, should be at least as potent as your reasons. I'm not demanding more than any woman would think herself entitled to. Phil, dear, give way to me." He shook his head despairingly, but firm. "I can't, Effie, I can't. If you will only give me 2 moments to explain." She stepped away from him, tears of anger and indignation in her eyes. "Do you know what you've done?" she exclaimed. "You have obtained my word under false pretences, and that being so, you can hardly expect me to consider it binding. "Oh, God, Effie, you won't go as far as that," was his cry of alarm. "I should go further if I could," she replied relentlessly. "You have deserved nothing better. You came to me with a certain thing as though it were necessary to offer me a bait, a bribe. And when you had got me to merge my ambition in yours, because I was unselfish enough to bask in your light rather than shine in my own, then you come again and calmly propose to throw it all overboard for other reasons." Her scorn seared him till he winced, but she vainly waited for him to speak. "Very good, then," she went on icily. "It appears you fall in with my suggestion. I'm glad you do it so readily. Nothing has been lost through the false position in which we have been placed during the past few days. Nobody will or need know. My condition of a week's silence must have been an inspiration. It may also console you to learn that my agreement with the agent still holds good. I had simply forgotten to acquaint him with the change in my intentions. I'm sure you will wish me success. At any rate, you would have done a week ago, and there is nothing to prevent us from taking up the thread of our relations where we left them then." "You had led me to believe that you loved me for myself," he said, with wide gaps between his words. "And I should never have made you think otherwise," she replied. "No, because you have done so already," he cried vehemently. She turned on him a dispassionate look of inquiry. "You have done so already," he reiterated, trying to keep up his vehemence, but failing utterly. "I was dear to you only in so far as I was to you the embodiment of our joint ambitions, and now that I have frankly told you that I cannot bring them to issue in a certain province of which you approve, I have become valueless in your eyes. What else am I to think?" "If you can't give me a little more chivalry, you might at least give me better reasoning," she said with quiet dignity. "Tell me, of whose making is this breach? You want me to believe that my love is to you the dearest thing in the world, and yet, the very first occasion on which I put it to the test, you show me clearly that it has no power beside your pride or obstinacy." "Or something else," he interrupted bitterly. "You see, you might have known, but you preferred to gag me into silence. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, if you did not credit me with being sufficiently sane as not to have come to my resolution without rational and legitimate cause, I can hardly hope to convince you of the same by the most minute and elaborate of explanations." Her face softened, and she came a little nearer. "Your complaint is just, and I was wrong," she said. "Come, Phil, I have made a concession. Do as much. Look, I shall make it still easier for you. I will not ask it as a right, but as a privilege." "Then you insist on my—" "No, haven't I just told you? I entreat, I implore." She could read the heartbreak and misery in his face, but his gesture of refusal was equally unmistakable. She moved away again. "Very good." She clinched the argument, continuing almost playfully. "No, please don't look so sad. This is really a matter for mutual congratulation. We have come to a timely understanding. Not everybody is so lucky." He stood still, turned to go, and then faced her again helplessly. His lips moved for a second or two before they shaped sound. You will let me wish you success before I go?" "Oh, on my musical career?" "I may be of some use to you," he went on impotently, for he knew it was not what he really wanted to say, and yet he could not help it. He felt so barren of thought. "Yes, I may be useful to you. I have several influential critics among my acquaintances. One can't get too much encouragement to begin with." Thank you," she said quickly. "It's very good of you to think of it, and it's still better of you to show your readiness to fall in with my suggestion of before, and take up the thread where we left it a week ago."
Despite the bluntness which had fallen upon his senses, Phil could not help noting the curious intonations of her last sentence. Plainly, she invited him to controvert, repudiate, protest against the consequence implied in her own offer, held out to him a strong handle for overture, even compromise. He did not know whether to derive balm or an increase of agony from this indication that she too could not bear the wrench without flinching. But instead of adding to his confusion, it only warned him that he must redouble his hold on himself, and as he could not possibly do that without straining himself dead, he had but one alternative: flight. With a spasmodic handshake, to which she responded mechanically, and a murmured "good-bye," to which she made no answer at all, he walked from the room. Outside at the gate he glanced back and saw her at the window, her gaze following him smilingly. He turned away quickly and hurried on. He had had a narrow escape. Had he looked an instant longer... A minute or two later he was making his third call. Mrs. Devine, the maid told him, had gone out an hour ago with Miss Dulcie, and had not left word when they would be back. Phil presumed that they had run down to the city in order to hear further particulars of the bank smash at first hand. He knew they would hear nothing to gratify them, for the morning paper he had glanced at in the train had stated that the worst apprehensions concerning the calamity were more than justified. Phil had no patience to wait, and yet he felt unwilling to leave without having effected his purpose. Till he had disposed of this thing completely, he dared not consider himself a free man. So he surmounted the difficulty by stepping into the library and penning a note to Mrs. Devine. He did not begin immediately, for he had to wait till the blur had passed away from before his sight, and his hand had regained its requisite steadiness. He had become conscious all at once that here he had reached the sanctuary of privacy, having escaped the hounding glare of the inquisitive streets, and he need have no shame before himself. But he refrained. Sudden extremes were dangerous, and the fall from the heights of heroism, the word was no exaggeration, to the depths of abject weakness, would mean a disarrangement of nerve and mental fibre not easily repairable. So he forced his thoughts into working trim, and started his letter by informing Mrs. Devine how he proposed to extricate her from the quandary in which she had hinted she had been placed by her inability to come up to her undertaking. "I have informed Sir Saul," he went on. "I told him that, at the very outset of my professional career, I could not afford to trifle with my chances of success by dividing my energies between building up a practice and attending to my parliamentary responsibilities, that, at any rate, the latter might inadvertently suffer, and I dared not run the risk of failing in my duty to the constituency. He accepted my explanation as valid. To you, however, I must allow a deeper insight into the machinery of my motives. That you will be surprised, I fully appreciate. I was myself somewhat, to tell the truth. If you remember, I pledged myself to make use financially of no help but yours in setting out on my political career, yours or none at all. At the time I gave you the assurance I had as little presentiment as you of the contrariness ahead. But it was the first thought that struck my mind with veritable sledge-hammer force when I heard the news yesterday. From the first moment I saw in it something more than an annoying contretemps. I saw in it the finger of Providence outstretched visibly, and indicating to me that the path on which I was about to enter was not my destined walk of life. It also turned my gaze back to things I had left at my rear, but on that I feel no call to expatiate in this note. What will appear to you strange, as it did to me, is that I should bend the knee to this almost primitive sort of fatalism. But I have satisfied myself on the point, and feel confident I shall satisfy you when you hear me. He paused a little and bit his pen. The word fatalism reminded him of Effie's jesting allusion to it the night before. He had explained it away by an ethnological commonplace, but it startled him even now to think how close to the truth she had come. For the nonce he had considered it not as the natural inference to be drawn from his remark, but as a phenomenal instance of intuition, second sight almost. Why had she not exercised that power today? Why had she not interpreted him more truly herself, since she had refused him permission to be his own interpreter? Why? But he pulled himself up short. Once he commenced to ask questions, he might not know where to stop. He might end by concurring with the people who said that all life was a riddle incapable of solution. He had always refused to believe it. Nothing could be more pernicious, more paralyzing than this doctrine of the vanity of human endeavour. Action was but the spirit of inquiry materialized, and he did not want to be brought to a halt before the dead wall of blank impossibility. He had many things to do, and he would do them. He brought his letter to a close, practically adding nothing save the assurance that this decision of his was final, and a request that she should accept it as such. He put the note into an envelope and handed it to the maid to deliver to Mrs. Duveen immediately on her return. Then he sallied out once more to pay his fourth and last call that morning. He anticipated it eagerly, for this time his was a more grateful errand. He went not to take away, to dispossess, but to restore, to make amends. He could look forward to sympathy, to open arms, and how sorely he needed them. His whole being was nothing but a bruise, a weariness, an aching rebound. He found Lou in his outer office. "Have you 5 minutes for me?" Phil asked him. "Certainly," replied Lou, taking him by the arm and stepping with him into his private room. "This is a sad business, isn't it?" he said, closing the door behind them. "What is?" asked Phil quickly. "The city in Southminster. I met Mr. Alexander this morning, and he stopped to ask whether I was at all involved. I was glad to be able to say that I was not. He and I are apparently the only two people who can say that. And then he told me about poor Mrs. Duveen." Phil made no comment, but stood with his back to Lou, staring moodily into the grate. Lou watched him thus for a little time. Then, with a quiet smile, he pulled out his cheque-book, put his signature to one of the blank forms. "Do you mind coming here a moment, Phil?" he called. Phil obeyed, slowly stepping up to the writing desk. "Oblige me by filling that in," continued Lou, holding out to him his pen. "But please don't make it more than 7 figures," he cautioned him with a laugh. "What is this for?" asked Phil, staring at the paper slip. "For anything you require. We need not go into details." Phil looked at him keenly, then pushed the cheque back to him. "Thank you very much, but I really have no use for it." "Nonsense, Phil, you must have. You told me you have at present no fixed income. And now that you have no longer Mrs. Duveen to rely on, remember your election is approaching." Phil shook his head. It struck him if every sinner were to have so many stumbling blocks placed in the path of his repentance,
the occasions for joy in heaven would be few and far between.
"Lou," he said at last resolutely, "there will be no election for me. I have withdrawn." And then, without giving his brother time to voice his astonishment, he proceeded, "I know I have done everything I could to forfeit your confidence, but if you will give me a chance of retrieving myself, I promise you will not again be disappointed. Take me back, Lou. Let us work together at the task that was to be ours." "The scheme, you mean?" exclaimed Lou, starting up. "The scheme," repeated Phil solemnly. "Lou, I feel like a man who has awakened from a trance in which he has been doing the will of another, and has done ill things. I've treated you very badly, Lou. So badly that you might well look on my very apology as an insult." "But I had no notion of this. The change is so sudden," said Lou, bewildered. "It had to be sudden or not at all," replied Phil. "Perhaps my conscience would sooner or later have got tickled into life, but that is problematic. What it wanted was a downright upheaval, to shake it to its very foundations, and thank God it has had it." And with bated breath he told Lou, using almost the same words as in his note to Mrs. Devine, what it was that had influenced him so powerfully. "I don't suppose I shall be able to convince one man out of 100 that this does not smack of rank superstition," he went on with a short laugh. "But what does it matter that the medicine was not according to prescription, so long as the patient is cured? Oh, what an inconsistent fool I have been! I railed in all the bitterness of my heart against those of us whose self-interest counselled them to seek the wider scope and the more glittering rewards of the outer world, instead of following the secret call they must all have felt at one time or another, to set in order the things that were awry in the community. I was angry with them because they did not perceive and snatch at the opportunity of doing their duty to their country, by doing their duty to their brethren. And now I have become myself my most flagrant instance in point. Lou, do you think I can ever again set any store on my judgment of right and wrong?" Lou's face had taken to itself a troubled look, but he spoke soothingly. "You are too severe on yourself, Phil. Listen to me. You know I welcome you back with all my heart and soul. If half an hour ago anybody had asked me for my dearest wish, at least one of them," his voice fell at the last words, "it would have been your return to the camp. But what you have just said opens to me another aspect of the question. It is true, as you say, that the great majority of us would best serve our citizens by serving our fellow Jews. Yet there are, no doubt, some of us of whom our country can make use in a more direct fashion, especially in the vocation which has been offered to you. Remember, our race has already given England one man to whom she owes at least something of her greatness." "And you think I may turn out to be another?" broke in Phil with an incredulous smile. "Who knows?" returned Lou soberly. "You certainly have given proof that you might aspire to anything." "No, Lou, not so high as all that," said Phil. "To begin with, it is against the chances of probability. Our having had a Beaconsfield as recently as a generation ago is almost conclusive that there will not be a second for a very long time yet, if at all. History repeats itself in events, rarely in individuals. For another thing, Lou, it would be against the spirit of the race. Our race is prodigal in towering talent, but is chary in real masterminds. We are in the habit of accounting for that by pointing to the hostile circumstances which have, for so many centuries, cramped and hampered our development. But I think the true cause is something more radical, more fundamental. It is an astonishing manifestation of the
wise economy wherewith the race of the Covenant husbands its vitality. Instead of exhausting its resources in the production of genius, it prefers to consummate itself more frugally in brilliant mediocrity. It can only be by the exercise of millennial effort that nature created a fixed star. Her meteors and nebulae are but the pastime of her idle moments. The spirit of the race, feeling that, unlike nature's, its energies were finite, could not afford to indulge in the luxury of fixed stars. It remembered that there was an interminable line of posterity to provide for, and that the penalty of over-exertion was ultimate degeneracy and effeteness. He paused and looked at Lou, who smiled back at him as he said, "Your theory is attractive, like all things that appeal to the fancy rather than to the understanding." "Fancy is indistinct, and understanding is second thought. The former is more often correct than the latter," replied Phil dogmatically. "But, however that may be, it will not prevent me from following my theory into its most important side issue. We have never appreciated how beneficially this economy of capacity has reacted on our conditions of life through every period since our dispersion. We might almost call it our good angel. What if we had possessed more fixed stars, more geniuses? We should have added fuel to the blaze of odium which was scorching us. Had more of our heads touched the clouds, we should only have elicited the lightning more frequently. Our greatest danger, perhaps, has been our preeminence. We have been constantly too much in the world's forefront. It has brought us a grudged and doled-out glory, but it has brought us no happiness. Let us lay the moral of it to heart, and that in its widest application. Let us see what a change of policy will do us. Suppose we cultivate a habit of self-effacement, not the self-effacement implied in an absorption into our surroundings. Our case is not so desperate that we must resort to racial suicide. Neither that nor a skulking obscurity which might be construed into a shirking of the duties which must come to us in the natural order of things. But there surely must be virtue in a dignified, self-contained, self-contented aloofness. We may find it difficult to accustom ourselves to it, but what should help us is our belief that we are yet to be the protagonists on the spiritual stage of the world, and meantime let us quietly make ourselves word and heart perfect in our parts." Lou listened eagerly. Where had he heard this before? He recollected. He had had the gist of it from Yellow Joe the other evening. His nerves tingled. So the thoughts of the broken-down drudge and the finished man of culture ran in one and the same channel. They were indeed brothers, the people of the Covenant. He rose and laid his hand on Phil's shoulder. "Phil, we must give that first place in our curriculum," he said. "No," replied Phil instantly. "The first place must belong to the old stock maxim of the common or garden moralist, the supremacy of duty over self. I shall teach that myself. I happen to know the subject rather well." Lou looked at him in unspoken wonder, but Phil bore the scrutiny without a tremor. Lou's voice was not very steady as he said, "I hope you will take no offence, but perhaps there is a duty which, to my knowledge at least, you have not yet fulfilled." "And that is?" "Dulcie. You have a great opportunity of paying off to her what you owe to her mother. I know her uncle is providing for her, but probably she would prefer being dependent on one whose support she could claim as a matter of right. This," he pointed to the open cheque, "is still at your disposal. You need only make it serve you till you have established the practice which, with your connection, ought not to take you long. Don't think me officious." "I am to ask her to marry me?" exclaimed Phil, nearly off his feet with surprise. "What makes you say that?" "You talked of duty," replied Lou dully. Phil smiled, a wan smile. "Thank you, Lou, for being jealous of my honour, but I can assure you that it is not involved here." "Why not?" asked Lou, though he felt the ineptness of the question. "For the simplest reason in the world. She does not expect it of me." "There is someone else?" exclaimed Lou. "Yes, there is. There is—" "You," Phil had been about to say, but he stopped short. He no longer owned the secret. He had no right to it. Effie had taken it back with everything else. Her love, his happiness. He gulped down a silent sob. Lou had struggled for and had obtained mastery over himself. So he had come too late after all. His doubts, his hopes, his self-delusions had come to a tame and ignominious end. He ought to have known it the moment Phil returned to his allegiance. That was a miracle, and no man dared expect that his life had room for more than one such. Well then, he would make the most of the one that had been vouchsafed to him. He would hug it to himself tightly, nurse it tenderly. It had to act as deputy to him for everything else life had henceforth to offer. He gripped his brother's hand till the latter winced. But it was nothing to the grip that held his own soul as he said, "So then, Phil, there's nothing but you and me. And the scheme." End of chapter 30.